Or actually, it might have been my internet again. I don't know. Because I did set it to not try to even bother reconnecting. So it just made the Windows sound. Alright, we're back. It's very hot in here. So, Dragon Strike's a meme. It's a meme. It's not a good ultimate. So as I was saying, they have the pre-placed Junkrat W on the point. They could force this health pack camp at any time. The only issue was that Arthas was out-rotating Leoric in this situation, but right now, Leoric's going to out-clear Arthas, and he's going to be able to come up to force... I need to refresh the stream, because the quality just died. Technology. There we go. Alright. So right here, Leoric out-clears the Arthas, and they should be able to force health pack, if they want to. Like, right now, they should just run up and force health back. And I feel like it's a very missed opportunity if they don't. Because they had the first opportunity when Team Liquid went to the 1 minute siege camp, and their Leoric had a free out rotate. And now, again, their Leoric has a free out rotate, and they're still not using it. Are they going to do it now? While their Leoric rotates bottom and Arthas out rotates? I just feel like you picked the Junkrat and it has this massive strength right here, and you just did not use it at all. Because I feel like you're so favored in the early game because you have the wave clear advantage. Team Liquid's wave clear is very bad. Team Liquid's camp clear isn't very good, and you have the massive point control, and you have the winning offlane. You just have winning everything. That I feel like that should just be Genji's health pack camp for free. Without it being possible for Team Liquid to do anything about it. Unless they sacrifice a lot of experience bottom lane. Or a lot of damage on the wall. Alright, so I've seen Hanzos go this town a lot at level 4. The point of it is it gives you the mid-wave clear control, where you stand here and clear the wave while still being able to pressure the shrine and poke people out on the shrine. Team Liquid also capped the siege camp a lot earlier than Genji, so now Phoenix is stuck having to deal with this. Arthas did out-rotate Leoric a bit. Again, the Deckard combo being used, but not really getting much value. And what happened here? So Tracer's really slow on this. I don't know. She should have multiple blinks up, because what Tracer wants to do, she wants to blink in, Alt, W, blink out. And instead he blinks in, and ults, and then W's, and then doesn't blink back out, so he gets thrown, and that actually just completely kills him. Because while he's thrown in the air, he gets hit by a bunch of auto attacks and the turret shot, and then after the recoil, he's too low to even survive. And that should just be this completely gone at this point, especially if they get more kills, which they're getting Arthas for sure. Level 7 on Tehran means that Junkrat's not even going to die. Popped, yeah. I'm not sure if it's even right to go for that kind of a play on the Garrosh, because you know he's not going to die. Tehran does level 1 spell armor. And if you're just doing it to poke, then you should do it on any other hero, because the Garrosh is just going to have armor to cut half the damage out. So they get the health pack camp now. Team Liquid does have the earlier, or they are going to do the siege camp, and Genji might try and match it. They probably map packed this with their Tyrande. Yeah, right here, they map packed Joe starting it, so they know that they have the time to start theirs, as long as they do it quickly enough, which they should be able to with their Hanzo. Maybe they'll back off the point for a short time. There's not much damage pressure that can go on Garrosh, though, is a big issue. Tracer does not do enough damage to pressure Garrosh by herself, and Phoenix is always at risk if he walks into Garrosh. He can always get Garrosh queued and then flipped. Alright, there's both two turrets going down, fighting each other a lot. There's pre-toss from Genji. That's multiple turrets down. Genji might even just leave right now. Leave the point for at least a little bit. Just so they can clear these turrets from long range. Okay. So Joe just gets thrown in for a bunch of damage, and then on seeing that, Tracer goes in. Gets a lot of burst down on Hanzo. Not even close to a one-shot, even without the Tron spell armor. 1 level lead, just plus Tracer's burst damage is too low. That forces the health pack camp, though, but while Genji's getting health pack camp healed, Team Liquid has to tap, and I don't know if Nurok even has tap anymore. And this is the big thing. So Garrosh is throwing in a half HP Joe. And you can do that if you have enough damage, but this might actually be an issue, because she pressed D, they get fully Deckard comboed, and now their backline's really vulnerable. Wow, Rich is so lucky to live here. I think the Phoenix Q missed him. And I think Tracer just didn't hit him for a bit. I feel like he should 100% be dead here. Joe's not auto-attacking him either. Team Liquid just doesn't have a target called here. Or maybe they're calling Hanzo, but some of the damage did not go on him. He should have died there. And now with him not being dead and Leoric's out of mana, and they're stuck fighting into a turret. So now the Leoric's going to clean up. Even if Rich died there, they probably lose that fight, to be honest. Because this turret plus the Leoric plus that Garrosh Q got way too much damage out. But it would have at least been a lot closer. But this is a level lead. And the game should just be done now. That's just Volskaya. I already forced down this wall. Looks like they're giving up on pushing mid. Because Team Liquid had all their ranged DPS here, so now they're going to go top. I rotate them. Am I going to play an HGC next split? That is the plan. So now this wall's gone. That's another half level advantage. They get the well up top, which sets up for the next Tree Gloves cap spawn. And they're not going to be able to finish off this fort, but Leoric is double soaking over Arthas right now too. If Junkrat has a W set up on this, oh, they're just killing Arthas. The Drain got popped, but Riptire does so much damage. Alright. And they can't get on anything else in return. Hanzo ult, he can blink out though. They should be trying to get health pack right now, unless it's not spawned yet. Oh yeah, it hasn't spawned yet because they did it later. If they'd done the health pack, oh, it just spawned. Okay, but if they'd done the health pack before, that was weird. Leoric right here. Leoric pops out of his E in the middle of the tornado, and then it knocks him this way when he was on the left edge of it. That's kind of strange. They do end up trading Joe for the Leo. Leo doesn't even die. Does Joe not die either? Alright then, nobody dies. But it's not quite as much of a snowball as you'd want to see. You would want to get this health pack guaranteed, because now this is somewhere that Team Liquid can at least force a fight over. Nice hitbox. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe the tornado has to knock back in the direction it's moving, but it seems strange that it knocked that direction. But as you can see, I think if Gen G focused their damage better between one of these two forts, they maybe could have killed one of them and then been at a full 2-level lead. And then also this health pack situation probably could have been avoided, because now Team Liquid can at least posture around this and look for some kind of an engage. They still will not. Team Liquid will never win control of the health pack if the health pack camp dies before a fight happens, because there's already a Junkrat W on it, there's a Garrosh camping it with his unstoppable cooldown, with a throw cooldown, and Junkrat has a second W whenever he wants to use that. So there's no way Team Liquid can win this, but they have to force Gen G to at least show up so that they can get engaged on, potentially, and look for some kind of a Bless Shield or Deckard combo engage. Garrosh Q does a lot of damage. But now the 13 talent timing for Gen G is coming up, and it looks like Team Liquid is just sacking this. Tyrondell will probably go to scout this turret camp, and as soon as they see that, they force health back. Yep. Easy map hacks. Team Liquid's actually running up. Gen G knows this though, because the owl lasts forever, but it's still too late. This health pack camp is so squishy. It's so fast to kill it. It's like 2 Hanzo Ws with the rest of your team damage. Hello, K1 Kiter. Again, map hacking the turret camp, and Team Liquid has to be scared of this getting invaded on. They don't have map hacks, they have no vision here. None of their heroes can walk into Garrosh. So here's Garrosh. There's your Deckard, getting 3-man taunted to make sure that the throw can happen, but it looks like their backline actually got zoned out. But this is good comms from Gen G, they're calling that Arthas is zoning them, and they can't help Garrosh as much as they'd want to. Looks like he might even die still. Nope, he's got Q shield, he's fine. Team Liquid does win the camp though. Oswald blinks out, okay. That's pretty much as good as it could have gone for Team Liquid. Where they get invaded on, down 13 talent tier. Their backline gets 3 men taunted, but they're Arthas zones. Maybe Gen G could have walked past this Arthas, because this seemed like it could have been followed up on better by something. Like maybe even just a Riptire being used here would be good with the Hanswald. Because even the Tron stun doesn't hit, isn't Chain CC'd. Hey, thanks for the sub, actually, Fishy. Neat. And they use health pack. This is actually pretty not great for Gen G, where they were behind on the consumable trade, and they don't find anything with their 13 advantage. They still have a long time for their 13 advantage. Now Junkrat's a semi-global. Leoric still just beats Arthas in the 1v1. That's just Leoric versus Arthas in general. Arthas was kind of fighting there, but Leoric still has his level 1 cooldown for 30% max HP, so pretty rough to fight that. And Team Liquid, they have to find 13 and then fight this before Gen G finishes capping. And the big thing too, even when Team Liquid finds 13, Gen G will be close to 15, and they can stall this cap with their Garrosh still, and then double soak. And Team Liquid has to 5-man on top for the rest of the time, so they're going to get pushed in the other lanes, or Gen G could just opt to fight with a 2-level lead without the talent tier. 3-game analysis of final. So, Team Liquid pretty much 13. Here's their 5-man, and Gen G can either choose to fight this, or they can choose to go soak with their Junkrat and Leoric. And there's no wrong choice here for Gen G, unless they take some kind of a crazy all-in. I mean, they can sit here and poke. They've got Junkrat, who's decently scaled with the level 4 quest. They've got a Hanzo, who's always going to have great poke, especially with this talent. He can auto-attack from super long range against whoever's trying to clear the wave out. You can see how far back Haswab is zoned out. Okay. Nice interrupt on the ultimate. Rich jumps out. What was this W by reset, though? Oh, he gets tornadoed right before he pops it with his W, so he gets knocked in. Good thing Tyrande has a lot of heals. Rich comes back in. So, how does this fight start? So, Arthas runs down, sees Rich overextended, gets the root on him. Did Deckard just pop his D right now? Yeah, so he pops it right here, right before Tracer goes in. So this is set up so that the Deckard gets his level 13 talent on Tracer before she goes in, because when Tracer's here, Deckard can't mark her with the 13. So get it on, Tracer blinks in, goes in. Damage buff is not on the Phoenix, which sucks a bit, and you had to E in for this, but... And then there's also a Deckard combo on the backline here, so... That's a heal reduction combo too, so reset gets very low, but Tyrande holds her cooldowns. All of the cooldowns until the debuff runs out, the level 7 debuff. And then in the end, Gen G just survived through all of the damage, through the all-in. They out-sustain in long fights. Deckard has pretty low overall sustain healing. They're up a level, which is decent amount of stats, and Tracer in sustain fights is very weak. Arcaner missed bomb. I mean, the Hanzo jumped it, kind of. He might have missed it. You could say he missed it. I think he blinked and he thought he was past the siege thing, and then dropped his bomb. But then the siege thing was directly on top of him, so it just took it immediately. But I mean, bad E. What was his E? Yeah, that was a bad E, sure. But it's a rough spot. I don't know. The Deckard, picking Deckard over Tyrande seems very strange. And then in addition to that, giving away the Garrosh and getting a Joe instead. Joe has not been a priority tank at all. At the very least, if they wanted to get Joe and were fine giving away Garrosh, they could have just not picked Joe now and picked a bit different priority hero like a Jaina or some kind of other priority range DPS. Because they kind of gave Gen G everything they wanted. When are players released from their teams? Depends on the specifics of the contracts, but generally it'll be around the roster change period, most likely. I think that would just be generally when you expect it, when the roster change period happens. So both these forts instantly explode. 16 advantage, Junkrat taking a troll talent. Because why not? Kane Joe combo because that was what they had when they won. They didn't win because of the Kane Joe combo though, and that was on a different map too, where Joe's a lot stronger. When's roster change? Like November 18th ish. So there's almost a 3-level lead. Treeglove's still half HP and has decent duration on it. Junkrat's double soaking. Yeah, so there's a 3-level lead, and the game should just be done. Unless something absolutely ridiculous happens, such as this kind of a flank. But the bomb got eaten by Tyrande. She's still dead. So is Tracer. Leoric's pretty strong here, though. Maybe not strong enough. No, he's strong enough. There's a Hanzo ult. There's a Garrosh Q. Unfortunately, Junkrat doesn't have the good 16. Nice turn on Junkrat. He still gets the bomb off. He could have used that bomb sooner, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure even while you're rooted, you can still bomb. And then Team Liquid does overextended, and then most of them die. Alright. There goes a small bit of Genji's level lead. That's a pretty good invade. With Team Liquid, while Junkrat is dead. How'd Junkrat die? Oh. Okay, Junkrat killed himself. And then they invade off of it. Sure, but Genji's gonna have level 20, and Team Liquid will not be able to get level 20 for this bottom Treeglove. It will just not be possible. And what that means is Genji can sit on this a little bit, try and get percent. If Team Liquid shows up as 5, they're gonna go soak and leave, or they're gonna kill Tracer. They didn't taunt the Tracer to actually kill her. And Sokke's getting caught out. Alright, so I don't know why there's no throw taunt on Tracer here, when he had it pretty clearly off of the Hanzo ult. And then Tyrande gets caught out by an Arthas flank into all of the CC. Alright, I mean, a bit sloppy here from Genji. Garrosh might even die. Nope. Why would that hero ever die? This might actually give Team Liquid the chance to get level 20 for a fight on this Treeglove spawn. They're still disadvantaged, they don't have buildings, they don't have a tap. But maybe if they go to double soak, they could do it. Any max time a team can be together? Yeah, no, there's no max time. What? Genji's playing really disrespectful here, just in a 4v5. Maybe they get punished for it, maybe they don't. Garrosh can walk through tornadoes. That's a good entomb, completely isolating the Arthas. Sure, I mean, just 4v5. Just 4v5 them. Have a really, really weird rotation that gets scouted and then just 4v5. That's how you do it. Oh, Hanzo almost killed his teammate. Oh, Tracer got some kills. Good job, Arcaner, you did it. I mean, is there any reason to analyze that? They'll nerf Deckard 20 potions. Why is Medivh so low priority? I don't know why he's so low priority. I don't know I know the outcome of this match, but I don't know the drafts and the actual specifics. I didn't wake up in time to watch any of this match. So, Genji is here, and their Leoric gets scouted, and then the Arthas walks into Leoric, and then they see their Hanzo, and then they see the Garrosh, and then Team Liquid says, oh, this is a 5v4. We also have Joe flanking. Let's engage. So they do. And then Arthas dies, but then Genji has no cooldowns left, and also Team Liquid has a healer, and Genji does not. And even then, Genji is just outplaying them almost. Then Deckard D gets used. Did it get used earlier, or was it on cooldown maybe from the fight before? I'll guess that it was on cooldown. It is a 60-second cooldown, actually a real cooldown now. But in the end of it, heroes end up getting low. Imagine if Tyrande was here, nobody on Genji would have died. Does Rich mess up here? Kind of. I mean, Tracer's just going to kill him no matter what. If you're low enough, Tracer will just press her buttons on you and you will die. So. Smart by Genji to... Sure, but it would also be smart by Genji to just not do what they did there. And just sit under their fort, wait for Tyrande to come back. Trick to be able to tell who can see who on these videos. I mean, minions have a certain vision range. Something like this would be what the minions see. And then walls, you can see their vision range here. Like, that's how far they see on the minimap. So, I mean, and then heroes have, like, vision range to here-ish. So, I mean, that's just, like, knowing the general vision range of stuff. And then other than that, the only other stuff that can give vision is stuff like Tyrande. So, if you see a Tyrande get thrown on the minimap, because it does have a minimap icon, then you know, alright, Tyrande has vision there. Her team has vision there. Or go into the actual replay. I mean, it's just, why is Genji sitting here when they had, first of all, why is Genji here when they're almost level 20 and getting engaged on? And then why is Genji here when they're 4v5? It's just disrespectful. Where this game should have been an easy win, and now suddenly Genji actually has to take a level 20 versus level 20 fight to win. And that is against Tracer Instabomb, Joe Indestructible, Arthas Ghoul Upgrade, Deckard Potions, like Phoenix 20 Indestructible. They do have good 20s as well on most of their heroes. Hondo 20 is not amazing. None of them are. But stuff like Silence and Tomb on a Tracer is insane if she doesn't react to it. All of the Junkrat 20s are really good. Depends on if the enemy team's stacking up to get bomb resets or not. Because the enemy team can play around this pretty easily. They like to make challenges for themselves, yeah. I mean, it was a 3-level lead a few minutes ago. And now it's less than a 1-level lead. And it's the kind of thing, I mean, I don't know. There's Deckard D popped really early, and the Triglav actually just goes to Team Liquid. Alright. So, and now Genji's getting engaged on, and they're getting engaged on into a Triglav. Junkrat even gets... Did he just walk into this? So he walks into a Joe W, into Bless Shield, into Deckard combo, plus a Tracer Instabomb. That can't be protected through. Does Genji actually lose this game? Where they had a 3-level lead in? I mean, even if they... I mean, like, Team Liquid played these fights pretty well. Sure. But Team Liquid had no right to win this game as soon as they lost the first team fight and lost the first Triglav. The game should have been done. Entomb with Junkrat is a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean... You can say, like, oh yeah, Team Liquid brought it to 5 games against Genji, but, like, if they won this game, like, alright, whatever. It was actually a 4-1 series. Come on. Don't kid yourself. So, Triglav is just here, just being good. Deckard gets to set up a bunch of potions on an area, also very good. Rich gets very nearly destroyed. What did he get engaged on by? Is this just another Joe walks up to somebody and goes on them? And then Blessed on cooldown. So there's no follow-up CC, so Rich gets out with the ult plus jump. Sure. Alright, so now Team Liquid's just ahead. They're up by a keep. This Triglav shouldn't be able to end the game. Way too low on HP, and their core damage isn't amazing. Genji should be able to defend their core pretty easily. But who knows, Genji's already thrown ridiculously hard. Alright, Bless Shield pretty wasted. There's the Riptire. That's a full reset on Riptire. That hit 4 people. That's extremely bad for Team Liquid. And then the second Riptire comes out and bursts. Alright. There's Tracer way overextended, trying to kill something. Leoric gets ally thrown in. Garrosh gets an AoE stun for a half second, targeted an AoE. Alright. Attempt to Junkrat W, but that is way too nerfed to be able to actually work too successfully. But he can also just chase forever. If he has an advantage, Junkrat will just chase you down. He could self-W right here. I might have hit minion wave, so he doesn't have it. Enjoy the series, Team Liquid vs Genji. I didn't actually watch it. I woke up too late to watch any of it. Alright, so that's a 4 for 0. I don't know if Genji can actually end the game here. Their core damage is terrible on all of their heroes. They can maybe get a keep with the turret tanking it. Yeah, the wall's already down. So they can get keep here with the turret, but I don't think they can end. I think their building damage is way too bad, and that was a taunt just completely wasted. Was he trying to put down his turret, and he hit the wrong key? Yeah, that's what it looks like. Alright, then. They should not... I mean, Joe might have just killed herself, and then they end. No. Maybe she kills herself still because her D is down. She is indestructible up, so this is what she's doing to make space, but this might be over-aggressive. I think Joe went too early here, and she kind of just killed herself for free, when she could have waited for Genji to at least be tanking core. Genji should still have no way to actually end here, though. This is level 20 ghouls. Heals Arthas for 20% of his max health every single ghoul. I mean... Alright, so Joe killed herself. But yeah, there's no way Genji goes core there. Joe kind of just died. And that turns into the rest of the consumable packs, whatever. Catapult pressure is now even, which favors Genji a bit because they have the Junkrat to be able to set up the wave better, though Tracer can also just go down and one-shot him at any time now, so he can't really set up the wave unless it's here in his base already. So Genji is going to have a turret and a health pack advantage going into the next Tree Glove spawn. And they also have their fort mid, so they're still ahead by... Do they have the entire wall here too? So they have towers here, plus tap, plus fort. Whereas Team Liquid has nothing. So if Team Liquid starts losing the fight, they're just going to get chased down. Whereas Genji can actually lose a fight once and back out if they don't get one shot. Why is he shotgun nades? Because he's trolling. They were 3 levels ahead, so they took troll talents, and then they trolled in multiple team fights, and then they lost their entire lead. Deckard is getting to set up a bunch of potions here, so he's basically a tap for his entire team, and by this level, Deckard basically just doesn't run out of mana anymore. Like, mana regen at like level 20 plus is at least 5 or 6 mana per second, and his Q mana consumption is 7 per second. A bit less than 7 per second, so he basically can't run out of mana anymore. So he can throw these potions out forever, even if they weren't refilling potions. There's a really, really useful Junkrat talent. Look at that. Look at all those bombs that went to complete waste instead of getting free resets the entire time. I mean, either way, you're not going to poke them out when they have the Deckard talent, but at the very least, whatever talent you have, it gets more value when the actual fight starts. So what should be happening is he saves this cooldown when the team fight starts instead of just wasting his 30-second cooldown to do nothing. Even if every single bomb they're hit, they just eat potions and ignore it. Q-build Hanzo? I have not seen Q-build Hanzo yet. Alright, Lyric's looking for an Entomb. Team Liquid kites back well. No easy target yet. There's Garrosh Unstoppable Forced, but that is also big Deckard cooldown down. They're going on Phoenix. Phoenix does have Indestructible. Nice silence into him, though. That also caught the support. Phoenix is probably dead. Nope, he got his full shield back with Indestructible, so he's okay. Good thing Junkrat's really, really useful with his Q resets at 16. Oh, wow. Wow, that talent. Nice. Good job, Junkrat. You did it. I don't think they would troll against Dignitas. I think they're only trolling because it's not Dignitas. Alright. Tron just showed that she's actually in a weird spot here, so she has to rotate safely. She would have had to rotate this way anyway. There's a turret down. Genji starting to use their consumable lead. Both turrets down. Health pack camp down. Garrosh surviving again. There's a taunt on Joe on top of turrets. She has Indestructible back up. But those are 2 massive cooldowns down, whereas Genji has not used any large cooldowns. Or any cooldowns nearly as large. Now Joe's not as tanky. Phoenix is not nearly as tanky. Those are all killable targets now. Silence into him is back up. He could just rip it on the Phoenix. He's very close to just being able to do that. Okay, they're going on Joe, and she's dead. So, I mean, what's the setup for this? So Joe actually just wasted her Unstoppable here. So Joe uses her Unstoppable, and then they just say, hey, let's press our buttons on the Joe. And then they do. And then she dies, because Deckard has no Cleanser Burst healing. And you can't do that if she's Indestructible, you can't do that if she is Unstoppable, but she didn't have either, so then she's dead. And now it's just a 5v4 for Genji, which they should be able to grind out, as long as their Hanzo doesn't get one shot. Alright. Very balanced ally throw armor here. Completely saves Hanzo. He would be dead without the 25 ally throw armor. He's also just super out of position in the first place. Rich is. Just being extremely disrespectful, and then he jumps over this wall instead of this one, which is also just bad. So he splits himself from his team, and then his Garrosh has to save him. Why Tempo did what they did, because they knew they had to cheese to win. And best of 3 quarterfinals encourages that. because Tempo's playing with Vin. No, Vin is not a weakness for the team. Vin is not a weakness for that team. So Team Liquid's still fighting pretty hard. They actually killed a Garrosh. So they actually... Garrosh pays... no, Garrosh overextends a bit even after the ally throw. Trying to chase into the Arthas with ghouls. And then he eats a ton of CC, plus the Arthas slows. And then, because his Unstoppable is 45, and Tornado's 40, his Unstoppable is just barely coming off cooldown there. So that's actually a really bad spot for Gen G, because now they don't have their main frontliner to stand on the point. Rich is caught out again. Tracer doesn't have bomb built yet, though. But they got the Trigolov, and this should just go straight core and end the game. If they don't kill themselves. Okay. I think Hasuabs thought he was the one getting the Trigolov, but then other people were already inside of it. But this should just be done. Trigolov should just be too strong. Yep. Alright. I mean, great throws, Gen G. Very impressive. Looked a lot like Hero League, where you get a 3-level lead, and then you just troll the rest of the game, and then, oh no, what happened to our 100% win chance? Crowd is very impressed by Gen G's throwing abilities as well. Alright, let's refresh quickly if I can get video previews. Nice. Alright. High priority on Tyrael today? A little bit, because Medivh wasn't being prioritized. Because Medivh counters Tyrael very hard. So again, Genji Maiev second ban. We've got a Tyrande first pick. Garrosh Deckard ban. So that gives Diablo and Raynor. Raynor being the best ranged and the most flexible, so sure. And then this is Irel priority over Dahaka, which is surprising, because Dahaka has just seemed to be the highest value offlaner on this map. The global advantage is just so massive for the macro. And especially if Gen G is able to play like Dahaka Abathur, that would just be so disgusting to have to deal with for Team Liquid. So they banned Jaina. Banning the Jaina-Diablo combo, where Jaina compensates a lot for Diablo's early game weakness because he has the reliable CC, and then Jaina just brings the reliable damage to follow up on it, and they need each other to set up for each other. Why does Medivh counter Tyrael? Tyrael doesn't have hard CC to punish portals, and Medivh Leyline counters Sanctification. So Tyrael just can't have an impact. Alright, we've got a Thrall and an Arthas again. Team Liquid really likes the offlane Arthas. Right now, the match score is 1-0 in favor of Gen G. That was not a real loss. Gen G just trolled it. Like, if this were a scrim, and you were trying to record for the sake of, like, how good was our comp compared to theirs, this would be recorded as we won the game, but then we just trolled. Or we did experimental strats to see if we could go core or do some random team fights 4v5. But it is a tournament match, so you don't get to just throw those games away and still call them wins. Though, in terms of, like, this team actually won the game, this team actually won the game. And again, here's a Sergeant Hammer second last pick, but the enemy team does not have room in their comp for a Chromie. Which means that there's no counter to the Sergeant Hammer, because, yeah, that's it. So what do? You lose. GG, should have banned Sergeant Hammer. Get cancered on. Sure. So, I mean, Dahaka with this would have been super strong. Tyrael with Sergeant Hammer is very, very strong. The move speed plus attack speed is really good with her, especially because she can get move speed boosted while she's in siege mode with Hover Siege. So she goes up to 80 or 85% move speed, which is really disgusting, because she still has her double the normal range. Chromie's pretty much the only Sergeant Hammer counter. Li Ming is, like, a decent counter, but if she has like a Tyrande or a good healer against the poke damage, you're not going to be effective. Like, if this was a Mouth, then you could say Li Ming counters, but with a Tyrande, it's not going to counter. But yeah, the only reason why Hammer's not being picked like here in the first 3 picks is because Chromie. That's the only thing stopping Hammer from being picked so early. So, I mean, what can Team Liquid do? Arthas beats Irel in the 1v1. Thrall has better mid-wave control than whoever Genji sends there, and Genji doesn't have the wave clear to 4-man rotate. But Sergeant Hammer is going to be completely uncounterable in the bottom lane in team fights when posturing around shrines. Iril does have a double soak advantage over Arthas a bit, I think. When that happens, Diablo does scale, but Diablo can't do anything to Sergeant Hammer. She can knock back his charge, she can unstoppable his charge. Tron can cleanse all of the CC, other than, or at least all of Diablo's CC, not Arthas and other stuff. Murky should become a Sergeant Hammer counter? No. I think Sergeant Hammer just shouldn't be so broken. Delete hover siege mode. Stitches? No. Her unstoppable's on the same cooldown. And your teammates can just block the hook with their own unstoppable cooldowns. Which doesn't work. Alright, so I don't know what Team Liquid can do to win the game. There's just a Sergeant Hammer that has no counter, so she's going to be doing whatever her DPS is at all points in the game for free. To whoever she feels like right-clicking on, whoever she feels like attack moving into. It's going to give Genji a big advantage in the bottom lane when pushing in their own camps and defending Team Liquid's camps. So Genji doesn't really have any pressure to like do anything. That's a great engage on the Sergeant Hammer. There goes half HP on 2 of your heroes, and you did nothing. She 50 armored it. Other mages like Chromie not viable because of range damage. They just don't have enough range to actually hit the Sergeant Hammer. That's it. Or they don't do it, or yeah, they don't do enough damage. Like a Kael'thas spamming Qs does no damage. One Tauron Q counters one Kael'thas Q, and that's terrible when Tauron Qs are on half the cooldown and have 2 charges. And they're also just garbage heroes. Most mages are just very weak right now. Like, you're not going to get level 16 for free with a Kael'thas. You're just going to lose this entire fort, and then camps are going to start pushing in before you can do anything with the hero. Like, maybe if you just started the game at level 16, you could say Kael'thas would counter Hammer, because then you take the Ignite on Q, and then you actually do a lot of damage. But otherwise, no. Tauron is broken. Yep, Tauron is very broken. Hammer takes the extra... No, you don't take the extra range, though. You take Hover Siege mode. Hover Siege mode is just way better. Because if you get forced out of Siege mode with the extra range talent, then you just are not a hero for the next 10 seconds. Kel'Thuzad isn't rewarding enough. Kel'Thuzad can't combo Sergeant Hammer, she just unstoppables his chains whenever he uses Pillar. And if he has to walk up to actually throw the chains directly at her, he eats 5 auto attacks and dies. Might even get knocked back before he gets in chain range. That does nothing against Sergeant Hammer. So here's a 5-man bottom. Genji trying to push in these bottom camps to extend the Sergeant Hammer advantage. Team Liquid just has no chance defending this. Thrall doesn't clear fast enough to get down here, so this is just... Maybe the Irel was unnecessary when Genji sees 2 heroes up here. They do have map packs to scout all the rotations, but you can see just tons of free damage. Kel'Thuzad good in general? No. No. This is good, trying to cut off the Irel. She lost almost a full minion wave here with that, and also lost a decent bit of mana. Forces her tap out. There you go, you went on Sergeant Hammer. She pressed E, 50 armor. She pressed sprint, she's safe. Doesn't matter if she was overextended super hard. If any other hero in that situation would have died. She won't. So it looks like Team Liquid got a... No, pretty much not any experience lead. Yeah, maybe a very tiny experience lead from Genji 5-manning here for a short time. Block party? No. Nazeebo? Nazeebo doesn't even have enough range to do anything to Hammer. Alright, that's Hanzo cut out. Where are the cleanses from Tauron here, actually? Because Malfruit actually is wasted. What is that Malfruit, actually? What the hell is this Malfruit? If they don't waste this Malfruit, they kill Hanzo here. Because Hanzo takes the greediest rotate ever through this choke. And just gets smashed into a wall. And, oh, Tauron's just not in range. But there's no Malfruit, so he lives. That's just so shit. I mean, the Hanzo rotate right here is so shit. But in addition to that, the Malfruit on nothing is terrible as well. Theoretically, no. Genji's actually getting zoned out of the cap now. Okay, Hanzo got stalled down. So they're doing fine. Irel's double soaking, and Team Liquid 5-man is not getting value yet. And this is while Hammer's weak before she gets, or weak. This is where Hammer's not breaking the game yet with Hover Siege mode, at the very least. Hanzo's E is back up again too. Alright, Arthas is going to match Irel double soak. But as soon as Hammer gets level 7, Team Liquid's 4-man will just get zoned out by her. She will just attack move into them, and they'll get poked out very quickly. He should be. I mean, a lot of things should be counters to Sergeant Hammer, but she just has 50 armor plus an unstoppable plus a sprint plus a knockback, so there's no counter. That's the issue, is they gave her even more tools than she had before the rework to make her uncounterable. What are these Malfruits? Is this just Malfruit for Tyrael's sword? You really trading your like 16 or 14 to 16 second Malfruit cooldown for a Tyrael like 9 second sword cooldown? Seems insane. Alright, now there's Hover Siege. With Tyrael move speed, so look how fast she's kiting. Where's the Hammer knockback here? Does she actually waste it? Seems like Sergeant Hammer just wastes the knockback, but it's very hard to tell because the Observer went all the way onto the Shrine. Because Hammer should be able to just knock back the Diablo when he starts the flip. And then also Tehran was just not ready to help Tyrael. She got her 7-tap mark off, but didn't get any healing from it. There's Sergeant Hammer, just unstoppable in your cooldowns and then sprinting away. So Genji still playing ridiculously disrespectful here with their positioning and what they're doing. But for the rest of the game, Irel can basically double soak, and then Hammer will run it down the bottom lane with Tyrael E. And Team Liquid can't really do anything about that, so they either have to like go top lane and split push there with the camp, or they can sit here and just lose. Alt F4 Reddit, please nerf Hammer as a counter. I mean, pretty much. It's not even like she's a situational pick. You can just pick her on any map you want. Well, Sky is a bit awkward because you do need to get level 7 still. Look at that. There goes all Diablo's cooldowns. It is a bit short. His cooldowns are a bit shorter than the Hammer's E, but he also ate a ton of damage for that. Alright, pretty good defense from Team Liquid. Alright. You got him. I mean, you got the Tehran level 7 talent in your 4v3 engage, and you ate a ton of damage back, and Malph's mana pool is getting pressured, and also Thrall's dead. What happened to Thrall here? So he gets dismounted by a mine, Wind Furies forward, tries to throw out a root, and then he chases way too far. And he wastes his double Q, so he has no burst healing left. He has no cooldowns right now, and he just gets... I mean, it's just a Hammer moving at the same speed as normal heroes while in siege mode. Well, nice try. Nice try, Team Liquid. If only it wasn't Sergeant Hammer you were trying to go on, then maybe you would get to play the game, but it's Sergeant Hammer, so you kind of just don't. I mean, they don't. They have a Sergeant Hammer. She's just gonna attack move. She's just should just sit here with Tyrael E under her the entire time and just attack move. Diablo 16? What 16? The Shrink Ray? Or the wall stun that you should never be getting against a Sergeant Hammer because she has 2 answers to it in addition to just not standing up against walls. Irel even went the slow and root removal instead of the armor talent. This is a 22-second cooldown and it gives 50% move speed, so even more move speed for the Sergeant Hammer. And ways to remove the Arthas and Thrall and Malfruits as well. It's a strong talent. Now that the armor's been nerfed, you can actually take it. Situationally. Alright, Hammer, go attack move. I mean, I don't know why you're not attack moving more. Maybe Diablo has a globe, so he regens through all the damage. But other than that, I mean, look, they're trying to engage. There's half of your Rainer's HP before you even touch the Hammer. And she's just kiting. She's literally kiting at the same speed that you're chasing her. There's a... The hell is this Hanzo flank, actually? What is this? So Aurel and Hanzo are both coming down here, but then Hanzo goes AFK for a little bit and then flanks. He's kind of looking for an ultimate setup. Like, he could have ulted right here off of that Tyrael Q slow. But he's just waiting for a really long time, and then he ults at close range. So he doesn't even get the long stun. Malf still cleanses it too. But, like, what is this? It's just trolling. Surgeon Hammer hurt me. Yeah, because I used to like the hero before the rework, but then the rework just turned her into a cancerous, brain-dead hero to play. You're just not playing Heroes of the Storm when you're playing against that hero. Like, Genji's not even playing well. They missed the Tron stun there on the Diablo. Who charged in. Team Liquid is constantly getting to, like, go in on the hammer and get her E down, and then just get out for free with their Malf sustain. And Hanzo's also just, I don't know what he's doing. Nice owl. Aurel's getting stalled down here too by Thrall. So both teams stalling pretty hard. Hammer's just sitting in between, poking people and clearing the wave. You got her. You got the Sergeant Hammer. Yeah. Nice. So Eternal's tilted. He's like, I've used my CC ability on this hero 5 times already this game, and she hasn't even had her health bar move. He doesn't even pop his ult for a super long time. And then Hammer just auto attacks him, along with Hanzo. Alright, now you're gonna just auto attack this guy with your Tyrael move speed. Yep, just keep attack moving, Sergeant Hammer. Yeah, it's not like Sergeant Hammer's auto attacks or skill shots or something. She just attack moves and she just does the damage. Wow, he didn't even stop all that Diablo charge. Doesn't matter though. Oh, who died? It's Raynor that died. Because he was face tanking a Sergeant Hammer. And then buttons got pressed on him. Alright. Like, Diablo's dead. Yeah, it's not even fun to watch this. It's just a Sergeant Hammer attack moving while her team just sits on top of her. And then Team Liquid trying to press their CC abilities that are supposed to CC, and then they do nothing. Press their damage abilities that are supposed to do damage, and then they don't do damage. That's Sergeant Hammer. Alright, Team Liquid, do it again. Maybe try not to engage on the hammer this time, and just let her do all her damage for free. Alright, I mean, Hanzo's super caught out here. I guess he's not expecting this Arthas flank. But where's your map hacks? They have Tyrande and Hanzo map hacks, and they somehow get flanked like this. Because the Hanzo E goes down here, actually misses everything. And the Arthas gets up here, and I don't know where the Tyrande owl is. I guess he's still gonna live. He jumped out away from the Sanct. And he's just gonna get out anyway. Alright, go on the hammer now. Oh, did you catch her, finally? Aw, oh, so close. Tyrande healed her too much, though. Rich was the first to popularize it? Yeah. That is true. Alright, run it down the bottom lane, Genji. Go let your Aurel double soak when there's no camps, and then just AFK here with your Sergeant Hammer attack moving. Like, look at this. Team Liquid is pushed back into these gates. Malph's dead. Everybody having a lot of fun in this game. But the observers are too. Alright. We might even go mid and siege that. It's not even like you can exploit her slow rotation speed, because she'll just trade wherever she is pushing in the first place. And there's always the timer on objective spawns, and you know where they're going to spawn, so you can always be rotated there on time. Alright, this is decent, but it gets map hacked out by the Tyrande. Sergeant Hammer's going to be late to this fight, but Genji's still going to try and fight it. Do they have Holy Ground? They do have Holy Ground. Okay. So Team Liquid can't just let Holy Ground go off. And by now Sergeant Hammer's here. And they're already getting poked out by Hanzo. It's a 2-level lead. Arcaner's dead. Oh, maybe not quite. No Tyrael move speed on the hammer yet. And back to bottom lane with camps. Nice. You having fun yet, Team Liquid? You having fun stalling those camps out? Oh wait, you can't? Because you can't do anything about this garbage? Haha. See, here are the casters.
Lights out already.
And there's still 3 more zappers coming.
Yes.
Team Liquid in a very rough situation. They have to make a play.
Over and they know it. They just ignore into
Did they map hack that?
We have to take 2 altars right now.
You need to go full in.
Arthas actually snuck through there. But Owl even goes to try and find them.
If you can make that happen,
that's pretty decent.
It's over and they know
Oh no, maybe they know. I think they saw him. Somehow they saw him go into here. Not totally sure how they saw him go there. I actually don't know. Hammer did not see him. Was there a Tyrande earlier? I have no idea how they know Arthas is here, actually. Oh, maybe they don't. Oh, they don't know, but they're checking it. They're being very religious about checking it. And they catch him, and that's 5 shots and the game's done. I mean, that is all they had to do, was secure the area around this bottom altar, because it wins, because they've got 5. But, alright. I mean, Sergeant Hammer has no counterplay. Pretty obvious, especially when a Tyrael is involved and a Tyrande is involved. Even when Sergeant Hammer does mess up and get caught out, she still gets given a ton of move speed and ridiculous heal output. Yeah, Fan lost with Hammer. Octalis is lost with Hammer in playoffs. It's just teams get bored of sitting there and watching their Hammer attack move, and then they troll, and they do dumb garbage, and then their Hammer gets engaged on, like 5v1, and they aren't there to help their team, or they wasted cooldowns, or they just get caught out and feed. And there's the Sergeant Hammer ban. Thank God. Too bad Team Liquid has to use a ban on that garbage. Alright, and the classic I have Genji, second bans. Classic. So there's still tank priority up. This is the map about having kill potential in your rotation. Tron map hacks, counteract Garrosh pretty hard. Yeah, Team Liquid was taking lots of action. It's just that it didn't do anything. The school Dan ban is pretty interesting. Yeah, like, there's no plan when you ban Maiev and Genji. That's just standard. Your second pick, screw you. You have to ban these OP heroes. Especially on D-Shire. This is like these heroes' best map. So I don't know what this Gul'dan ban is. It's kind of weird. Monk Tyrael. Alright. So Tyrael's good at surviving this one-shot kind of thing. Just by having the mobility, move speed plus blink, and potentially the 13Q talent. Team Liquid does get the counter pick in the offlane. Whatever they want for that. Normal draft screen. I don't know, it got bugged out or something. Yeah, the third ban is more thought. And if your first pick, you get to think about your bans and ban specific stuff. If your second pick, you don't get any options. You have to ban the OP heroes. Okay, they go for the Hawk. Because they've got global advantage, and they have kill potential in their 3/4 man. And there's an Alarak, so that's their kill potential. I'm not sure if it's Palm or 7-sided Monk. It could go either way. Tyrael could even be Judgment. No, not against Tyrande. Nope. Tyrion will be picked on Infernal Shrines, probably. So the Li Ming pick over Jaina is a bit weird here to me. I think that's one thing that was weird from Team Liquid's draft, is normally Jaina is the pick if you want to have a burst team comp. And like if you're scared of Diablo, Li Ming and Jaina both could just get wrecked by Diablo. Doesn't really matter. And they second ban Diablo anyway, so they were planning to ban it anyway. So I don't know why this isn't a Jaina. Because Jaina gives you better wave clear, gives you better Merc camp clear, and gives you even better burst. Li Ming needs level 7 for her burst damage combo. Do I like it? I think it's fine. I mean, I think without the Alarak for like actual kill potential, Genji's comp can't really do much because they have no CC because they pick Tyrael. But so when you pick the Tyrael, you need to get your CC from your flex roll, and the Alarak fills that. Question is, does the Alarak just get one shot by this stuff in the early game? Okay. Genji knows that the Anub'arak Q is down. That's a big cooldown. Okay. Lots of damage. I mean, so you're Raynor right here. You're a Raynor. And this happens. I mean, you could have queued, maybe, if you reacted instantly to the Alarak W. But other than that, like, there's nothing you can do. Alarak pressed his buttons on you, you were pulled in and silenced, and got a lot of burst damage on you. And you just have to run away and press E. And that's Alarak also being a very uninteractive hero. Stuns are good against Alarak. Yeah, I mean, the thing about Alarak is you either go on him and force him to use his W with a lower cooldown ability and a lower commitment ability, like say a Muradin like throwing a stun at him, a Q at him, or what you do is when he uses his combo, you turn and you punish him, which we could go back and see. Team Liquid doesn't even punish him because like Alarak combo goes down right here, and you could immediately burrow on the Alarak and try and focus him. The issue is your Li Ming can't hit spells in a menu wave. If this was a Jaina, burrow in on this. Also, Dahaka's not here anymore. But if Dahaka's like here, burrow in on this, burrow CC, QCC, Jaina combo, Tehran stun, Dahaka walks in, maybe gets tongue down, then you insta-kill the Alarak. But you have this Li Ming. And you're also losing the rotate because you have a Li Ming instead of a Jaina, and I think that's actually a really big issue for Team Liquid. Now she might even be dead. Oh no, Alarak's not there. She would be dead if Alarak was one of these two heroes. Sir Blink was down. But Team Liquid's rotation right now, what Team Liquid wants is they want to have a 3-man mid with Raynor bottom solo. And Genji, they're keeping just a strong fighting 3-man, not a burst 3-man, and letting Alarak solo bottom. Both teams are doing Knights. Team Liquid map hacked it, so they know that they should do their Knights and cap it a little bit after Genji cap theirs. They should be able to do it pretty decently. Anub'arak Beetles tank it. So this is capped, and then Team Liquid wants to hold the cap for a little bit. Oh no, they're capping right away. That's a bit surprising. Maybe they need to control the minion waves or something. I feel like they could have left someone to hold that cap for at least 5 more seconds, so that the night camps, or maybe the timing is good enough here, that the night camps still are in a good spot because of the minion wave here. Okay, I mean this is still decent. So the issue for Team Liquid is they can't kill things because they can never get their 3-man to rotate out of the mid lane because Genji just clears the wave way faster than them. Tyrael anti-wave clear, and then Phoenix wave clear. So they kind of just have to sit there and watch Genji's 3-man rotate for free. And then they look for something on the Alarak, and it looks like he just W's out of the Anub'arak burrow. Yep. And then Dahaka dig's wasted, and top lane's getting pushed insanely hard by the Night Camp, and Team Liquid is getting nothing on the bottom lane. Is it better to grab Knights before Siege? It depends on what your enemy team is doing. Because if Genji were doing the Siege camp, then Team Liquid would not have done this Night Camp, because then Genji would be done this Siege Camp and be pushing bottom lane, or be pushing mid lane, before they're even close to finishing Knights. But because they knew that Genji was on Knights, they wanted to get there with their own Knights to defend Genji's Knights. But the timing was decent on the Night Camp. The issue was Genji has the massive rotation advantage from the mid lane, so they got to clear out the Knights and push, and the gank failed, where they rotated Tehran and Dahaka dug to bottom. And this is an issue, because your offlaner really needs this wall for them to be safe, top lane. Because if they don't have this wall, they can just be dove under the fort very easily if the enemy team 4 or 5 man rotates up. And if you're losing the rotate from mid lane, losing control of that, you do have to run map hacks, but even then, like it's a Dahaka, they'll just straight run at him. And even if he just gets ganked, his retreat path is a lot longer without the gate and the wall. And now while Team Liquid finish clearing out the Night Camp, Genji's starting Siege Camp. Nice block on the Owl, map hacks. They can assume if Tyrell's just standing here in this bush, they're probably on the camp, because there's nothing else for Gen G to be doing with these heroes. Alarak showing in the lane, so they know there's no gank potential. Rainer's even sitting on top 1v1 against Arel. Next map hacks go down mid and they don't see anyone, so now Rainer I feel like should be being more safe. They're not sure though. They're not sure if Gen G's top lane or bottom lane with the siege camp, and they have to wait. Rainer does back off now. Now that mid was cleared by Phoenix and he rotated up, I think they saw them Phoenix rotate up. Now they map back bottom, only see Alarak. But suddenly Gen G just gets a DK. And that's just the advantage, is they didn't go all the way to the top lane, but they at least showed their rotate top lane and then sat in bushes. And yeah, here's the dive. Okay, Dahaka's here, he can save him. But if he was by himself there and there was no Dahaka, then Rainer just gets dove and died. Yeah, Jaina would have helped a lot with Team Liquid's issues, because they just cannot match the wave clear mid even up from Gen G. Which means that Gen G has full map control, and Gen G has the winning 1v1s in the off lane. Irel beats Dahaka, and Alarak beats anyone in the 1v1. And as long as Gen G can control the 3v3 mid, then they can ensure that their side lanes are always going to have the 1v1 that they're advantaged in, and they don't have to be scared of ganks. Looks like they dove Rainer really hard, and they're getting punished for it a little bit. 1-for-1, so that's actually really good for Gen G. They get a 1-for-1, and the DK gets enough space to kill an entire fort with first DK. So that's a full level lead again. Blink, DK, charge dodge. I think he was just out of range. I think maybe you can blink right as the kick animation starts where it like shield bashes you, but I'm not sure about that. Alright, Team Liquid finally getting some value out of the global advantage now that there's no other camps on the map. They're just forcing this as 4. But even though they get this camp out, there's still someone needs to still get the soak mid, and while they're doing that, Gen G has a 4v3 or 4v4 bottom, where they can just clear the night camp out. You used to be able to dodge Pyroblast. I don't know if you can anymore. Gen G doesn't have map hacks, so they do have to be a bit safe. So they do have the Arel coming down to make sure they aren't getting engaged on here. But now Rainer's showing, Arel can rotate out again. And Gen G just clears out the night camp without even losing the tower. Dodged Butcher stun before. I think you can blink as you're getting stunned, but you're always going to get stunned by it. I mean, Butcher charge does have a limited range as well, so you can just make it run out of range. Be able to because it's a skillful timing, kind of, but it also makes the ultimate a lot weaker. Again, I'm surprised by this night camp timing. They have the map hacks to know if Gen G's invading to steal it, so they should be able to hold this night camp until Gen G's night camp is walking up further. Because this night camp right now, with their level 10 disadvantage, should just get cleared for free, and now Gen G will have a really strong push on the top lane. And Gen G plays really well, even without map hacks, where they use their advantages in lanes to force the enemy team to show. Where right now they don't know where the enemy team is, so they're grouped up as 4, and their Alarak left the bottom lane and started rotating up. Now Team Liquid's forced to show, and now Gen G, they don't have actual map hack abilities like Tyrande, but they can make a decision based off this information that they force Team Liquid to give away. So now Alarak gets on bottom, make sure there's no DK pressure. He knows he was safe because there was a ton of heroes showing top. I think 4 showed, everyone but a noob. Now both teams are on siege camp. And Irel scouts Dahaka. Again, forcing the enemy team to show information by forcing the Dahaka to show on this shrine. Maybe it was possible that they could have gotten an invade on, but all their heroes are very safe, even if they do get invaded. There's no Hanzo ult or really hard engage thing like that. Monk does have 7-sided strike. Alright, there's a cocoon. So this is an engage happening, but Gen G is pretty much ready to collapse on it. It is still a 5v4 for Team Liquid. ISO on Phoenix. And everyone just gets out. Where's the Dahaka tongue? He ISOs. Oh, and then he just misses it. Because Phoenix is so fast. With the level 4 talent. That's pretty bad for Team Liquid, where now they've committed every single ult cooldown. Gen G used none. And they use the Dahaka dig, so now they're stuck bottom as 5 because there's DK pressure. And Genji can capitalize on this because they know that the only hero that can get to top lane to contest that, at least very easily, would be Dahaka. Replays are already available in Master League in case... No, I can't rewind on the replay thing in client. Yeah, Team Liquid, let me see, because like it seemed like they were very split focused too. Because they have this. They get the CC down, but Dahaka doesn't CC. Yeah, that's just on Dahaka then, because he doesn't CC the Alarak at all. None of Dahaka CC goes on Alarak, so he gets to W himself away and get out. There's no palm. If Dahaka CC went on Alarak, I think he just dies, because then he can't get Counter-Strike out. He split focus on the Phoenix when the target was the Cocoon target. But now Genji knows Irel has top wave pushing in, so she doesn't need to be top anymore. That can just be 0v0, and that's good for Genji. So she can come down to start collapsing as 5, and they know all of Team Liquid's ults are down, and there's no Dahaka dig to get top lane right away. So if they collapse fast enough for this 5v5, they can push Team Liquid off of this Shrine cap, and then get to mid to threaten DK cap before anyone on Team Liquid can get to top lane cap. So Tyrael walks up while his sword is down. After the siege camp's cleared, they also saw heroes mid, a bunch of them mid. So they get this cap out, and now they have DK pressure, and Irella's following rotation top. And she can just hold that top cap for a while against just those two ranged DPS. Anubis stalls for a while, but yeah, this is just DK. So yeah, that's really nice. Really nice punish on Team Liquid trying to go for that engage and just failing the execution for it. Because that Cocoon was pretty good on Rich. If we go back one more time, I wanted to see how the Cocoon setup happened on Rich. He just doesn't respect Cocoon. He could have Counter-Striked that Cocoon there. That would have just been a good cooldown trade. Maybe it's from Fog, and that's why. But then he's just too far up in general. He's disrespecting that he can just get Cocooned and engaged on. Because he doesn't need to be here. There's no experience he's missing. There's nothing he's doing here other than giving this opportunity. So this is a slight overextension by Rich that is punished by the Cocoon from Fog. That's harder to react to. But then Team Liquid don't capitalize on it properly and instead get punished for blowing every ultimate. Because Team Liquid knows they can't 5v5 anymore. Down every single ult. They just cannot. So they have to try and out-rotate, and then it's just that their rotation is too slow to be able to get to this ult. It's just not possible to get there fast enough, because they pretty much ran straight across the map. Maybe they hit dismounted for the minion wave with their heroes, and maybe that could have been better. But again, Genji forced positioning. They forced Team Liquid to have to show, because they had minion waves pushing in every lane. So even without map packs, they're still able to make safe, effective rotations and macro calls. Okay, that's Alarak combo down. Team Liquid could look for something now. Dahaka dig is up. But against the DK, it's still really hard, because it just kicks out somebody every time. So they're letting Dahaka double soak. Genji can't afford to have someone split if they're pushing up this far, because they'll get Dahaka dug on and engaged on. Even now they're tried to get engaged on. Cocoon went on Tyrael, but kind of didn't find anything, and Raynor got kicked out. So this is not a great fight now for Team Liquid, because the Raynor's just perma-kicked. He's just someone's gonna kick out again, and it's just a permanent 5v4. It's a decent sanked. Okay. Oh, that's gonna get punished. Yeah, you don't get away with that. Genji out executing that team fight. I'm not sure. Is Cocoon fast enough? Because right here, Phoenix started E-ing away as soon as the dig started. Could he have Cocooned that E? I think it wouldn't have been fast enough because he wasn't in range initially. If he was closer, he probably could have as soon as the Phoenix E started. But as soon as that happens, the Phoenix E's out, the Tyrael gets Cocooned and then broken out immediately, and your Raynor gets kicked out. You can't even win the fight. It's just so hard to fight in DK because it deletes one of your teammates from the fight. And then a noob wastes his burrow. And immediately gets one shot. Just really clean punish from Genji. Just pull him in with the Alarak into a 7s. And that's really scary for a Nubrak, where in the 5v5, if he is burrowing in, he has to have a teammate there to tank the 7s for him, because otherwise he will just instantly die. No, yeah, as soon as a Nubrak just burrowed in place and wasted the cooldown completely, he just That's just a really big mistake. I don't know if he, like, mishit the fat-fingered the ability or something, but... Now you can see where Genji, again, they get this Night Camp out with their advantage, and then they use this Night Camp vision. They only show one hero on a wave, so there's very little information being given to Team Liquid. And then they see heroes bottom, clearing the Night Camp, and then they make the rotation to top lane. And Dahaka is very unsafe, very easy to dive here. The Owl is just going to be too late, potentially. Yep. So they take the information that they forced Team Liquid to show. Team Liquid had to show somebody clearing this Night Camp out, and when that happened, they called the rotate top and dive Dahaka. And maybe Team Liquid could have had somebody there behind the Dahaka to help heal for him, but then you're vulnerable on your bottom lane too. And part of that is the Tron map hacks not being used effectively. Where's the Owl before this one? Because there should be an Owl that spots this rotation to mid at the very least, but it only comes out after Genji is already way too close to their Dahaka. Because it's off cooldown this entire time, but it only gets thrown like right now. And this Owl also shows that Tron is not top lane to peel for Dahaka, which would be the scariest person to show up to save the Dahaka. Now they turn into another Night Camp steal, which will again force Team Liquid to show somebody top lane. This time it will probably be Dahaka showing. Something Team Liquid also could have done was maybe bring their Dahaka bottom lane to clear the Night Camp out, so that they're only showing their global clearing it, so that their main 4-man can be hidden. But I'm not sure if Dahaka was in position to be able to get there in time. Now someone has to show on this Night Camp. Genji is doing their safe Merc camps. Here comes an Owl, so they're not going to start this one. This one is a lot safer though because it's not scouted. Aurella's on it. Monk has Fist Duration, interesting. Did Team Liquid show somebody here? Or is it just because the Owl vision wears out that they start the camp again? Because they're split up here. This could be engaged on. I mean, Monk is really safe. And Alarak is decently safe, but... Alright. They do see Dahaka, but that's the only hero that has been shown by Team Liquid. But now we see Team Liquid sitting in fog with their 4-man, only their solo laner showing, their global. But Genji is going to safely check. They found Raynor. That's really good for them. He has the double Q. He found Li Ming as well. They found a noob. So now they baited Team Liquid to show information again. So now Aurel knows that she's safe to walk up on top. And now Genji waits for 16 timing with Aurel coming down, because Dahaka still has to deal with the second Night Camp. There's the Dahaka dig even. And now, again, Dahaka digs down. Even if Team Liquid survive here, they still lose the DK because Dahaka dig is down. He can't get on top lane, top cap. And even if Dahaka was here clearing this Night Camp, he would still be... He might get there in time. But then it would again just be rotate back up again, force the Dahaka dig, and then rotate back down again. Or even leave someone looking here for the Dahaka, depending on how the Tron map hacks go. Looks like a loss. Yeah, I mean, Genji is just... They're taking their small advantages and then turning them into bigger advantages. Team Liquid has never had a chance where someone has face-checked into them and they get one shot. Because it's always been Genji either walking forward with their extremely safe heroes like Monk, or checking bushes with stuff like Tyrael Q. And then forcing Team Liquid to show by pushing in the mid-waves when they have a 3v3 advantage early. And now they've just been snowballing. They got a really early DK, they got an entire fort. Li Ming's been really useless. I think if this Li Ming was Jaina, they have a better... Team Liquid has a better chance of contesting this 3v3 and actually pushing Genji back here, and then allowing them to have the earlier rotations, or even just being able to do camps faster. So there's a keep down. That's another advantage for Genji, which will again force Team Liquid to show information in the bottom lane. Alarak's also pretty stacked for sadism right now. And the only chance Team Liquid has gotten for anything was the one cocoon on Rich when he overextended slightly. And since then, they've never had a chance to do anything. but this is a style of play that if you're before this happens, if anyone on your team slips up, face checks into a bush and dies, suddenly your entire game plan falls apart, because suddenly the enemy team gets their wave advantage, they get control over all the minion waves, and then they can start setting up rotations to dive your offlaner, or to set up for dives on the bottom lane 5v4 or something like that, and they can set up for DK pressure. So they had the tempo advantage from very early on in the 3v3 mid, and then their 1v1 advantages in the side lanes, and then they've never given that tempo back to Team Liquid. Team Liquid has always been behind on minion wave pressure, camp pressure, and stuff like that. And a noob just gets one shot. Now they're getting run down. Alarak's low. They're changing to Tron to target. She's dead. They could core at this point. Maybe not. Maybe they're too low. It is pretty risky to go core against a Li Ming and a Raynor when you're your solo support monk. But you can see also, the thing that's scary for Team Liquid, they have the map hack advantage, the vision advantage, but all of their heroes are under threat of it being one-shot by that kind of a combo with an Alarak pull into 7s. Whereas Gen G's heroes, a lot of their heroes, Tyrael if his Q is already down, Monk in general, just cannot be killed by this. They will always be able to escape. And that makes it a lot easier to rotate around, where sometimes you can maybe not face check a bush with your monk, but you can start a camp aggressively by yourself or with only one teammate nearby, without being at risk of just getting dove on and getting killed. So now Alarak's sitting here safe, and Genji, again, they're not going to do anything until Team Liquid has to respond. In this case, Team Liquid does have the Hawk bottom lane, and Arel too. Even she's like pretty safe against this one shot. She has her whole team behind her except for Alarak. Did they get vision here? Let's see this. I think they might have seen the owl go across here, so I think they maybe know that Tyranda's top, but I don't think they know anyone else is here. But they're here as a 4-man. Arel is safe, with a 3-level lead especially, from getting bursted, and she has Night Camp Aura for the spell armor. So yeah, there's Monk Cleansing Dash. Alarak gets on bottom. This is a 5v4 again for Team Liquid, but there's Cleansing Dash on Monk. And Sanct. They just use Sanct to be safe. Even if the ISO was perfectly timed, the Sanct still negates it completely. And again, Team Liquid is down ults. They're on one ult, but Sanct being down is pretty big, but map pressure. And now Team Liquid is kind of trapped on one side of the map as 5. Where they can't get their global back set up. They can't get their 4-man hidden in bushes for bush ganks. And they're getting slowly chased down. Alarak is so fed right now, too. Yeah, it was kind of baiting the, I think it might have been, so let's see, because this is still a bit risky. I think the main reason they did this, so they saw this Tyrande owl, so they saw Tyrande was from here. Her owl came from this angle. And then the second owl came from here, so they knew Tyrande was top, and I think that's what prompts them to have Alarak step up on bottom cap. Is they see this owl with their screens or their minimap, and then he steps up. And then when Team Liquid sees that someone stepped up on bottom, while Arel is here, they might have just gone as soon as they saw Arel. Because Arel was here for a little while, but maybe they were, yeah, I think, because there's a ping here. Or no, that's not a ping, that's just the map objective thing. It's hard to tell if this engage was because they saw someone start capping bottom, or if this was engaged was just them waiting to get in position to actually engage, because the Arel was here for a little while. Yeah, you can triangulate her position from the 2 owls. And especially now that Monk got 16, Team Liquid can't even chain ZC anymore. They can't even burst combo. Because as soon as they a noob burr on someone, they get 1 second unstoppable, and then your cooldowns are gone. And Genji just sits there at range, just waiting for the Alarak pull combos. And then there's some Tyrael, like, slow swords, and then that's it. They just walk them down. There's another Alarak combo, that's their target, burst the target. Now the DPS are all dead and the game's over. But yeah, this is the kind of comp where you would see more teams playing this kind of a comp if they were at a level to play it, but there are no teams that can play this comp that well. Because if you make one mistake, you feed one time, like if Alarak got punished down here, and Team Liquid actually focused him and killed him, then Genji's map rotations and map control might have fallen apart. It could have been that easy that just one kill makes it very hard to reestablish it, because then suddenly all the waves are pushing into your walls, and you're constantly having to have your heroes be split up catching the waves at your walls, and then the enemy team has a very easy time rotating this forward between waves, letting their global get a lot of value, and then suddenly your offlaner has to play safe because you don't know where their 4-man is. They're not controlled anymore. They're not being forced to show on your mini waves and your mercs, and they have perfect information in the lanes and with their map packs. I mean, it's not like they needed Alarak to be super high sadism. This could have just been a 0-kill game, and it still would have been in Genji's favor, as long as Team Liquid didn't make find and invade to actually be successful or find some kind of cocoon pick. Because Team Liquid was behind from the early game, from their 3v3 in mid, being really, really weak, and Genji being able to really freely control their 3-man rotate top, pressure top. They didn't have to actually show in the top lane and go up that far, but even just being closer to the top lane than Team Liquid was good enough for Aurel to just win the top lane cap. Same thing the bottom. And even just without 3-man pressure, even if the lanes were just isolated, 1v1, 3v3, 1v1, without any 3v3 advantage mid, then their side lanes still just win. Not sure if that's good enough by itself, but... Alright. Maiev Genji ban, nice. Surgeon Hammer ban, Diablo ban, Infernal Shrines, there's a Tyrael Kerrigan, there's a Deckard Hanzo, so there's no cleanse for Kerrigan combo, and no burst healing. So if Kerrigan can hit the combos, that'll be pretty strong. But Genji can pick tanks that can survive combos, like a Garrosh would be able to unstoppable it, or Joe. Yeah, especially like if Alarak does manage to get enough sadism and his combo just starts one-shotting, then you just lose. It's nothing you can do anymore. And there's a Malthael, so he can dodge Kerrigan combos, but if there's some kind of a reliable initial CC, which with Tyrael there's not, but something later on, then he could be a very easy target. Because there's no burst healing, there's no cleanse, so he has to be dodging the CC that hits him. All right, and there's a Gul'dan. So Fear is pretty reliable CC. Gul'dan Fear just on Malthael will just kill him. Irel CC is not very reliable with her knockback. I mean, if she gets the right angle for a knockback and Kerrigan can follow up, that could work. But an Irel like E or something like that, or Tyrael Q is not nearly enough to do something. What if they picked Uther? Uther as what? Their offlaner? Sonya. Okay. Sonya pick's really weird, because the issue is that you're fighting into a sanctification, which means that if what's going to happen is both teams are going to smash their faces into each other on the shrine, and then they're going to be skulls to kill, and then what'll happen is Team Liquid at some point will walk forward with Tyrael move speed, Q in, Kerrigan Q in, Irel jump in, Gul'dan fear, throw a fear or something, and then what do you do? And that's kind of hard to answer. So Genji has to win the early game, maybe? Maybe they're tanky enough. Maybe this punishes the Gul'dan pick, because he can't follow up on the burst combos very well. Where even if you do hit the full CC combo, Kerrigan combo off of some slows on the Sonya, into Tron stun with Mark, into Gul'dan damage is not enough to kill through Deckard heals, and then you're getting turned on by Joe blinds and Joe CC, and then Malthael, and then Sonya starts spinning, and then you lose the fight. Because they are low on interrupts for Sonya spin. It is very, very low on interrupts. So maybe Genji is advantaged before 10, and then Team Liquid gets really big spikes at 10 with Gul'dan Fear and Tyrael Sanct. Sonya does get decent spike too with her Relentless, but I think at that point she can just get one shot, and also I don't think Relentless affects Gul'dan Fear on her ultimate. Which one of these is in the 4-man? Because I think both of them, or I think Malthael beats Irel, maybe, but not when the enemy team has the rotation advantage. I guess Malthael would be in the 4-man, because Sonya's too easy of a target in the really early game, before Deckard gets potion shields and stuff. Because either of these heroes, I mean, they're not going to have an easy time wave clearing in the 4-man, but they're very good at doing the early camps, the siege camps. And then if you can do that and let your Joe manage the minion waves. Because Team Liquid does have insanely strong early wave clear. The question is if they can actually one-shot when it's only a 4v4 and they don't have the Arel damage. Rich runs Harvest. I don't like that. I do not like that, but alright. So Hanzo checking bushes, alright. W on this bush, E on this bush. Danger ping on that bush. There's some map hacks, they know Tron's mid. So it looks like Genji's just giving this wave clear away. Malthael's fast clearing bottom as much as he can, though he can't really fast clear very much because Team Liquid already finished clearing the wave before this wave even showed up. So he doesn't even get to touch the wave. Genji catches the wave here. Gul'dan's even getting some damage on the wall, which is pretty good. There's Kerrigan's wave clear. Doesn't even need Gul'dan to help her. Pretty ridiculous. There's Sonya against Arel. Looks like Sonya's doing decently as long as they keep track of Team Liquid, or if Team Liquid makes their rotation so obvious. Because as long as Team Liquid just shows that they run down this way, and maybe Hanzo throws arrows at them or something, then Sonya can keep playing aggressively here and keep up her sustain by spinning. That's an issue for Sonya though, the wave might get frozen here. And that'd be a very big issue. Alright, there's Hanzo Visionaire to check for invade, because they do the camp much more slowly. But they're getting a lot of initial damage down before Tron's even here. So Team Liquid can't invade. Where did Tron go? Oh, they had to, so yeah. So on this mid wave, Malthael fast cleared bottom, which then meant that Tyrael had to catch some of the soak, and then Tron went to catch the rest, which is why Tron is so late to the invade. Sonya also, so she was a bit chunked out, and she just went mid to heal, because Arel is freezing the wave. So this is what you have to do. If you can't, if the wave is frozen, and your 1v1 is going poorly because you're too low, then you just go to the mid lane and push that in, help your team at least, and then you lose some soak because of the lost trade, but then at the very least, either the freeze starts to break over time, or you can go back with more health. And then it looks like, yeah, just off of that Sonya rotation, Genji is able to 4-man on this, while Team Liquid has to clear the siege camp out mid. So they do lose some soak here, but they get back the experience off of this camp. Hanzo arrow, scout the rotation, make sure there's nothing happening here. Sonya looks like she's backing up, because they don't know where Team Liquid went after the mid clear, and they are losing some soak here. Hanzo might even jump over this wall just to be super safe. Okay, looks like he checked with W, and Joe was checking this bush here with her E. Okay, so it's this shrine, so night camps are very important. Genji might even leave one of their bruisers stay in the offlane for the night camp clear. There's an owl. Okay, looks like Team Liquid's holding theirs, and they see Genji cap theirs, so Team Liquid's going to have a better night camp timing here. That was weird pathing by the night camp, that stalled it for a second, but okay. Here's mid clear. Team Liquid's here as 5. They don't know Joe was in the bush though. Okay, so they get the wave clear ahead, and they're going to the shrine as 5. And Genji is here on the shrine already, but Malthael's catching the wave, so they could just get engaged on here. Kerrigan combo doesn't quite hit the Sonya though. But that's still a lot of damage. They are behind by 10 skulls, but that's 2 taps that they forced out for free, because Genji was only as 4, so Genji could not fight back. Not sure whose night camp wins here. Probably Team Liquid's, because theirs is closer to the minion wave to help fight. But I don't know. Okay. There's Kerrigan. She has a really big shield, pre-shield. Malthael's pretty far forward. Rich playing super aggro, but they need to hit the initial CC before they can combo him. And then when the combo went down, you can see as soon as this Kerrigan combo, Rich is just eating a lot of damage, but he's so confident that he'll dodge the combo with his W. He dodges this Tron stun that could have set up for the combo, and then he sidesteps this combo. And as soon as this combo goes down, it doesn't even hit Sonya. As soon as that happens, Sonya and Malthael just go ham. Because Sonya just starts spinning, Malthael just W's in and marks everybody. And now Team Liquid just loses the fight completely. And that's just like... Ooh, okay. And then Tyrael explodes on all of them. Gul'dan gets a lot of damage in this fight, though. Because Genji stacks up, and Kerrigan lives a lot longer than they expect. Because Kerrigan gets... She's at super low HP the entire time. And there's also 25 armor from Aurel. That heal, and then the second heal, and then the shield. Alright. Well then. Extremely small margins. And then there's 2 supports. Is that... There are actually just 2 supports left over? It's actually just a 4 for 4? Alright. That's actually very, very nice. So the big issue for Team Liquid was that they have no initial CC to set up for the Kerrigan combo. And if Kerrigan combo does not hit, that happens. But luckily they had a Tyrael explosion that actually pretty much saved the fight for them completely. If that Tyrael explosion did not wipe every single member on Gen G except the support, they lost that fight. At this point, I mean, it's about whichever support can secure skulls, because neither of them can damage each other, basically. Tyrande can't do damage to Deckard, he'll out-heal that easily, and Deckard can't do damage to Tyrande, she out-heals that easily. So, all that the supports can do is actually play like a last-hit battle on the shrine, and that's hilarious. I've never seen that before. I want to see... Oh, they weren't even 7, so yeah. The other big thing, Team Liquid doesn't have 7 on Tyrande, which is a ridiculously huge spike. Whereas Gen G... They have some decent 7 spikes. Or I guess like Malthael's spike is the only big one. So they're a bit better off. Tyrael gets the E, which is really massive. Aurel gets her mobility or E resets, which is pretty huge. Kerrigan gets battle momentum, which is also very large. Yeah, so Team Liquid has a lot of level 7 spikes. Gul'dan spell power, Kerrigan battle momentum, Tyrande's mark. And then these ones aren't quite as large, but still pretty big. Whereas Gen G is a lot less reliant on level 7s with their heroes. Level 4 is all they need for like Hanzo and Deckard and Sonya, even Joe. But that's like a very, very close fight. So yeah, now they're just going to try and last hit skulls. That Tyrande stun was too early. Tyrande has a bit more attack damage and much higher attack speed than Deckard, so she should be favored in this. And her stun is just better overall. But it is about the respawns more than anything else. Okay, now she saw Deckard leave, now she can just try and last hit as much as possible. She just ran herself out of mana to scout. But it looks like Team Liquid will win this. How neat. Play epic music? No, it's not that epic, come on. They even insta-clear this siege camp out with their Gul'dan Kerrigan. So this is pretty good for Team Liquid, because this front wall by itself is pretty high value. Plus, I think the waves were pretty bad for... Oh yeah, so Team Liquid's Night Camp did win. I don't know if that was purely due to them capping it a few seconds later, and then the mini-wave positioning. I don't know if it's just pure RNG. But their Night Camp won, which means that Gen G had to send someone to clear the Night Camp out, and Gen G would have wanted to just be able to double soak with one hero and have 4 defending, but instead, they had to catch the wave mid that was being pushed in with the siege camp, and being pushed in by Aurel, and they have someone clearing top, Nights Out, which means that they only have 3 here for the initial pull, and Malthael's going to be late. So they get the initial pull. 3 Team Liquid heroes jump over, plus the small wall is dead. But the Punisher is very weak, just in general. If this was an Arcane Punisher, it's a bit stronger, but the first Punisher is pretty weak. Alright, combo actually hits on Rich and he insta-dies. So yeah, this is the life of Malthael, where if you dodge the Kerrigan combo, you actually just go ham, because Gul'dan does not have the damage pressure you by himself. But if you get hit by the Kerrigan combo, you actually just die. He had to W dodge that, because he just insta-died otherwise. And now Sonya by herself is not tanky enough to be able to just I mean, she is actually tanky enough. She's tanky enough to survive, but not tanky enough to actually fight. It has to be the Sonya with the Malthael punishing the stack of Team Liquid. Because Team Liquid does want a death ball with their Tyrael shield and Aurel armor and stuff like that. But if there's 2 bruisers sitting on them, getting a ton of heals and stuff, then they can't kill either of them. And they take too much damage. But only one of them, when one of them's already dead, then that happens. Hold on a second. Bladed momentum still hot even post rework? I'm not sure, because I've seen people take different talents. Game mechanic changes? No, I haven't talked about those yet. I'll talk about them. I might talk about them tonight if there's enough time and it's not too late when we finish the analysis. Otherwise, I'll talk about them tomorrow or something. I'm not sure, because the Q, either of the Q reset slash chart bonus charges things are also pretty decent. So I'm not sure. I mean, maybe it depends on like Infernal Shrines versus other maps. I have no idea. I don't play Kerrigan, and I haven't played her since the rework. But this is a huge advantage for Team Liquid, where they got punished a bit for the Kerrigan combo, not hitting Malthael or Sonya. But then they got bailed out a bit by the Tyrael explosion, and then they won it because there's support matchup. They also had the better night camp timing. Genji capped theirs too early. And then the Malthael got caught by Kerrigan combo here, which turned into 2 for 0, plus this fort being down, plus a full level lead. More trolling? What do you mean? Rich just misplayed there. What 13 doesn't take? He doesn't take the Unstoppable, because he takes the Spell Shield. The Spell Shield's probably better. Because it's not about just dodging the CC abilities, it's about just surviving the damage. Yeah, Spell Armor's fine against this team comp. This team comp's all spell damage. Like, if he just activates the spell damage before the Kerrigan combo hits, or before the Gul'dan Fear goes down, he just cannot die. The burst shouldn't be fast enough to kill him, I feel like. Especially or no, he doesn't have a Tyrael on his team. But that's what I feel like. Maybe it's not. Maybe he does need the Unstoppable. We'll see how fast he gets bursted. So now Irel's double soaking. Team Liquid taking their 10 advantage, pushing the lane with the Shrine in it, trying to eliminate this well. That's their big priority here. But Genji is getting 10 in time to defend, and Kerrigan's eating a lot of damage here. They need to back up, but they've got Tyrael to back up, so they can't be punished. Spell Armor, yeah, Corruption is spell damage. Alright. So, still a level lead for Team Liquid. I'm not sure when exactly this Shrine's going to spawn. It should be within less than a minute. Again, Team Liquid holding their Night Camp cap, whereas Genji capped it right away. So, hopefully Genji does something with his Night Camp cap. I would hate to see this Night Camp get capped right now, and then just walk into Team Liquid and die for free, without any value. Because they see Irel clearing bottom, too. And they see Tyrande mid, too. So they should be able to get some push with this Night Camp. Okay, this is good. And Team Liquid might have needed to cap this Night Camp defensively sooner. But having the Night Camp during the Shrine is also very strong, because it does take a while to clear, and that buys you control space on the Shrine and vision advantage in the lane. So, that Night Camp got a bit of value, but I'm not sure about that. Okay. Team Liquid does have a very large wave pushing bottom, but there's no 13 advantage for them. And again, like, the big thing that Genji wants is either they want the Kerrigan combo to not one-shot one of their bruisers, and then they turn and wreck Team Liquid, though they do need to be very careful about Sanct now, overcommitting into that. They need to be very careful about Fear, overcommitting into that. They have no cleanse for it, they have no answer for it. So, it is still very scary for Genji, especially since they're behind instead of ahead, which I think they plan to be ahead. Malthael's W's down right now. Yep, there's the combo. And the Fear. Insta-kill him. Sanct goes down. Nice. That's really good. Malthael wasted his W right here. Not totally, because he uses his W, and that's a 5-second cooldown. And 5 seconds is plenty of a window to set up the perfect Kerrigan combo. They even use Fear at the same time, just to guarantee it, because Malthael is also very far up here. They solo Fear him, they solo Kerrigan combo him, the Hanzo ult comes in to try and counter. Tornado actually gets decent value here, but again, with only one of these bruisers, it's not enough. That combo missing is not great, but Hanzo just got forced out of the fight. Genji needs to have both of them alive, because Sonya can survive while she's spinning, but as soon as that goes down, she dies. So that's again Rich going too aggressively, getting punished. And now this is an Arcane Punisher and a 2-level lead. Bottom wave even got a lot of value down here. Might have gotten a tower. Yeah, that's good execution by Team Liquid. They found the target that wasted their defensive cooldown It could even be Joe if Joe wastes her D. You pull them in, you get the tank down while you chain CC them, so there's no counter engage possible, and then you kill them, and then it's just a 5v4. And then even though you're down your Ghoul Fear, all your ults, you still win the fight because it's a 5v4. Malthael's still mid, so Team Liquid can go very aggro here. Genji's even get very spooked about pulliness. Oh, he actually held his D. Or no, he just because he got Irel stunned. That's the only reason his D didn't go on cooldown. Which is actually nice for Joe, because, okay, there's a two-man combo into a Fear. Not quite a one-shot. Oh, God. Alright. That's still good enough. Good enough, they got the keep. Nice. Good job, Team Liquid. Now don't overextend. Enemy team has no ults, so you should be okay. That was not great, but you should be okay still. Tyrael move speed. Alright. Never waste D when you're Joe, yeah. Because the thing here, right here, is if Joe doesn't use her D on this initial jump stun, then she could get chain CC'd from a Tehran stun into a Kerrigan combo. And then if she does use it, then suddenly she can't stand as far forward, because then she can get one shot. So how does Sonya live here? I have no idea how Sonya lives here, to be honest. Was that an Irel knockback right there? It was. Maybe the Irel knockback saves her. The Tornado does a lot of disruption, just CCing people for short windows to cancel their auto attacks. But this is still fine for Team Liquid, they got the keep. The kill wouldn't have even done very much. So they've got their 2-level and a bit more lead, they have a keep advantage, and now all they need to do is not throw it away, like Genji did in the first game. Gul'dan could have put one more Q in, maybe. It's not a big deal that they did not get the Sonya kill. It would not have changed very much. And they spotted Sonya. Okay. Didn't get the Tyrael dismount right away. There's to run map packs, make sure they're safe. Genji sowing 5 mid. So we'll see if the spell armor is not enough to save him from the one shot. Compared to the unstoppable. Genji getting decent push here, but now their lanes are starting to push in, which means they're going to have to back up, and Team Liquid will be able to push mid. One thing Genji could try to do is, if they don't plan on defending this fort, when they're down 16, they could freeze both of these waves. Not clear out catapults here, not clear out the siege camp here, and just let the waves walk up into their base, and just keep them there. And then let Team Liquid kill your fort. Looks like they're trying to fight, though. Alright, so they're fighting down 16. Kerrigan, or Tehran Mark gets used early. Sonya's isolated. Team Liquid kiting out a little bit. One other thing for Team Liquid, I'm not sure on the exact shrine timer, but if they do have ultimates down like Sanct or Fear, when the shrine does spawn, that's also very bad for them, even if they are ahead. So, one big thing, they're waiting out Sonya Wrath, and they're waiting for catapult pressure again, and they see Malthael bottom so they can step back up again. Because they do want to get rid of this fort. One thing to note, Gul'dan has not done his E-quest yet, which sucks. Saving them? No, the Horrify top was stacked with a Kerrigan combo, and the Horrify here was a Horrify, but it's not like he saved them. Bait them into wasting ults, yeah. There go the map packs on the flanks. And they slow sieged. I just hate this level 1 talent on Gul'dan. I think it's another quest that takes too long to finish. Even if you even do finish it by the end of the game. Because it's already level 16, it's already 12.5 minutes in the game, and he's not done the quest. Yeah, because Genji's ults are all really low cooldown. Their highest is 70-second cooldown. Okay, and again, they're trying to force a fight. Combo misses Sonya. Eternal might be in trouble, but no, they're just counter-engaging. Joe has to use her D because she's getting too low. And there's, again, someone just gets stuck. Rich is too far forward again. Does he get a spell shield off at least for this? Yeah, he does have a spell shield up for this, but even then. 2-level lead, plus he's stuck in a Sanct. Unstoppable wouldn't have saved him there either. He just was too far up when his tank got chunked out. And this should be just another shrine for free. Malthael doesn't respawn in time. Don't think he gets E quest completed at all. Yeah, I mean, that's just like, why take the talent if you don't even reliably finish the quest? Like, I guess you could say, if the enemy team picks a comp that's going to go late game and going to scale really hard, but the enemy team picked a comp that's very reliant on winning the first shrine. And at that point, you might even take, like, the drain range, cast range, and, like, whatever other thing it does. Because that should be your priority. Just taking a quest that's only going to get finished 15 minutes into the game just doesn't seem like it's impactful. Because either the enemy team wins the first shrine and snowballs, or you win the first shrine and you snowball. Or, like, maybe you lose the first shrine and they don't snowball, and then the second shrine someone snowballs off of. Okay, Hanzo ult misses. Nice. Ooh, that knockback. Not synergizing with the Fear. Because Gul'dan was looking for Fear here on Sonya, but then the knockback happened right as he was about to cast Fear. So that's Fear down. They're still trying to push forward, but this might be bad for Team Liquid now. Where they've used a bunch of ults. They still have Sanct. There's Kerrigan combo down. Now Genji can go very hard. Because there's no one shot. There's a Rel ult down. Maybe they can pull out with Tyrael speed through the Malthael Qs. There's a dodge. Oh, what is the Sanct? Does he accidentally take the Q? Wait, what happens to him here? Why does Tyrael slide a bit while he's casting Sanct? They still kill Rich. But that Sanct was supposed to be, or his team. I'm not sure. He moved backwards a bit right before he cast Sanct, because he wanted to Sanct on top of his team. Well, when Rich either gets pulled in by the combo or W's in to dodge it. Looks like it's just a 1-for-1 still. Is Gul'dan done his E-quest yet? Yeah, that Sanct looked a bit weird. Maybe he just misclicked something. But again, Team Liquid is still so far ahead. They're 2 levels ahead, and their comp is at the very least even, if not advantaged, once they got level 10. And scaling, if Genji gets level 20, then their scaling is really strong, with Sonya 75 armor, Malthael respawn, Joe indestructible. Whereas Team Liquid, they get like 1 second duration on Sanct, and Fear upgrade, which is really strong. But maybe if Genji gets 20, they can take a fight. But there's still an entire other shrine, and the shrine is in the dead keep lane. Bleh. Not really anywhere for Team Liquid to push, though. At least until they get level 20. Again, Genji could be freezing this lane, because they have no reason to push it out. They could be denying this entire lane of Soak to Team Liquid. And that would delay Team Liquid's level 20 timing by a lot. Because the thing is, the reason why you wouldn't freeze is if the enemy team has somewhere they can push as 5 to punish you for having someone just stuck on that side of the map. But there's nowhere for Team Liquid to push. Team Liquid's not going to run all the way to these keeps and start pushing them when they don't have a talent tier advantage. So I feel like it's completely fine, completely safe to freeze. And even if they do try to start pushing, you're very close with your Malthael to just run down and help defend still. So I feel like there's no reason to push out this lane to just give Team Liquid this experience for free when it could be denied. He took Circle? Why wouldn't you take the extra Fear 1 second duration plus minus 25 armor? I guess you have the minus armor on Tronmark and Irel Hammer already, but even just the 1 second duration. Because now Team Liquid is getting free soak in this lane, when they shouldn't be, I feel like. Yeah. Best ult upgrade in the game? No. Hanzo's Dragon Strike is the best ult upgrade in the game. Okay, this could get punished if Team Liquid wasn't trying to soak for 20, but they're opting not to try and fight this, even though it is very close. Again, Genji, they're making risky plays and taking more aggressive, more risky fights and engages because they're behind, because they know they have to have something go very well for them to come back in the game. Because if Genji was the team that was 19 and Team Liquid was 18, they never pushed this wall. They never touched the wall. Alright, so he's a Shrine spawn. Team Liquid's almost 20. So, Unstoppable, Sanct Upgrade, Range, Bolt, and Circle. Sure, you have a Circle here. I feel like if you have a 3-second Fear, you just press it on the Sonya and she dies. Looks like she still dies. Nope, she doesn't die. See, if that was a 3-second Fear, Sonya dies there. Though you do kind of still just bully the enemy team with your level 20 advantage. So yeah, Genji got bullied pretty hard there. Fear pretty much negated Sonya, and then Deckard had to heal her for a long time to get her back in the fight. And then when Genji tried to re-engage again with the Malthael last rites, they got Sancted, 4-second Sanct duration with the 25% damage buff. Rich is caught out here. Dead. And this should be game. He missed the combo. So Team Liquid played really well. Maybe they could have played this very first Shrine fight a bit better, but other than that, they had maybe not the better draft, but much less risky draft. Where I feel like Genji's draft really had to rely on winning the early fights and outplaying very hard. Whereas Team Liquid, once they get level 10, they just press R and someone on Genji dies, pretty much guaranteed. Yeah, he says something along those lines. So this game, Team Liquid definitely did win. It was not Genji up 3 levels and throwing the game. So current match score is 3-1 for Genji. The match would already be over if Genji didn't throw the first game on Volskaya. It would have just been 3-0 if Genji didn't throw. Oh, we're on Braxis, are we? Well then. Who didn't ban this map? Who didn't do their job in the map draft? Hold on. Or were the teams supposed to, like, agree to not ban this map because it's cancerous? Where's my map draft? I can't find it. Alright, whatever. Fuck Braxis. 2-level lead from a skeleton killing Tyrael? Was it actually a skeleton that killed Tyrael? Hold on. Did he actually die to a skeleton in the middle of the fight? No, Deckard auto-attacks him. Genji's actually specifically choosing not to kill the Tyrael because of his trait, and then Deckard right-clicks him. So this is Genji actually had this fight won, and then Sake right-clicked the Tyrael, misclicked on him. This was Deckard's kill. Let's slow it down. I'm pretty sure we can see the Deckard auto-attack animation. There he auto-attacks one time. There he auto-attacked the second, it looked like. It's really hard to see underneath Tyrael's, like, wings, or whatever those are. But the kill credit went to Deckard. I don't think it was the Shrine minion that killed him there. Genji, everyone else on Genji specifically made the choice to not finish off a Tyrael because of this. But then Deckard's like, XD. Wonder what would happen if I tapped this angel with my staff. And then the angel exploded. Alright, so we're on Braxis. This map's garbage. This map has some... I mean, basically, because of the changes, I went over this a bunch of times before, but in short, the map objective does not reward the winner of it enough. It's too weak for the winner and too strong for the loser that even if you win the map objective 100-0, you still have to defend it with defend the enemy team's Zerg wave with at least one hero. And if you're defending with at least one hero, you can't push with your full team. Which means that the map objective doesn't matter, because the enemy team just 5-man defends yours, and you can't 5-man push with yours. So the map objective doesn't matter. All that matters on this map is running in circles and looking for pickoffs. That's the only thing that you can do on this map, because the objective is so shit. You don't need Phoenix, you don't need anything. So already, a noob first pick, he's the best at getting pickoffs, and then Tyrael the best at not getting picked off, and then Irel the best offlane for not getting picked off. They do go Phoenix, and they go Malthael. Malthael wins the 1v1 against Irel, and he's also decently safe, not insanely safe. Yeah, this map sucks after the changes. There's a Sergeant Hammer ban. That's the other thing you can do, is you could just run it down a lane as 4 or 5. Like, if they have a global... Another thing on this map, you can just run Abathur. I don't know if, like... Who picked this map? Team Liquid picked this map. Basically, because the map objective doesn't matter, and because all that matters is soaking your lanes and then running around getting pickoffs, Abathur is actually very strong on the map. Because he does a similar thing as he would do on, like, a Lost Vikings on D-Shire, where you negate the map objective, because it's so garbage, and then you just run around. The enemy team's walking over Abathur mines, so you know their position, you know their rotations, and then you find pickoffs. And then your Abathur soaks the lanes. So you have no risk while soaking, and you can constantly 4-man while you have some decent map packs down. A bit surprising that Tehran's not picked, because she does have map packs, and she is a very strong chain ZC support and anti pickoff support with her cleanse. Yeah, I feel like Abathur would actually be a strong pick. Tracer Ben. Alright. So, I mean, there's still Zeratul. You could very easily pick Zeratul on this map. There's no reason to be unable to get to level 16 for free on this map, because the objective does nothing. You could go Valeera on this map, again, just get some pickoffs. That's all you can do on the map. Get pickoffs, and then maybe if the enemy team has someone dead when the objective spawns, or maybe you can get a boss out of it. Alright, Junkrat Deckard. I do not like the Deckard. He is very bad against a noob. He has no burst healing, has no cleanse, he has no mobility, and he also does not help set up Team Liquid kills either, because they have a Tyrael. Solo support Abathur just a meme? No, it's very viable. Dignitas ran it in groups. And there is Alarak Monk. So yeah, Genji has a ton of kill potential, a ton of pick-off potential, one-shot potential, and the Deckard does literally nothing against it. And Tyrael, versus other stuff like a Malthael, Last Rites, he can very easily counter it with Sanct. But an Alarak combo is too fast to be able to get onto the person getting comboed and get the Sanct off before the silence goes off. It's just not fast enough. It's just not possible. So I have no idea what these picks were. The Junkrat at least kind of makes sense to soak the lanes safely when he gets level 13. Maybe they're planning the last pick Zeratul. And yeah, you might even just end up in the silence. Okay, so yeah, Team Liquid has a comp that is very good at soaking the side lane safely, but they're not safe enough against this. You are still just going to get one shot by it with an Alarak combo into a Monk 7-sided strike or a Last Rites or a noob CC. Genji might have, and the other thing too, they have no pressure for killing Genji's heroes who are soaking the side lanes by themselves. They have no way to actually kill a Malthael. Like, you go on the Malthael, you hit him for 10 seconds, he's still at half HP, and then the entire enemy team shows up, and they just kill everyone. Single-handedly shruffed up HOTS for a month? Oh. Alarak in every game now? People should not pick Alarak. Bad players. And everyone is a bad player, unless they're on Genji or Dignitas, to be honest. Zabu is calling that Liquid? Who's Zabu?
Going to be on. Though this is the
Which one is Zabu? Is this one of the analysts Zabu is? Or what? It's a Boomafu? Okay. I'm a bad player? I'm not as good as these players, probably. Especially because I haven't had the practice recently. Especially, like, not practicing against other good players at this level. Because the thing is, if you're a player in a minor region, or in NA, if you're not even going to international events, you're not getting practice against the best players. You're practicing against random garbage NA players that just walk into garages and die for free. Or just sit there and don't punish, like, bad picks, bad drafts. Because that's why Tempo went to this BlizzCon and picked stuff like Anubrak Rayman, because it worked against NA teams. That's even part of the reason why I feel like some of our, like, weird tank picks on Octalysis worked, was because we're playing against NA teams. If we were playing against Genji or Dignitas, we would get stomped with some of those picks. Not all of them. I do think some of them were good, but some of them were bad, and some of them only worked because we were playing against NA teams that just had no idea what to do to punish it or deal with it, or how to even play their heroes properly. Yeah, like the Butcher pick, for example. So I don't know how Team Liquid wins the game, because they can't win team fights 5v5s because they have no damage. They can't get pickoffs because they have no CC. So all they can do is sit in their lanes and soak and wait for Genji to show up as 5 and kill them. And then Genji even has the Phoenix to make sure that if Team Liquid wins the objective, it does nothing. Even if Team Liquid kills everyone but Phoenix, Phoenix still ults the Zerg wave and Team Liquid still gets 0 because the Zerg wave does nothing. And I mean, similar for Junkrat, if Genji gets the objective, Junkrat riptires it, and it also kills most of the objective, but all that matters is just running around and finding pickoffs. And early on, you can do pushes like this, but even 4v3, it's pretty risky, especially when there's a Dahaka involved. Because you have to use cooldowns to tank the wall, and when you're using cooldowns to tank the wall, such as your Anubarak's Burrow, you get engaged on, and then you die. He doesn't take Planet Cracker. You don't need it. Honestly, you don't even need it. The objective on this map is a joke. It's an absolute joke. You don't even need Planet Cracker. Though I do feel like if they weren't going to take Planet Cracker, it might have been better to pick a Rainer. Unless Rainer was banned in the draft. Hold on, let's go back quickly. 316. Yeah, I feel like if this could have been a Rainer then, because Rainer has better burst damage than Phoenix, and is better against burst damage and chain CC than Phoenix is. Yeah, if they took it, if they were concerned at all, like maybe right as they hit level 10, Team Liquid just won a team fight and got the objective, then maybe you would take Planet Cracker. But you don't need it to clear the objective if it's a 5v5. You would only need it if someone on your team is dead. So Genji gets punished for this push, risky push. But this invade is not possible. Maybe it is with Junkrat W's, though Junkrat is zoned out. Genji knows Junkrat's W is down, so Junkrat cannot walk anywhere close to Alarak or to Monk or to Phoenix. He will just get gone on and killed instantly. Okay, so they're trying to steal it. They bounce a noob off, someone else gets on, they get knocked off again. Okay, that's good execution from Team Liquid. Just controlling the point. And there's no duration on Junkrat W, so there's nothing you can really do about it. There's Malthael. There's no CC to punish him. He's just going to walk away. Yeah, I mean, if you're not picking Planet Cracker. You're picking Planet Cracker if you desperately need it to defend, or if you're cheesing with some kind of a cheesy backdoor strat while you just negate the objective with Planet Cracker. If your team isn't strong enough to just defend 5v5. So Genji's under no pressure to get this cap back. They don't care. The objective does nothing. It's a useless objective. Yeah, but even though it was a 4v3 for Genji on the Merc camp, they just got 2 people knocked off of it, so they couldn't stand on the point and get the actual cap. Get that camp the entire game. It's fine. They didn't lose any structures yet. Because if this was old Braxis, teams would not just be giving away percent like this, because then every percent mattered. But now that the changes happen, you don't care. You don't care that you gave away 20%. The Zerg wave is still the same size. Genji getting picked off more. That is just not respecting the Dahaka dig, I guess. And then getting punished by the only CC Team Liquid has, which is the Deckard combo. Alright, well that's a pretty decent lead for Team Liquid. Too bad you can't snowball on this map either, because the objective again does nothing. So the best thing Team Liquid can do with those kills is get a Merc camp out. They're getting stomped, it doesn't matter. It's not like Team Liquid can extend the lead. Even if Team Liquid gets a level 10 timing, and they get the Zerg wave, it still doesn't matter, because it still just dies for free. Map's just bad. Map should not be in the HGC map pool. It would be nice if Blizzard consulted HGC players about map changes to maps that are in the HGC map pool, so that stuff like this doesn't happen in the future. You know what? Let me write them an email right now. I'm actually going to send them an email requesting that they consult the pro player base before making map changes to HGC map pool maps. Hold on a sec. Write an email. Alright, email sent. Haven't gotten a response on my emails about Mephisto Ultimate Bug, Stitch's hook issue, or the server issues for HGC North America. Annual Player Summit, where Map Talk should be? Yeah, but that's once a year. If we have the summit in January, and we say, okay, these are the 9 maps in the HGC map pool, and then Blizzard decides in February, hey, we changed Alterac. Suddenly it's a 1-lane map now, and there's 5 bosses on the map, and also everyone starts at level 20. Have fun. And then it's still in the HGC map pool. That's ridiculous. Stitch's hook issue, I can link it. Let me link the clip. It's just every single Stitches skin that does not have the base model for the hook, it just does not have the appropriate animation to actually show the hook hitbox properly. So it's just you get hooked when the hook was a full, just like not even close to you, because the animation isn't accurate. So you're Denji. If this was any other map, you're down 4 kills to 0. You're feeling pretty bad. But it's this map, so you don't care. You're probably going to not try and push, at least to the lane where the Dahaka isn't. You might try and 4-man push the lane where the Dahaka is. Though there's also a Junkrat there, so you're probably not going to push there either. So pretty good lane setup by Team Liquid, having their Junkrat with Dahaka, and then 3-man opposite the Dahaka, so there's nowhere for Genji to push. So Genji has to sit here and wait for level 10 at least, so they can one-shot. Yeah, it's a big issue. It should not be in competitive play, because that can decide a game. Latency too? No. There's no... Everything... Heroes of the Storm is a server-side game. There is nothing client-side. What that means is that the only state of the game that is even tracked or shown in animations is what the server tells you. There's no such thing as a inconsistency where your client thinks that something happened, but because you were lagging, the server didn't receive it in time, or that thing just didn't happen at the time that you think. Yeah, it should be banned. I feel like all of the Stitches skins should be banned. You should just have to play with base skin Stitches in competitive, because it's just ridiculous. Team Liquid again coming in to try and invade. Get the Tyrael Q on the point. There's a Dahaka dig on the point. They do have level 7 advantage. Phoenix kites out, and there's the Junkrat W. And Genji isn't even ready for it, so there's the camp gone. And everyone disengages, except Junkrat. He might be dead. Nope, he's fine. He's got 15% move speed, level 7. Ooh, he missed an Alarak combo. Report Rich, 9x. Shitty boosted Alarak player. Alright, now that the Dahaka dig is down, they swap the Dahaka to top. At some point, they might also swap Junkrat top, if Genji shows their rotate going top. The Merc XP change. No, it wouldn't, because you get the same experience back for clearing out the Merc camps. So instead of getting a small advantage from killing a Merc camp, you get 0 advantage, because the enemy team just kills it defensively and gets the same experience back. W build an Uberak. He has some okay W talents, but the level 7 Burrow is too strong, so you never take that talent. Or never don't take that talent. And then at that point, you're not really W build, because none of your talents synergize with each other. The only W talent that synergizes with the other ones and makes the other one stronger is the 7 talent that gives cooldown reduction. So it's not W build. So everyone's just running around the map. It's not like Genji can push anywhere. They're kind of starting to look for pickoffs. Maybe they find one down here with their Alark combo. Nope, he missed it. Kyocha dead. Nope. Reset dead. Possibly. Nope. So, as we can see, as long as Genji isn't trying to rush into Team Liquid's wall, or doesn't get caught by Deckard combos, they can't really die on any of their heroes. They're all pretty durable, pretty mobile heroes. And eventually Team Liquid will make a mistake, and then they will get picked off, and then they will lose some structures due to it. Might need level 10 for that to happen, with Cocoon and 7-sided strikes and last rights. But, you know, we're getting there. Team Liquid's experience lead is gone, too. Wow, look at that Zerg wave stacking up. Good thing Team Liquid Zerg wave is still just as large. I'd have liked to see Q build on Alarak just for the one-shot potential, the burst potential, rather than the E poke damage, just because it's not relevant. That CC was a bit stacked, but whatever. Just trading some damage. Waiting for level 10. Alarak combo Mystic. That's the third combo Rich has missed. It's actually pretty surprising, I guess. There's the Hawkadig trying to punish Malthael, but he's fine. He uses his level 1 active move speed. And now Irel might be the one dead. And now, whenever Gen G had someone die, Team Liquid couldn't do anything to punish it. But now that Gen G is getting kills, Team Liquid is going to have some issues. Especially because it's a 5-man rotate. It's a nice sleep and tongue. But here's level 10. Cocoon, 7s, last rights, whatever Phoenix ult, doesn't matter. Maybe even a boss force, no? A Zerg wave, maybe? Alright, so this should be a full Zerg wave cap. Let's see how much value it gets. I can't wait for Junkrat to go up here and press R. And then the Zerg wave to die. Can't wait for Gen G to have to defend this bottom lane Zerg wave, even though Team Liquid got like 12%. Because otherwise they lose this entire fort, and Team Liquid might lose this fort, maybe, if they don't defend properly as 5. Woohoo! 40,000? Nope, 24,000. XD. There goes most of your Zerg wave. All that's left is the big things that you can single target down very easily. So, and yeah, in your Gen G, you can't even try and dive them, because you only have 4 heroes here, because your hero has to defend their Zerg wave. Nice map, Blizzard. Very good. Very good. And if Malthael's here and they try and dive, they 5v5. Their dive probably doesn't work still, because Team Liquid has a bunch of disengage and save heroes. And then this Zerg wave kills this fort. Nice map. Nice map. So as you can see, the objective literally gave no advantage to Gen G. Luckily, Team Liquid's comp is absolutely useless at doing anything. They do manage to catch out Phoenix. I don't know what Phoenix is doing there. So he got bounced, and then he runs up instead of down, so he's completely split from his team. And then he doesn't even here, even right here, Phoenix should at least try and warp when the Hawker runs like this. Because he's under these things that block the tongue, and if he starts his E before the Hawker starts ISO, he gets over to here, and he's at least a lot safer. But the big mistake is that he didn't run down, and instead he ran up and split from his team. But, yeah, so this objective, it might have gotten this wall. That's what 100 Zerg wave got, was this wall. Good thing that pickoff for Team Liquid doesn't mean anything, because they can't siege buildings, and they can't threaten more pickoffs. Because the only hero that can even die on Gen G is the Phoenix, who is feeding a bit this game. Alright, go and steal the camp. Yeah, look at that advantage you get from a kill. The classic high-quality map. I don't know why Team Liquid picked this map and then picked such a garbage draft on it, though. Honestly. You'd think that if you were going to pick this map as your cheese map, then at least you'd have good cheese prepared for it. But I guess they went with the Tempo Storm strat of, I don't know, garbage. Yeah, it would have been nice if the finals lasted a bit longer. Yeah, doing both semis and the finals today. So, as we can see, it doesn't matter how many kills have happened, doesn't matter the objective happened, none of the forts are dead, none of the forts are even really close to dead. And now begins the phase where Genji 3 to 4 man around the map, soak their lanes with whatever hero, because it doesn't matter, Team Liquid can't kill them. And then eventually Team Liquid makes a mistake, gets picked off by an Alarak combo, and then they die, and then the game ends. Why are they not best of 7? Because BlizzCon is a 2-day event, so not enough time. Unfortunately, the bigger esports, the bigger Blizzard esports, get to not have their World Championships at BlizzCon, but we are the smallest Blizzard esport, so. Not sure why BlizzCon is even a 2-day event still, when it could easily be a 3-day event. Used to be 3 days, wow. Well then. So, I would prefer to see Alarak be with the 3-man, because then they have way more kill potential, but it seems like Phoenix just doesn't feel safe enough to be split soaking, because he's gotten picked off a lot. So, whatever. HOTS mobile next year? Yeah, hope so. There's the Hawkadig down for free. Noob still had Burrow there, I'm pretty sure. Oh no, he used it, but whatever. He even mounts up before anybody touches him. Wonder what the casters are talking about right now.
8 of the 10 stacks you need to finish that off, but he definitely has a movement speed, still unable to get there and get that drag.
Liquid risk a lot when they went for Brax's Holder. Keep in mind, Team of the Spider Queen is actually the map that they won against Genji when they played against them in the group stage. But they show respect here and they're trying to go for a map that Genji maybe did not see coming. Camps again the focus for the teams as Liquid is going for the top right mercenary camp.
They may have
I
found a
have
couple
nothing
of kills,
really
they've
to
had
say,
a hard
so let's
time
just
in
listen to
terms
the
of
casters for a bit.
outperforming their opponent when it comes to grabbing this beacon. At the same time, Kyoch in the top left is baiting himself. Genji actually wants to come in here and fight.
Just waiting for someone on Team Liquid to die. Noob misses Burrow. Still dead to... Alright, great sank for that, that's good. Decker D used. Was asleep. Okay, they might be punishing a Noob for his Burrow missing. Alright. Now what? Now what do you do, Team Liquid?
Denying the kill and immediately turning it around against them.
Boss? Okay. Boss on this map is terrible too. It's not even like boss is a real objective. They could even get fought, this boss. The thing about this boss is it's the opposite of Warhead Junction boss, where Warhead Junction boss did almost no damage while you were killing it while it's neutral, and then when it pushed the hardest out of every boss in the game, because it had the damage over time field and had the summons that did a ton of damage. Whereas this boss, it's the hardest boss in the game to take while it's neutral, because it does so much DPS, and then when you take it and it pushes, it has the worst pushing power of any boss because it doesn't focus on buildings. It hits minion waves and it does this channeled AoE ability even when it's only hitting a building. So right here, this is a possible 4v5 because this boss is doing a full hero's worth of damage to Team Liquid.
Thinking about contesting here. Watch Rich, his telekinesis gotta be on point.
They do not give this up lightly.
He missed the combo again. That's a nice counter strike on the ISO. Okay, point control's down. Does he not have dash anymore?
Sake on the back, it's hit with a tongue. He's trying to escape. Can he get to a
he's
teammate?
fine.
He does, but a Thurtle comes in with a bounce.
Sake!
Did he waste his spell shield socket? Because he has the talent.
Gotta be on point.
They do not give this up.
Trying to see if he uses spell shield properly.
5 versus 4. Here comes the Burrow, the salvo. Team Liquid takes the boss, and they want to kill.
Oh, there it is. Okay, so he has a really good spell shield. He still dies though. So it is risky to go for the 4v5 still, because they were a bit late to harass and poke before Team Liquid finished half the boss. But even then, this boss doesn't do anything. This boss is going to start clearing this minion wave out. Yeah, do it, boss. Yeah, get that minion wave. Get that minion wave. Alright, get that tower now. Alright, time for the channeled AoE ability that does a tenth of the DPS of your auto attacks. Yeah, there it is. Do that DPS, boss.
Heals coming in for Arcane.
Very high value
Arcane holding
boss.
on here, but Tyrael and Yrel are pushing that
Really
top
good for
lane.
Genji
One
counter
chase here
memes.
for
Yeah, pretty
defense.
much that's it.
Team Liquid is looking for that
Alright, boss,
4v1
I think it's time for
experience,
another
taking that
dumb
side,
AoE
but
channel that does no damage. Oh no, maybe not. Maybe it's still on cooldown.
towards that
Good.
16 to be ahead of
Actually, oh
Genji.
there it is. Look at that. Look at that DPS.
Everything into this defense right now. They
Nice
have
boss.
given up
Very
the
good
top
boss.
fort, but they are already trying to poke down the boss here as Team Liquid is so far pushing mainly.
Because Genji had the
topside.
one
They
shot on
have
material,
Haka
but a
bot lane,
noob
but that
messed up
attempt
his
that we saw
burrow.
from Genji
And then
with
he
Alright,
got
with the
countered
move
on
to
killed.
maybe go for a kill down there, was not successful, and now Arcana can grab the experience, try to bring them to 16, and then join the fight top.
Team
Wow.
Liquid keeps showing themselves
Kalor's
top
so
lane, trying
hyped
to make
when
Genji
nothing's
come
happening.
Back and defend that 16, about to have your mission for Arcana. Arcana making a play on that bottom lane for that beacon, but a new Bracken Alec is
Oh yeah,
there to
boss, shoot
stop
those
him.
missiles not at the
Genji
buildings. Oh
stretching
yeah, there's the
himself
AoE
in,
damage
but
again.
holding off.
Perfect.
Genji
We really
has
needed that
stuck
AoE
in
damage
deep.
on that
They will
one
not
building that's
let
standing there in
this
front of you.
game go easily. This is the
Instead
match
of
they
using
were
your AoE on
supposed
minion
to
waves,
win.
and then
They
your
were
single
the
target
team
on
that
buildings, you
everyone
use your single
expected
target
to
on
be in the
minion
grand
waves,
final
and then
together
AoE
with
the
Big
buildings down.
Dismas. Miracle's performance yesterday already put a bit of a question mark there
Team Liquid's
on
comp
Dick,
is
but now
nothing.
we're seeing Genji struggle to overcome that obstacle that is Team Liquid, as Liquid again, whose camp is this?
Now
on the
there's
left
no
side?
boss.
I'm pretty sure
There's
it's
no
Team
way
Liquid. They
Genji
put
could
another
feed
stake down,
heroes still,
grab the
and there's
Hellbound
no
out of the
way
position
Team
in the
Liquid gets
bottom lane,
anything.
And finally, they start to get some beacon progress. Now Sake runs to the top
Yeah,
lane.
DPS
Helps
minions
clear
one
that
at a
out, but
time.
Team Liquid has been putting a lot of focus on forts lately. Ooh, it's really
Oh,
comes
a
in.
noob for
Oh,
fell
it's
burrow.
a mistake! Burrow charge misses out. Displacement
Let's
nade
go!
available.
Let's
Hit.
go!
There's a
Let's
pick.
kill!
Genji's playing so bad. They're feeding so much,
Beasting
actually, this
it on
game.
that there, Haka.
Pretty insane.
One lick after
How
the
much
lane,
feed they've done.
connects drag after drag, and
Should turn
Twist
sound off.
with
Can't
an
hear me? Oh, okay.
uncharacteristic mistake
Turn this down.
immediately
I do want to hear what the
Team Liquid
casters are
is
saying,
able to
because maybe that'll make it more interesting.
Wanna go on the bottom side, but that big space in the middle, he
'Cause
puts
I am
it
pretty
over.
bored right now.
Unfortunately gets picked up. Team Liquid now can start to look and be able to push this bottom lane, and they're going straight for a fort. Gonna be hitting level 17, and the best part too is they're building towards 20.
Saka at the top side has to be careful here.
Alright, that's a
Stay
rel ult
alive,
down.
listen for now, used by Nurok to make sure that Eternal is able to move out, but the Haka is taking over the
Oh
top
yeah,
lane
get that
control,
percent.
and that finally puts another
Get that percent, Team Liquid.
points
Oh yeah,
onto
you're
the
getting like
board
1,000
for
HP of
TL.
Zergwave per percent.
Was also used too, though.
Yeah.
That's a big cooldown. He was trying to
You're also giving Genji like 1,000 HP of Zergwave per percent. Well, that's a good trade, right? 1,000 HP of Zergwave for 1,000 HP of Zergwave. It's a good trade, because your bar is going up. That means that your Zergwave is stronger, or something.
Not even. Genji is absolutely in a position where they can turn this, and Liquid knows it. They have small advantages.
Alright.
Genji is not
I mean,
giving
this
up.
game
They're fighting for every
could just
single
go to level
point
20.
and they
That's
have
fine
to
with
make
me.
it easy for Liquid at home.
We'll just sit here till level 20 till Alarak gets rewind for easiest one-shot combos of his life. And then Maltho gets respawn, indestructible, rewind, upgraded 7s, or rewind on dashes. Whereas Team Liquid gets upgraded sanked, does nothing. They could have even gone Judgment. I think they should have gone Judgment. I guess. I don't know, Judgment wouldn't be good either. Monk has Cleansing Dash. Tahaka gets AoE Contagion, I guess. Irel gets Sharon's Slot Pull, which is very good. Junkrat doesn't get anything useful. Deckard gets Upgrade Sleep, which would be good in a team fight, but there's no team fight.
With a split attempt against Tiss, trying to force him to drag out. Already Arcana in the backline, looking for the drag here, but Genji showing the respect here and walking
Alright, let's
away.
dig down.
Liquid looking a bit desperate here, looking for these fights, really wanting to
Run
get
your
in, but they have to
HHE
go
versus
for
Liquid?
the beacon progress,
Really?
62 to 46%.
They definitely sacrificed a couple of cooldowns. You have to really remember that Arcana with that global has to be cautious. That he always
Good job,
does it when
Phoenix.
it really matters. They want to get some value out of it. But
You
there was
didn't
more
feed.
experience for Genji to be gained at the top side when he made his move. It's still 18 versus 17 right now. The final game of this series.
I mean, like, if Team Liquid, what's gonna happen is Team Liquid, are they forcing this boss right now? Or they could force this boss with level 20? Either way, it doesn't matter. They get the boss with level 20, maybe they get the full Zerg wave while the boss is getting killed, and then Genji defends it, and then Genji gets level 20, and then eventually Team Liquid will get the hero picked off and lose the game. It might take like an hour, but it'll happen eventually. Maybe minion waves will start out scaling the heroes, and then Junkrat will be able to carry. That's Team Liquid's win con. Is just sit there and split push until your Junkrat can carry through minion wave clear.
So important here. Billy starting to move in. Rotations all over. But here comes the attack against Tyrael, and it's the
Hey.
kill. They get it.
They pressed the buttons and the hero died. And that Counter-Strike was late on the Tyrael explosion.
But he does not fall.
He's low, but he's fine. He's also dishing out tons of damage here. The sadism is huge for him right now.
Alright.
looking at a total of 100.
When Genji gets a kill, they either get more kills or they push buildings down, because Team Liquid can't defend anymore 4v5.
Both points and build up.
That is the big difference here. And a boss? Sure. Do a boss. You have Beetles to tank it. You gotta do that AoE damage, boss. Good job.
go for the sanctification. Liquid, are they contesting?
He could have
this?
sank
Are they
instead of
allowing
run.
it? It's 20
Maybe,
seconds
if it wouldn't get
until
interrupted
it's
again
back,
by
and
some
they
other
give
CC.
up the boss. Gen G
I feel like a noob
is
probably had
on
all of
their
his
way
CC
back
abilities
into
there
this. They
and could
go for
react to sank to
objectives,
stop
they
it.
go for the boss, and they are about to bring the pain.
A wise call there for Gen G with no Tyrael, no holy
See what
ground,
Twitch
no
chat's talking about right now.
It has to be perfect for Team Liquid to contest that. Gen G banked on the fact that Team Liquid would not risk all for that. But
Alright, how big is the Zerg wave? 100 to
coming in,
62%.
Boss pushing the bottom lane. This fort
Ah,
is
you know,
done.
basically the same size.
And both move bottom.
Basically the same size.
Wave and boss at the bot side. Liquid, how do they handle this?
Are they actually going to all-in push this as 5? If they do this, they lose their keep. This is so risky by Gen G.
It certainly is. Gen G already grouping up
All
on
in
the
pushing
bottom
here.
lane. This turret will
I mean,
make
maybe they
sure
push a
that
bit
they're
and then
able
bring
to
someone
go
back,
for
or
the
just
second.
back as 5 as soon as the keep dies and save their keep.
Once again, Gen
I think
G
that's
at
okay.
5 are
I don't think they
pushing
can go core though, because this Riptire. Oh, never mind. They stopped the Riptire pretty decently. Okay, that's sank down. Oh, and that guy's dead. Oh, not quite.
The big burrow and the heals coming in, the Salvo all at the same time, but Tyrael
he's still
finally
dead.
gets zapped down. Team Liquid only has 4 here for defense. No, wait, they only
I mean,
have
there's
3.
zero damage happening to Gen G. That's the thing. In a 5v5, there's actually 0 damage from Team Liquid. Junkrat's just sitting there shooting Qs. Alright, whatever.
Fantastic fight.
Whatever. I mean, sure. You did it, Gen G. You 4-1 Team Liquid. That's amazing. Through a 3-level lead, game 1. Team Liquid draft logic for this? I have no idea what their draft logic for this game was. The only thing their comp was good at was soaking their lanes. They couldn't win team fights. They should not have gotten nearly as many pickoffs as they did off of just Deckard and Dahaka CC. What should have just happened was Gen G sits and waits for level 10, nothing happens. Then as soon as Gen G gets level 10, they start getting one-shot combos. And then Team Liquid just gets picked apart. Because their heroes are safe in general, but against Gen G's comp, where they have a Nubarak and Alarak and Monk 7s, all of their heroes can die. Doesn't matter how safe their heroes were. It's just the kill potential, the easy execution and kill potential of Alarak. Yeah, their strat was like invade the bottom left camp, and then sit there. And then whenever we get a kill, invade the bottom left camp. If there's no bottom left camp, I guess we don't do anything when we get a kill, because we can't do damage to structures with our comp. It's just, I don't know. I have no idea what the comp was supposed to do, because it had a lot of time to do whatever it was supposed to do. It had 20 minutes. This comp had 20 minutes to do whatever it was supposed to do. It got a ton of kills. It got its Merc camp invades, and it still did nothing. The comp still did nothing the entire time. It got like a 1-level lead. That was the advantage that they got over 20 minutes of gameplay on this map with this comp. And with 8 kills. 8 kills to 2. They got a 1-level lead. No keep advantage. No, like, massive snowball level lead, nothing. And it's not even like with a 1-level lead they were any better. They still get one-shot by these combos, and they still can't win a team fight. I have no idea what the Team Liquid comp is supposed to do. Actually, no idea. Actually have no idea at all. Alright, so Dignitas started first banning Genji, which was interesting. I'm not totally sure what the reasoning for this was. Maybe it was something that happened in draft in scrims, where it was realized that if Genji is left up, and this team first picks Genji, then the second pick team gets too much in exchange for it. Whoops. That's source code. Sonya wouldn't be kill pressure. Sonya can't just go at somebody and click on them and one-shot them. She has to hit her spear in the first place, and even then it's not very high burst damage. Like, you need to pick heavy CC, heavy burst damage heroes. Such as a Nubarak or Alarak. Not like Deckard or Tyrael. Liquid the only team to take games off Gen G? I guess so, yeah. Though the only game that they took off Gen G where they played better and it wasn't Gen G playing worse was the Infernal Shrines game. The other two games were just Gen G throwing when they should have been easily winning. Alright, so we've got a Deckard Hanzo. Super high Hanzo priority. He is probably better than Raynor on this map because he has the better Shrine control with his Q, Splash, compared to Raynor's nothing, basically. There's no good tanks up, so second tier tanks. Anub has been pretty high priority. Otherwise, I have no idea. Offlane. Oh yeah, Kerrigan. Yep, Anub Kerrigan. Yeah, Gen G takes games off Gen G, pretty much. Rich overextends and feeds, or they just disrespect their opponents and throw a 3-level lead. It's not like Liquid pulled out some insane, like, crazy team fight down 3 levels to come back. It was literally just Gen G inted a bunch. The Tomb game is more borderline, but still. So they pick Kerrigan with a noob, instead of with Tyrael. So instead of having the protection for Kerrigan, they just have the dive. Part of that is definitely to punish the Deckard, because he has no cleanse, he has no burst heal, and that has been a theme of enemy team early picks Deckard, you punish. With heavy chain CC and heavy burst. So there's Joe. You could have gone for a Tyrael deny, but he is... You'll have a hard time getting sanked off when you're going to be getting cocooned most of the time, is the big issue for Tyrael. So Joe's a bit more reliable, and also able to actually stand in the face of Kerrigan on the Shrine, whereas Tyrael can't. Tyrael has to, like, play more ranged. And there is a Gul'dan Leoric. Okay. So Gul'dan gives pretty much guaranteed full Shrine control for Dignitas, unless Miracle can one-shot the Kerrigan. And with these heroes, it does not look like it. Like, first of all, Hanzo is not a good burst damage hero, single target burst hero. So, don't even need to pick Medivh. And there's the Sonya. So this is similar to what Gen G ran, but this would have been a Malthael. And then that would have been the exact same draft, actually, wouldn't it? Hold on, was this the exact same? I'm pulling up Master League because I want to check this, if this was actually the exact same draft that Gen G ran. Yeah, it's actually the exact same draft other than Irel instead of Malthael. That's pretty insane. Gen G ran a noob? No. What? Gen G had Joe. And they could have picked Malthael too. Miracle, but they picked Irel instead. I mean, one big thing with the Malthael is that the Anub'arak CC, because the other team had Tyrael early picked. It was Tyrande, Tyrael, Kerrigan instead of the Anub'arak here, which means that there's a lot more reliable CC to force the Malthael to W and then to combo him. Because if Anub'arak just burrows on Malthael, then Malthael has to W to dodge it, and then he gets Kerrigan comboed and dies. So Dignitas overall has much better answers to the Malthael with the Anub'arak, and they also don't draft so defensively for the Kerrigan when they already know most likely that Hanzo can't kill the Kerrigan by herself. Whereas it was the exact same draft actually, like pretty much, where this was first pick team. They first picked Tyrande and then go Kerrigan Tyrael, whereas Dignitas went Kerrigan Anub, and it was again the same Deckard Hanzo pick. I wish draft order was shown in these screens. Could pull up Master League, but yeah, these are two very almost identical drafts for both teams. Almost identical. The Gul'dan is even the same. The only thing different was this was an Irel, for the Kerrigan team, and this was a Malthael for the Sonya Hanzo team. Dignitas drafts Gul'dan a lot. I mean, in this case, it makes sense because you just want him for the shrine control. You already have the uber front line to sit on top of the shrine to stop anything from getting to him, to threaten him. And then also it punishes the Deckard again, because no cleanse for fear. So you press fear on any of these heroes, maybe not Joe, and then you just chain CC them to death, and there's no counterplay to it. And that's the name of the game right now, is no counterplay. No counterplay. Tehran with the no counterplay map packs. Hammer with the no counterplay attack move push, and heroes playing against Deckard where he has no counterplay to chain CC. No, it's not just that they don't stand near walls versus Hondo, it's just that he's not reliable. Where even if you are standing near a wall, his burst damage is still going to be worse than a Jaina, and it's only going to be like just as good as a Raynor. With like Hanzo auto attack QW compared to Raynor auto attack W auto attack Q, compared to Jaina Blizzard QE, which is twice as much as any of them. Yeah, like especially Hanzo by himself. Like when you see Hanzo, you know they're not going to be one-shotting people most often, unless it's off of the Hanzo ult. He just does not have the damage. Hanzo is much more of a sustained damage hero. So there is the attempt on the Sonya. She Qs in, a noob stun, Kerrigan combo, a noob burrow. Is there no Tehran stun here though? Oh, the Tehran stun stacks a little bit. Damn, barely lives. Yeah, I mean this could have been a Jaina, but then the other issue is that good burst heroes that can burst the Kerrigan also get chain CC'd in one shot by the Kerrigan. And if you're the team that has the Deckard and you don't have something else to protect your backliners that are going to get dove on and chain CC'd, then you just die. You just can't even pick those heroes. And like a hero like Li Ming is just bad on this map because you can't even follow up on burst when you're on the shrine because all of your spells will get blocked. Alright, both teams wave clearing, doing camps. Dig has the map hack advantage, so they don't need to be as defensive on their camp, because they know that they're not getting invaded, and Miracle doesn't know that they're not getting invaded on. And now Dig is immediately starting bottom camp, while Leoric is matching Rel and double soak. And now Rel and Leo are both coming down to contest this camp. They're going on a Rel. Is she going to get one shot? The chain CC wasn't perfect. The Kerrigan combo stacked with one of the noob stuns, so she gets out. Also, Gul'dan got zoned a bit. The angle wasn't great. No, I haven't commented on the BlizzCon announced changes. I'll either do that later tonight after the analysis, or tomorrow, some other time, depending on how much time there's left. And okay, Dignitas sack it to get the soak. Midway was pushing in because Miracle cleared mid while Dignitas was starting the bottom camp. But Dig is getting a lot of soak advantage top lane. Leoric will be able to block Irel's rotate here. Yep, there it is. She jumps over the wall still, but she lost a decent bit of soak. The Joe blind to help wave clear. That's hilarious. There is the map hacks from Dig. Did they cap this after they saw the night camp was like barely, not even close to done? Maybe? Hard to tell. No, it looks like it was probably just the timing. And then Miracle are just going to be late to the shrine. What is this? So Tyrande is up here. What is happening right now? Snitch is clearing mid by himself without his Tron there. What is happening right now? What is this? So there's a wave up here that's frozen, and Leo calls for Tron to cover it because he wants to step up on the shrine to get early shrine control, but at the same time Snitch is really far up on mid and just dies. And there were 2 heroes bottom clearing the wave too. Alright then. That's very bad. That is very not good. Miracle has really strong shrine control too, so they might even be able to get too much of a skull advantage. Sonya did miss her spear there. But Dig's health bars are very pressured. I think Dig's Night Camp should win here because they had the minion wave advantage. Yep. Okay. And now Kerrigan's back, but now they have to hard engage because they're so behind on skulls. Oh, maybe not. Oh, but their Gul'dan's getting going on. Okay. So, are they looking to engage right when Gul'dan gets gone on? Is that what's going on here? They're calling go on Sonya. Right, while their Gul'dan gets jumped on by RL, and he's already half HP. Still a 1-for-1. Dig can maybe win this. They have to get the skulls, though. Both teams have to get skulls over everything else. Leo gets really good skull control there. Kerrigan Qs for skulls. She might have just used her last Q charge. Combo explosion. Damn, that was down to 1 skull. Irel backdoored Gul'dan whole game so hard. I'm not sure why Gul'dan's so low on HP, to be honest. Because he should just be able to tap a couple times and then use his drain every 10 seconds to refill his HP. Balanced Tron cleanse. It's still not a massive advantage for Miracle, but I think Dignitas would have definitely wanted to be the team winning the early shrine, and should definitely be the team winning the early shrine because Nubrak's a lot stronger compared to Tyrael in the early game. Life tap to death, yeah. Oh hey, thanks for 5,000 bits. Overhead? I mean, there's no overhead for the stream. I'm in my mom's house, eating my mom's food on my mom's internet. So this is no expenses. But thanks for the approximately 50 bucks. Alright, looks like Miracle, is this off of an out rotate from Irel? Or Sonya? Okay, so Sonya clears here, and then they start this camp. They get map hacked on it, but Tyrande also just had to back to base. Yeah, Tyrande was out of mana. And then they still see Leroy clearing top, so they decide to invade, and then, so they trade off the entire top wave there, that's gone, for this invade. Okay. Give it back. Buy a pizza. There's only... I live so far in the countryside that there's no, like, chain restaurants for me to order from. The only place I can order from is far enough away that I have to do a minimum $40 order for them to deliver the pizza. So, I could spend your entire donation on pizza. For sure. Escort for 15 minutes with 50 euros. I don't live in Europe, though. So maybe they're cheaper. Who knows? Okay, that's a good defensive Kerrigan combo. Get Snitch out of trouble. That Tron 7's a little bit wasted. Okay, so Miracle, with this camp that had to be cleared here by Dig, they're just transitioning Temple Lead again into this camp. They still did trade out. They lost this full minion wave here for that camp advantage, so it does trade out pretty evenly. So both teams still pretty much even. Small structure damage advantage for Miracle off of the first Punisher, but it was a frozen Punisher, so very weak in terms of pushing power. No camps on the map. Both night camps should spawn at a similar time, but probably too late before the shrine spawns, because the shrine was completed pretty quickly. Both teams were on it as soon as it spawned. Alright, they're going on Sonya. Missed the combo, though. Good Tehran stun into a noob combo. Maybe they still kill. Nice. So it looks like Sonya Qs the Kerrigan to make sure the combo misses. Yeah, because the Sonya Q puts her directly on top of Kerrigan, and then that makes Kerrigan's pull her behind the Kerrigan. So there's no way to reliably hit that combo there unless you put the W underneath her behind yourself. But they still do punish her. What was she so far forward for here? Was she actually sieging the wall? Okay, so she's like riskily sieging the wall. Maybe Miracle was expecting Dignitas to go top and push there. So they preemptively started their own push a bit too early. And then Deckard was also not there. So they just get punished for overextending there. Yeah, it was a very good Tron stun, where it's just, even with the 10% move speed, it's right up against the wall, so there's no way for Sonya to run up. She ran as far up as she could, and she still got hit by the very edge of it. They might even punish Hanzo here. Oh, they stack Fear and Cocoon. That's not great. It's still a Hanzo out of Cocoon. His jump is too slow to dodge in a Nubrak Burrow as long as it's well timed, or Kerrigan combo, anything. Okay, they didn't well time it, but all right, he's still dead. That was pretty poorly executed by Dignitas, but still free kills. Okay, and the Night Camps are spawning in time. Miracle are doing theirs with their Sonya. They might get map hacked on, but they're probably not going to be invaded. Oh, it's not even Sonya there, it's Arel there. Still not getting invaded on. Dig is prioritizing wave clear advantage. Liu is going to clear this wave out, and someone will either have to catch it or sack that wave. Looks like Miracle will sack it, so that's another minion wave experience advantage for them. And they're still going to be at similar time getting into the shrine as Miracle. So with level 10s, Sonya has Wrath. That's really good for her. There's a Hanzo ult. They can kill a noob off that with Bless Shield. Hold on, was Bless Shield down? So what happens here? So they shoot a super long range Hanzo ult off the respawn. Looks like she stacks it? Hold on. So hard to tell, because it looks like he animation cancelled his Bless Shield animation with his W. He stacks it a little bit, and then also he stacks his Bless Shield stun with his W stun, which is not great. So they actually stack a ton of CC. You can even see, yeah, they stack a ton of CC on a noob, and then the Arel W happens that barely interrupts the noob burrow, and then he still gets it off before the sleep goes off to interrupt it again. But yeah, I think Joe stacked too much CC there, and they're going to get punished very hard for that now. Joe's out of mana. Hanzo just showed up to the fight. There's a very nice entomb. A noob does end up dying, but this should just be very favorable for Dignitas at this point. Joe's out of mana, so she's not even useful. Sack a wave, like where you don't soak it, where you let it go into your buildings and die without anyone being there to get the experience from it dying. So Miracle was in a situation where either they would have a hero here, catching the minion wave and getting the experience from it here, and then they would be late, rotating to the shrine when it spawned. So instead they didn't get this experience, but instead they were earlier than Dignitas to get to the shrine. Yeah, like sacrifice, not like sack like football kind of thing. Another Frozen Punisher. Was the first one not a Frozen Punisher? Doesn't matter. Are the death timers still up here? Or is it just ultimate timers that forces Miracle back? Arel just respawned, yeah. So Miracle doesn't have Mirel here for this defense, so they sacrifice this fort. High and drunk. Interesting. And now, is Dig going to keep pushing? Punisher's still at 70%. Looks like they're on the mid camp and they're going to push mid instead. Genji pushes... It just depends on if they killed a lot of heroes on the enemy team, and whether or not they need to push as 5, or if they need to get the experience from the other lanes. They definitely don't push as 5 every time, no matter what the situation is. And it also depends, like, if the enemy team's wall and gate is destroyed or not, because then it's a lot easier to push as 5. Whereas if the gate is still up, even if you push as 5, they jump it over and they kill it before you kill the full gate. And then it doesn't matter if you had 5 heroes or only 4. Okay, so they get this wall here with their 13, and now there's still a ton of camps mid that Miracle has to clear, and they go to top and they get the well top. So that is every well, every fort well that's destroyed now, so there's no close tap for Miracle, no matter where the shrine spawns. So yeah, instead of Dignitas pushing here and probably getting this keep wall, they instead just took this camp and then got these 2 walls here. Which is a lot safer and helps more for the next shrine spawn. Because the next shrine will never spawn bottom lane twice in a row. Okay, Leo's getting body blocked a bit, but he's still too tanky. So Miracle got 13 and they're just starting a very aggressive push here. It looks like Tehran just didn't... Yeah, Tehran missed the map packs here. And then with that down, Miracle started this rotation as soon as the Tehran Owl was down. So they show up here without Dignitas being aware of it. And now the Owl just came back up and she just threw it out for the Shrink Ray. Kerrigan's getting a lot of split push value here. She held this camp cap until later, because this camp is very strong to have it active while the shrine spawns. Alright, no politics. I'll mute people if they keep doing politics stuff in chat. Okay, Dig just saw 3 heroes mid. Diablo mobile memes are okay though. Those are legal. Yeah, politics is very, very monka. Alright, so Dig doesn't want to hard commit to a push before they get level 16. So they're poking a bit, seeing if Miracle's too slow on the rotation so that they can get some damage. But otherwise, they're waiting. This wave is freezing for Miracle, so Dignitas can't get any experience here, whereas Miracle will be able to. But they're probably going to still just fast clear it. Teams just don't freeze minion waves as much as they should, or at all. It's still going to be 16 advantage for Dignitas, but Miracle might be trying to set up for a push bottom lane, or mid, while Dignitas is on the shrine. The only problem is that Dig could leave just Leoric on the shrine, who's extremely safe, pretty much unkillable there, and then rotate to defend wherever Miracle pushes us for. So there goes the Owl. They scout that Miracle is not here. And, okay, so instead they're going to stay here as 4. Kerrigan on shrine, them pushing. And Leoric goes to defend by himself. Okay. So this is also good. It is an Arcane Punisher. So if they do get enough structure damage here, this Arcane Punisher will be a guaranteed keep down. And maybe even the end of the game if they kill somebody. 1 or 2 kills. This does give Miracle a lot of push value themselves, where they got out a bunch of Merc camps, and they're getting a lot of push in the lane. And they're going to get this fort. That will give them Miracle 16 for the defense, but it also means they finish the shrine a lot faster, and it makes this keep almost guaranteed. No, no politics. We're here for HOTS. So Miracle does get 16 off of their split push, but there's already a Punisher here, and there's no buildings left to delay it other than a keep. They go for the immediate entomb. Oh boy, that was a massive Deckard combo. That was every single hero getting hit by a Deckard combo as they tried to follow up on that entomb. Alright, and that's why the keep was not guaranteed. It might still be guaranteed. Arcane Punisher is so strong. Nice combo on the Sonya. There's the mark on the Kerrigan. Looks like she still dies, and Tehran may get chased down too by the jump resets. Nice stun interrupt, but the Deckard slow is cleansed. They should still be able to chase us down with something. Yeah, Irel gets the traded jump. So the Punisher jumps on Joe, and she uses her Unstoppable, and then he entombs. And then Deckard sees that and counter-engages with the full combo that hits everyone except for Zalia. And that is the level 16 root, which means that it does like 500 plus damage. 500 to 600 damage there. Gul'dan dead pick in pro play last months. Yeah, pretty dead. Other than very specific situations. Because, as you can see, he can't do anything in this situation. Yeah, they definitely tunnel onto Joe. They get 4-man Deckard comboed with the massive slow into massive root with a lot of damage into the sleep, which then means none of these heroes have been able to do anything this entire time. And then they focus down the Anub, and then already the fight is almost lost. The Fear doesn't get a kill, because the Sonya's too far away to be feared. So yeah, Dig got very wrecked for tunneling in on that entomb target. And the keep did not die. The mid siege camps got a lot of value. This top fort is gone, and now Dig's experience lead is pretty much gone. Yeah, that fort gone means there's no experience lead, there's no structure lead. Dig is actually at a structure disadvantage now. This is nice by Wubby soaking this from Fog. Again, Miracle could have frozen this lane. Dig would have to 5-man push this, and if they freeze it... So let's back up a little bit here. So right here, there is a siege camp pushing bottom lane with a big wave. If Miracle sits here with, say, Irel, and she just stands there and face tanks the minion wave right here in front of her wall, there's no way she can die to Dignitas. And then what happens is, if Dignitas wants this to stop, they have to 5-man push here. And if they do that, then she can just show up very quickly to defend the fort. And then that might break the freeze, but that's still risky for Dignitas to be that far up against a Hanzo ult and engage like that. And if Dignitas doesn't 5-man here, then they just lose an entire lane of soak until the next shrine spawns. Ancient Blessings? Yeah, Ancient Blessings was also insane. Freeze a lane, it means that basically if you have, let's say you have 10 minions, then only 7 spawn at a time for your opponent, for your team. If the enemy team has 10 minions, or a Merc camp. If he doesn't kill these, and just lets the minions fight each other, then that means that the lane will always stay here. It won't move back over towards Dignitas' side of the map. So what that means is you just stand here on your mount, and you let the minions fight each other, and then their minion wave will win every time, because they have a Merc camp, or they have more minions. And then you stand here, and then you face tank the minions for a little while until the next minion wave comes in. So constantly your minions are dying to their minion wave, and there's no way for an enemy hero to get the experience from them. While you're standing here right in front of your wall, and you're getting the experience from the minions that die from the enemy team. You lose vision on the map? Yeah, but this lane doesn't matter for the vision. Like, you just sit 4 heroes here, and you sit 1 hero here, and then if a wave pushes into here, 1 hero goes over to catch it, and then that's it. Yeah, like, you could do it in the early game against an Abathur, so that it doesn't push into the Abathur's body. Yeah, this is pretty much worst case scenario for Dig, where they lost their 2-level lead, their Arcane Punisher didn't get this keep, and the Shrine spawned where Miracle has a fort and Dignitas does not. Well, it wouldn't deny the experience from an Abathur, it would force him to hat. But then that is forcing his hat cooldown to be in the same lane where his body is, whereas otherwise he'd be able to use his hat other places. There we go, some map packs. They know that Miracle is... There's a Sonya, but they don't see the rest of Miracle's team. They're going to see Irel and Hanzo here. There go map packs across here, so Dig knows they're pretty safe on this side of the map because they saw a bunch of heroes mid and bottom. And Dig might be trying to set up for an engage here, but they get scouted too. Gul'dan still not finished his quest, 16 minutes into the game. Again, I really hate this quest. If you're not able to finish it at a reasonable time, then you just don't have a level 1 talent. See, but yeah, Leo is very, very safe soaking this wave. He just got caught in the rotate, but yeah. First impressions of the new hero, it looks interesting, I guess. I don't know. No, you're not better than Poik. It's just that in here league, everyone just ARAMs, so it's very easy to finish quests. Whereas the only team fights that have happened have been on the shrines, and even then, there's been very few team fights. There's been like 2 team fights this fight plus this. Late game Kerrigan doesn't get value against 3 tanks. Yeah, maybe she falls off her scaling a little bit, but she's still very strong for just controlling the shrine. And that's what the point of the hero is. Looks like they scouted Irel. They know that Irel is above them, looking to flank. Gul'dan has a very nice flank for Fear here. He can just Fear this over the wall, almost. I don't know why he doesn't, actually. Like, right here, he sees Hanzo walk up and Q this. They see Hanzo right here. He could just Fear this, even if it just fears the Hanzo like this. With level 20 Fear with the minus armor, Hanzo's 100% dead. If Kerrigan's in range. Oh, Kerrigan's not in range, though. Kerrigan would have to bolt and Q twice. But even then, like, that's... He might even know that Deckard's in here. Like, here, he knows Deckard's here, too. He could just press Fear over the wall on these people. And they would just die. Kerrigan's even in range to follow up, and now he gets scouted. Now his position that was so insanely good for the Fear flank was just gone. Another issue that Dig is having is they don't have a hero that can 1v1 a rel. Okay, there's the Cocoon. They're trying to engage. Gul'dan gets jumped on by a rel. They turn to disengage on her, and now Xaylia is isolated. It's a decent Fear, but not enough damage follow-up. The other issue for Dignitas is they have to have all their cooldowns go on one target, and when Miracle gets level 20, they get Indestructible on Joe, they get Hardened Shield on Sonya, and they get the 2-second Unstoppable on Arel, which means that suddenly all of these frontline targets that they used to be able to just one-shot and chain CC are gone. Hanzo can jump over Entomb? No. Where does Entomb go down? No, he's already... So what Hanzo did here is he reacted to the Leoric taking his E, and he started his jump before the Entomb silenced him. And he jumped over this terrain. You can't jump over Entomb. But he jumped over this wall here. No, he just jumps over this wall before the silence goes on him. He started his jump. Upgraded Cocoon on Sonya? No, Rewind on Anubarak is way too strong. Way too strong to ever take another talent. Just that, yeah, they ended up, they had an opportunity earlier where Gul'dan could have gotten a Fear from the flank, and they didn't take that, and then they ended up being the team getting engaged on. But yeah, I think Miracle's level 20 is probably stronger than them, because they have so much more survivability against the chain CC and the one-shot bursts, and then Miracle can actually contest them on the Shrine with a Hanzo 16, and a Sonya who can just play more aggressively. Upgraded Cocoon's not good, but yeah, Dig through this game. They should have had at least a keep advantage and still had a 2-level lead. But then they overextended very badly here and got punished very hard. And that's game. I mean, was it well played by Miracle? I mean, they got outplayed in this fight, right? What happened? What went wrong for them in this fight? Oh yeah, the Sonya just overextended, and that gave Dignitas their entire lead. And then there was this fight again where they tried to kill a noob, but they failed their chain CC. And then they lost this fight on the Shrine, and then they got snowballed on. But then Dignitas threw away their snowball by misplaying top lane. Alright. This time Dignitas banning Garrosh Tyrande. Looks like they're setting up for Diablo first pick. This is Diablo ban instead of Genji Maev, so this is Genji first pick then. They threw themselves and went on fully confident. What does that even mean? Like they were too confident, they played overconfident, or they threw the game? Yeah, Miracle played that fight top lane really well. Where they had the massive Deckard combo into one-shotting the Anubarak into winning the fight and chasing down Tyrande. But you should never lose a team fight when you have an Arcane Punisher with you. Dignitas had to mess up very badly by getting 4-man Deckard comboed into a 4-man Deckard sleep into someone getting one shot. Yeah, okay. So they weren't tilted because they threw the first game, that's what you mean? Okay. So they have the Genji first pick, and then they go into Blaze, Joe. There's no other tanks, or the tier 1 tanks are gone. And then there's a Sergeant Hammer ban. I guess that means that Miracle can't play Sergeant Hammer themselves. Because what Miracle could have done is if Miracle could play Sergeant Hammer themselves, what would happen is Miracle picks tank offlane here, and then if Dignitas picks Hammer here, Miracle picks Chromie. And if Dignitas doesn't pick Hammer here, then Miracle picks Sergeant Hammer. And I feel like this, having to ban the Sergeant Hammer here is a weakness in Miracle's hero pools, where they can't play that. Other thing, this Blaze Joe is kind of interesting. It doesn't support the Genji with his diving at all compared to an Arel or compared to an Anubarak or something. They are a lot better at just frontlining on the Shrine, but the issue I feel like that should happen, I mean, maybe because the Deckard pick, this won't happen, but the issue, if this was like a Malf or something, or a white main, is that the Genji should have lower DPS compared to a Raynor, and then you have two other range picks that get picked, like a Phoenix and a Hanzo. So those two range picks should be able to out DPS whatever your range pick is plus the Genji, and then you just get out sustained and poked out, and Genji never finds a good target to dive on and burst. But with the Deckard being picked, then it makes more sense because you can just look for chain CC onto the front line and just get free damage on them because Deckard just can't do anything about it, and Deckard gets out sustained very heavily. So, unfortunately, Miracle has to ban Sergeant Hammer. Maybe they feel like Sergeant Hammer has a bad matchup against Genji, but I feel like that's not true either. That shouldn't be an issue at all for Sergeant Hammer. Okay, Tyrael, Arel. So these are two tanks that Tyrael at least is good at avoiding this kind of chain CC to avoid eating free damage off of it. And Arel is just the other offlane that's up. Liquid might have picked Arthas in this situation. Maybe not because it's against Genji. Dignitas needs a ranged. Tracer, okay. Alright, so that's their plan. So they're going to just have a front line that can sit on the point and pretty much never get touched. This also punishes the Tyrael pick, so they're just going to have these two ranged DPS that are pretty much untouchable by Miracle's tanks. So they're just going to sit there, they're going to have a Malfeel on both of them, and then they're going to be able to, even if Raynor fights them, Raynor will not be able to out-trade them because they have the Malfeeler, and Raynor only has the Deckard healing. There's a Thrall. Okay, so the Thrall helps. He's not a target for just these two to go on in one shot, but he also is, again, not able to trade with them effectively. They're just going to sit there at range and poke him out, compared to a Phoenix, who would be a much easier target for the front line to go on, but also would be able to trade more effectively against the Phoenix, or against the Tracer and the Genji. I'm gonna be right back. Give me 30 seconds to go to the washroom. Be right back. Alright, we're back. Move the text away, and start with the game. Any 3-2-3 shenanigans today? You could say that in the finals there was one. Dig's draft was lacking wave clear. With Joe and Blaze, and then some Genji wave clear, I think they're fine. Miracle doesn't have insane wave clear either. I think maybe if Miracle, maybe if it's a different map, because I think on this map you don't really need wave clear that much in the first place. And then the other thing is Miracle doesn't have enough wave clear to even punish Dig being low on wave clear. I think Dig might even have more wave clear than Miracle. So Miracle has the winning offlane with Irel over Blaze, but Dignitas has the better heroes to go in 2v2 to prevent that. If it comes down to a fight on the health pack camp, I think Dignitas is probably favored because the Thrall will not be able to stand on the point and actually get damage out in melee. So he'll only be able to Q, and if he does go to stand on the point, he'll get one shot and burst, and if he doesn't, then Dignitas will have the better DPS, the better sustain damage, and the better sustain healing as well. And again, I really do not like the Deckard on this map. Him against any of the other meta supports, Tyrande, Whitemane, Malf, he gets out-sustained in long fights, and he has to win a fight with his CC, or win a trade with his CC, before he just gets out-sustained. And I feel like they can't do that in this game. It's not like he can just chain CC a Genji. He has a Tyrael as his main tank, so he's no CC to set up for his combo. So he has no target to actually hit his CC on. So all that I see happening is Tracer and Genji poke out the enemy team's front line, or whoever. Rainer's the only one that can even try to prevent them from doing that, and there's only one of him. It's not like him and Phoenix, or him and another ranged DPS that can hold two different angles and push the Genji and Tracer back. So maybe there's one place where Raynor is like pressuring the Tracer, and then Genji just goes and gets free damage somewhere else. And then the other thing, if the Genji and Tracer both go on him, and he doesn't have people right next to him, he can get one shot as well. If he gets poked out a little bit, or he is on cooldown. Irel's starting in lane. Neither team has very strong wave clear. Irel is like an anti-wave clear tank, or not Irel, but Tyrael, because he can shield the entire minion wave and basically negate one of the enemy team's wave clearing abilities. There is the 2v1 bottom, even a 3v1, even a 4v1 bottom. Looks like he's safe. Pulled back in time. Was he playing really far up? He was playing pretty far up, just pressuring Blaze actually really hard. But he started backing off as soon as Miracle realized that there weren't people top lane clearing. And he was safe. Alright. Reyna was also down there. Reyna was sitting in mid. It's another lane start. This might be a setup from Dignitas to get Blaze the advantage of the rotation bottom. They're not going to use that to force the health pack camp, but it does let them do this turret camp without Miracle being able to have a 5v4 on the health pack camp themselves. And they lose out on a lot of structure damage here top from the minion wave, because Genji can't wave clear that effectively. But they are going to be a little bit behind because of their offlane matchup. Nitrogen's root dodge. What? It wasn't even close to him, he just sidestepped it. It is a Crash Lightning Thrall, which helps a bit for him just being a ranged DPS, but I don't think it should be enough to come close to matching a Tracer and a Genji, especially when you already have the bad support matchup. Okay, so here Irel is mid for this wave, while Blaze is going bottom. So if Miracle doesn't force the health pack right now, Blaze is going to have the out-rotation advantage on the Irel, and Dig will have the option to force it themselves with a 5v4. Might not be long enough, because Irel can clear the wave so quickly. But you can see how far up Dig is playing. There's literally just a Tracer or a Genji just sitting here in this rotation the entire time, auto-attacking the entire time, draining Deckard's mana. So now they're forcing it. We can see here, Irel cleared this wave, and Blaze did not. So Blaze has to follow the Irel to be able to 5v5 on the health pack. And when this happens, either Miracle can back off, or they can opt into the 5v5. Either way, this entire minion wave of experience is gone for Dignitas. That's just the disadvantage of the Blaze versus Irel. It's not like it's an entire level, but it's small advantages that can add up. There's a chain TC on a rel. She was pretty far forward and did not get her... Was her empower down so she couldn't instantly knock back the blaze charge? No, she just didn't react. Because yeah, what a rel can do is always, no matter what the range is, even if she doesn't have her trait, she can react to the blaze start animation on charge, use her W and knock him back, and not get stunned by it and interrupt it. But she doesn't, she gets rooted, and she actually looks like she's dead out of it. Genji dash, Genji gets reset. Nice. So yeah, very, very nice chain CC, and that's what I expect to happen to Miracle on the Shrine. And it's a health pack. This is very bad for Miracle now. I think Genji was holding back against Team Liquid, because I have already seen the finals match. I think Genji was just not playing at 100% against Liquid. Which, I mean, I guess you could call that stepping up, but... Now, Thrall's gonna be the one that dies. Yep. This is just a issue with Miracles. I mean, not an issue with Miracles comp, but an issue with Genji, I guess. Partly an issue with Miracles comp. They are getting exploited for their Deckard Cane, and for their lack of main tank that can threaten the Tracer Genji. I'm not sure. It feels like you give away Genji first pick, and then your answer is Deckard Raynor, and that's not good enough. So the mid wall died instantly. This wall's dying with the minion wave. Going up on the fort. Heroes are already getting chunked out by the Punisher or Tree Glove poke. Raynor's just getting dove and dies. There might even be a Tree Glove root up to follow up on that blaze charge. Yep. There's nothing you can do as Miracle. Like, what heroes can survive this thing? No heroes can survive this thing. It just presses your buttons on you. You will just get poked out by the gunner Q and the gunner machine gun, and then as soon as you're at a third HP or 2/3 HP or lower, you just get one shot. Just a ton of really just targeted damage and a ton of it. Yeah, I don't like Deckard on this map either. It's just looked bad every time. I think the most important thing on this map is the sustain healing and the 5v5, and Deckard's not good at either of those. Hammer? No, even Hammer Hammer needs a support babysitting her, otherwise she will get poked out by the Tree Glove too. And she also cannot, if the Tree Glove gets in range to use the machine gun on her, she'll just die instantly. She has to sprint away as soon as that happens. And now Dig's just pushing with their level 10 advantage. Health pack will spawn a bit late because Dig did cap it while the Tree Glove cap was spawned. So later than if a team forces it at level 4, at 2 minutes in or so. But it's a 2-level lead. Top fort is already gone, so it's almost impossible for Miracle to contest the top Tree Glove cap when it spawns. And Dig still has a level 10 advantage to play with for another while. Just go on the Thrall, and he's one shot. And there's nothing he can do. Blaze just dumps 2 oils on him so he can't dodge the charge, gets charged, gets Genji dashed on, gets Tracer bombed, gets Malfruited, and you're dead. Didn't even need to use a single ultimate. And then they steal the turret camp, and now they're set up for... If Miracle does not force the health pack before Dignitas is level 13, they will also get that health pack for free. Just very easy snowball. I'm not sure, they might have 5 consumables already. That's why they might not want the health pack, actually. Though I think at that point you just waste a consumable to make sure the enemy team can't get it. Okay, Miracle is forcing the health pack right now. But again, it's really scary. You do not have the heroes to hold your flanks against Tracer and Genji. You'll just get poked out very easily from one of those angles. There's just a health pack down for Dignitas. Their health bars aren't moving. They just popped Trank. So late into the fight. There's Sanct finally forced out. Now the Miracle's getting out-sustained. And then they all die as soon as the Sanct runs out. I mean, Dig didn't have to outplay or anything for that team fight. They just sat there and out-sustained they didn't even drop a single turret, I think. They still have a... Did they use one turret in that fight? I actually want to see that, because they have 3 turrets going into this fight. Okay, so they drop 1 turret, and they drop a health pack. And that's it. Look, they have 3 turrets going into this fight. They only drop 1, because they don't need to use anymore. They just out-sustained. 1 health pack plus 1 turret was all they needed to win the fight. I mean, plus the 2 level lead, but... I mean, that's it. Game should pretty much be over now. That's another Tree Glove that's going over. It is well executed. One big thing that I saw there was Blaze. Well, let's go back, actually, just to show it. What Blaze did is... Because he could have bunkered a bit sooner in this fight. Like, right here. Maybe you think about bunkering now. But the big thing, the reason he holds his bunker until later is he's waiting for his charge cooldown. Because what he does is he bunkers, his team gets in, he comes out, and he charges. So he gets the stun to set up for all of the bunker damage. And that's really nice. And then he gets back in to follow up on his own stun out of the bunker. And then Miracle wipes. They cannot survive. They cannot sustain. They have to get some kind of a fast fight, and they're not even good at fast fights with their heroes. They can't one-shot, they don't have chains, you see. Looks like they're running down bottom lane to 5-man push, try and get level 13 to defend the Tree Glove. But that's not even in time, the Tree Glove spawned too fast, and this might just be game. How is there no Sunder in that fight? I'm not sure. But was there anything to even Sunder? Dignitas' health bars never even moved. Dig was full HP the entire time. And Malf had cleansed the entire time as well. Malf would just cleanse the Sunder immediately. I don't think it would change anything. At best, Sunder makes Bunker come out a bit sooner. That's it. Alright, so there's a keep down. Almost a 3-level lead now. Kill a lot of mid-wall. Tree Glove runs out of duration. And yeah, there's a 3-level lead. No, Malf was super far back that entire fight. Malf was pretty close to being out of Sunder range. So let's just fast forward. Maybe Miracle tries to do some kind of a YOLO fight, but other than that, I mean, if they just sit in their base, they're just going to auto-lose. Dig is even trying to siege right now. Dig has 3 turrets and a health pack. They've got a 3-level lead, 16 talent tier advantage. And they have double siege camp plus 2 catapults coming in. Their core damage isn't amazing, but it's also not terrible. And it does also force Miracle to respond as 5 to even have a chance of defending this. Core shields are already getting low. There's Bunker. Alright, they got Bunker. Tracer missed the bomb on Tyrael. And does Dig just leave? Sure. Yeah, only way Dig loses this is if they pull a Genji. Genji's so far ahead that he can just bully Urel. That's hilarious. It's even Shingen Genji, just for the extra burst damage. Alright, Miracle can maybe try and fight with level 16. But by the time they get level 16, Dig is getting close to level 19 and level 20. And there are catapults constantly pressuring Miracle's core. So as long as Dig doesn't give them a fair fight again, which is pretty much impossible for Dig to even give them a fair fight because they have Tracer, Genji, and then two of the safest tanks. So unless Malf literally walks in the enemy team and dies, alright, I guess Arel just got forced to use her ultimate on a Tracer Bomb and a Genji dash. At least she healed back to full off of it. Alright, Dig just puts down one turret at a time. Two turrets at a time. There's a health pack. There's Sunder. Does nothing. And there's a Tree Glove. And I'm not sure if Dig can straight run this to the enemy core. They're pushing kind of through mid. They're on mid keep. Okay, so they're going for mid keep. Sure. They're going to bottom now. They're gonna go get level 20. Sure. Arel just died. The balanced Tree Glove laser for 1100 damage or something. Now they go core. Oh, they even killed, you know, Thrall again. Nothing you can do. You have your support is a Deckard. Oh, Rainer's dead. No, he got slept. Alright. Well, that is the extent of what Deckard can do for you. When you're getting dove on is he can sleep, maybe. If Joe doesn't interrupt him. Tracer Bomb missed. But the core is gonna die. Alright. Well, was that coordinated water bottle drinking right there? Ooh, very impressive. Oh, never mind, not quite. Almost had it, Dignitas. You almost got him there. Alright, there is a first ban Kerrigan. And a Medivh ban. Surprised that Medivh's been banned on this map, when this is a much more wave clear reliant map compared to other maps. Pretty strange. And no Genji ban. This has appeared to be Genji's worst map, because his early wave clear isn't very strong, and he's not amazing at stalling turn-ins, and he's also bad at defending turn-ins and bad at pushing with his own team's turn-ins. So, not even being first picked. Diablo first pick, Garrosh is already banned, sure. This leaves up Tyrande, plus something else. Genji definitely has even more trouble stalling turn-ins against Diablo, because Diablo has the reliable CC on him. So there's a Rainer, sure. So Dig definitely does need to get more wave clear to shore this up, a Junkrat or a Joe, something like that. Miracle, they might just pick Deckard here because they like Deckard. They might just pick Hanzo here because they like Hanzo, though Hanzo gets exploited before level 4. Maybe an offlaner priority. If you think you just want the winning offlane, Jaina. Alright then. So they have the Jaina with the Diablo. They have the Deckard, so they actually have CC to set up for the Deckard combo. They have the Jaina to compensate for Diablo's weaker early game. Dig wants to ban either an offlaner or some kind of a flex pick. Maybe ban the Genji now that the enemy team has the Jaina and the Diablo. Wouldn't be terrible. Otherwise, you could just take the Genji yourself. He's pretty decent against Jaina. Okay, so they ban Arel. So Dig will either get the Blaze as the last remaining top tier offlaner, or they will get the Genji, it seems like. Or both. Or nobody wants Genji on this map. That might also be true. With Joe banned, what tanks are left that are good? Tyrael, I guess, is the best tank right now. And then either you pick your Blaze off lane, or you hold your off lane for last pick to have the counter pick, and get a Junkrat or something here for wave clear. Nope. Alright, Tyrael Blaze. Miracle still needs off lane, either Malthael or Leoric. Both of them will beat Blaze. And then flex pick could still be Genji. Otherwise, could be anything. Junkrat, Phoenix, any random range DPS. They already have all the wave clear they need with Jaina. Alright, so they do get the Genji. Dig is pretty well set up for Genji. They don't have the CC tank to punish him, but there also isn't the Genji plus Tracer for the really reliable burst combo. And they also don't need to have a second range that can deal with the Genji. Phoenix is fine. Phoenix can hold the side lane by himself, and they could run a 3-man mid, and then leave Blaze bottom. One issue with that is that Blaze could get 2v1 very easily by Leoric Genji, and run into trouble. Alright, so it's a Grey main. So, Grey main's definitely very vulnerable if he gets entombed, or just Diablo charged and flipped into Deckard combo into Jaina CC. But he also has Curse Bullet to burst down the Diablo or Leoric, and he brings really strong early wave clear in PvE. He can do Knights, he could help out with the 2v2 bottom lane if Genji goes down there to try 2v1. So it would probably be Raynor that goes down there, and then Greymane would hold the rotation. Okay. They have Sanct and Bunker to counter Entomb. So there's not going to be just any Miracle presses R and then Diablo charges somebody and they get instantly one-shot. Dig has a lot of answers to that. Is Greymane underrated? Not really. He's pretty well rated at this point. Depending on the cooldown situation, Jaina either one-shots the bunker or the bunker one-shots her, so we'll see how that goes. Dig actually body blocks their wave a little bit here. That makes it harder for Jaina to walk up and wave clear it, but it also stacks the wave more. So, it got wave clear anyway, but now they're punishing the tanks trying to pick up gems. Alright. There goes Genji, 2v1 in the Blaze. Greymane is top. But they're turning on the Genji, and Genji just dies. So he gets charged, and then gets body blocked and has to jump away. Then he gets slowed down, double slowed by Tyrael Q and Blaze Oil. That's a really nice punish on Genji. And Miracle already rotated 3 heroes top before scouting Dignitas's rotate. Did Dignitas owl before this? Is that why they knew? Oh, he threw the owl backwards? What? Wait, he throws the owl backwards. What is that? Alright, well the idea was that he owls their Miracle's 3-man rotate to know that Miracle isn't here to 4v4 them. But maybe Miracle over-rotated heroes here. They do need the Jaina and the Diablo there. Jaina needs to be there to clear the wave, Diablo needs to be there to get the gems, but maybe Deckard didn't need to be all the way top. Maybe he could have been mounted like in between the lanes, and maybe gotten there in time, but probably still wouldn't have mattered. Genji is pretty overextended. And it's not even like he got good harass down on the Blaze. The Blaze just charged him after the dash, and then walked past him. Owl was to confuse the team. I feel like I saw Azalea throwing owls backwards multiple times in this game. Thought the owl would circle around the map, yeah. There goes Greymane. While Miracle needs 2 to 3 heroes to do the night camp, Greymane will also do it with 2 to 3 heroes to do it quickly. So it seems like, did they owl this night camp? No, they owled bottom lane. Okay. So they owl bottom lane, they don't see anyone down there stalling bottom turn in. And they only see Diablo stalling top turn in, they see nobody else soaking waves, so they know Miracle should be on the night camp, although otherwise they're doing something very sneaky, or maybe are on the bottom siege camp, so they time the start of their night camp to be finished at a good timing to defend Miracle's night camp. And that's actually important. The minion wave does mess it up a little bit for Dignitas, where their minion wave stalled the night camp, otherwise the night camps would have been around here, which is a lot better for them, but this still works out very well for them. They also got some gems in while Miracle was on the night camp, whereas Miracle did not get any gems in themselves. And Jaina has a lot more trouble clearing out a night camp than a Greymane or a Raynor. They were looking for Tempo Storm backdoor. Genji did go in 2v1 bottom, get out the siege camp. That is good for Miracle. But Dignitas has gotten a decent number of gems in while they had the night camp advantage. And they're still pressuring more turn-ins. 25 gems in now. Very nice. So Dig does have the map packs advantage, but Miracle has the Genji advantage to scout early turn-ins pretty safely. Tyrael cannot pressure him by himself, or with at all. Trainer can pressure him a bit though. So there goes Tyrael stalling some turn-ins, being obnoxious. Owl scouts, turn-in still happening, gets stalled again. And the entire time Greymaine's basically just been in the top lane, clearing that wave out, focusing on that clear. And then Rainer's been holding the mid wave when it pushes in. Tyrael watching top turn in, Tron watching bottom turn in. So that's just Dignitas's spread. Miracle has more of a spread here because Jaina has to hold mid wave and top wave most of the time, with Diablo watching this turn in, then Deckard kind of just floating, and then Genji watching bot turn in, and then Leoric on the bottom wave. Going on Rainer. Don't really find anything. He pressed E. Healed back to full HP. Going on Snitch. He's also fine. Jaina looks like she's fast clearing the top lane wave. No, she's actually turning in. Did she sneak that in? With the Diablo zone? Yep, okay. Maybe they punish Diablo here though? Because Diablo did charge in. Not quite on the Tyrael slows. Okay, Genji's stuck happy mid though, catching the mid soak. So, Miracle with the Genji, they definitely should be winning the early game, because once it gets later on, it becomes a lot more about team fights and 5v5s, and that's where Genji falls off a lot. So, Miracle being behind on turn-ins and not ahead on experience or anything else is a bit concerning, because once it gets to level 10, Dig will be a lot more effective with Bunker and Sanct and Curse Bullet on Greymane. Whereas Miracle does not get very many power spikes. Entomb gets countered, Jaina can't go Ring of Frost because it gets countered too easily. Genji can't go Dragon Blade because it gets countered too easily, so they're stuck with a lot of not insane ultimates. Yeah, Tempo has the server advantage. Alright. There also hasn't been much coordination between Diablo and Deckard, just finding combos on the Dignitas backline. So if Deckard throws his stuff out at the same time that Diablo charges in, then it should line up pretty well. But instead it's just Diablo queuing and then flipping, and then that's it. The person walks away. Or the Deckard combo is a bit later, and the person walks out of it. Diablo has been bullying pretty hard, especially now that he's a lot of souls. He did go or is that battle momentum? No, that's malevolence. That's the auto attack. And Miracle does get the turn in. How does Entomb get countered? Yeah, you can if the bunker is near the Entomb but outside of it, you can just get into it still. And if the bunker is inside the Entomb, you can still get out of the Entomb when you leave the bunker. So it just doesn't do anything if there's a bunker there. And Sanct also does the same thing. Where Sanct, whether it's inside or outside the Entomb, can pretty much just make the person immune for the duration of it. So Leo wins the 1v1 against Blaze, gets a lot of push down there. Greymane and Tyrande are both top as 2. And then Tyrael and Rainer are playing safe until Greymane and Tyrande finish clearing top. So they finish clearing top, now they come down, and now they're 4v4, clearing at the fort. Blaze is still getting pretty pushed in, really chunked out. His charge actually gets caught by Entomb. Does he die here? He gets in bunker, Tyrande shows up to heal, gets slept. Okay, that's a really good punish. And then they get a sleep APOC combo. Saved by Sanct, and maybe Leo dies now? His E is down. Not quite. But yeah, that's a really good punish. Blaze eating a lot of damage while he tries to clear in the bottom lane. Leo died to the Tyrael explosion? Really? You kidding me right now, Leo? Are you actually kidding me? Why are you feeding to the Tyrael explosion? He actually walks into it and dies. He actually walks into the Tyrael explosion and dies for free. Alright, that's really bad. That is very, very bad. But it is good. Collapse by Miracle. They had their 4-man mid, and then when they saw that bottom lane was potentially diveable and killable, they collapse immediately. They get there before Dignitas, and then they get the kill on Blaze. They get a good engage, and then their Leoricans died for fission. It's not a ridiculously big deal that Leoric died there, but it is free experience that they just gave to Dignitas, and it was free experience while Miracle was at a level lead, so it's more significant than normal. Am I surprised that... Yeah, I feel like Deckard is being over-prioritized in a lot of situations. Like, on Volskaya, I feel like Deckard's just terrible. He needs level 13 to be very effective in team fights, and you just don't get level 13 before the game ends. Here is the double turn-in for Miracle. Blaze has just sacked the bottom lane at this point. He's not even going to try and clear it. He's going to try and defend the mid fort. So, bottom's getting absolutely wrecked. Leoric's even blocking the Blaze rotate to get back down there. And Greymane is 1v1ing Genji. It's pretty even, but that favors the Genji, because they're both really low on HP. Genji one-shots, and Greymane does not. Yeah, the problem is that he just needed to not walk into the... What was that, APOC? He just mishit APOC? Oh no, it looks like... So he was looking for like a APOC charge flip combo, though that doesn't even work against Tyrande, so I don't know why he even tried it. And then Tyrande used Shadow Stalk, so he couldn't Q. Because you can't target it when there's in stealth. Maybe her Qs were on cooldown, so she didn't have the cleanse for the APOC, and he was looking to punish that. So in the end, they killed mid fort. They look like they're going to kill top fort with their 13 advantage. Greymane is in a lot of trouble. Snitch is just overextended here, I guess. Because they see the Leo E here. He could QE right now, and at least be back here instead of here for the Entomb, and be a lot safer. He gets 75 heal reduction by the Deckard. I don't know, if he was here, maybe he lives. And even if he does die still, then they get his gems at least. Yeah, the Shadow Stalk was nice. Yeah, the stealth animation is weird for it. So this has been really bad for Dig, where they were doing really, really well in the early game, then Miracle managed to force in the turn-in still, and then off of that first turn-in, Blaze died bottom, and they lost the entire bottom fort, and then that snowballed into a second turn-in. That second turn-in got every single fort that was left, and got another kill, and then that gave Miracle the 13 lead, and now they have a boss out. So from a situation where it was very even, level 9 to level 9, suddenly it's level 14 to level almost 13. And this boss push will make it a full 2-level lead. And Miracle's close to another turn-in. That bottom wave pretty much gives them the full turn-in if they get all their gems in right now. Then Leo has the full turn-in on him. Dignitas probably has to fight. Blaze went the spell power reduction on Q. So yeah, Leo has the full turn-in. Dig knows that. Dig is trying to force their own turn-in in. And it looks like Miracle's just backing off. They aggroed the bottom camp, and they aggroed Knights out. Maybe Dig tries to collapse on the bottom camp. Yeah, they are. This might despawn in time. It should. Did it really not despawn after that long? That's actually bad for Miracle. That was probably pretty greedy for them to start that when Dignitas has the map hacks, so they always know how many heroes are down here. Because this will add a decent bit to the push. Whereas before, Blaze would just not be able to push into Leoric. Now, if it was Blaze versus Leo 1v1, Blaze would be able to get a decent bit of push. But it looks like they're leaving the siege camp down there by itself, and they're pushing mid into this night camp. Yeah, it takes a long time to despawn for some reason. There's Tyrael with the Mephisto E kind of Q. There's an Entomb. It baits out the Tyrande level 7, I guess. Now they're going really hard on Leo, who doesn't have his E. While there are people still showing bottom, they get a ton of damage out. There's a Deckard combo, big slow, looking for sleep. bunker, cleanse, and Jaina is screwed. It's actually really nice by Blaze here. So Deckard gets the big slow out and uses that to walk up to get the sleep off. But in that time, Wubby throws out a slow on Jaina, then bunkers, and then pops out of the bunker as the sleep ends to charge, and they get an insane counter engage. That's actually so nice by Wubby. Durand also cleanses the sleep on Greymane, so he instantly gets out of the sleep. That was a pretty risky engage too by Miracle, because they're trying to do a sleep APOC combo, but it only hits 2. Blaze bunkers off of it. Zayla can cleanse 2 other people, other than the Blaze, and they don't even have Diablo there for the fight. And their Leroy is low HP when the fight starts. And that actually throws their entire lead away. Do they lose a keep here? They might actually lose a keep here because Dig has so much structure damage with Tyrael E plus 2 auto attackers. Wubby doing a lot of work on Blaze this game and the Volskaya game. Yeah, perfect counter engage by Dignitas. And now this is a full spell damage team. This time Blaze actually takes the spell armor talent. And that is a full keep down. Miracle's entire lead is gone instantly off of that one fight. And now Dignitas is the team ahead. Now Dig gets to chain a turn in. They need 3 gems bottom. I mean, alright, the immediate effect was that they lost the keep here. But Dig is going to get another turn in now as well. Maybe not, actually. Dig needs to salt top while they get Greymane in. Looks like they still get it. I mean, yeah, Miracle is a lot weaker in team fights now, because Rainer's super scaled, Blaze is super scaled, level 20 is even more scaling for Dignitas over Miracle. Miracle lets maybe Water Ellie upgrade, but probably not. It's not that strong competitive when it dies instantly. Genji doesn't get good level 20s. Silence and Tomb is good most of the time, but against tank and bunker that can be outside of it and still protect the person inside of it, it's not effective. Upgrade Sleep, Tehran can cleanse it off, and Diablo gets Bolt, which is very strong. So they cleared top out. Is Dig actually just running it down mid? Is this the end of the game plan, or is this the make sure stuff is pushing in mid so that we can push top safely plan? Alright, it's the second one. Alright. They're not running it down mid. They are giving Miracle a problem to deal with in the mid lane, while they push this top wall down for free. Leo Z is down now, but Dig can't engage on him super easily. And Dig wants to be the team counter-engaging. They have the range advantage, so they're fine if teams just sit here and auto-attack each other. There's a Blaze charge. Okay. Pressure on Blaze, because he charged in. More pressure. There's a spell shield, and he's going to get a massive shield out of this. Look at that shield. Look at that shield. Infinite duration shield there. There's the Sanct on the bunker. And they disengaged. That wasn't a great turn-in, to be honest, overall from Dig, but that's a Leo inting. And now Diablo's gonna die. Can't sleep a bunker. Well, sleep him out of it. Oh, is this a dead Jaina now too? Greymane just chases him down. And he lives, even though he walked into the X-Strike. Oh. Alright. Bunker's a balanced ability, by the way. And now Dig gets the boss. And now the game ends off this boss, because this keep is already super low. And the turn-in cannot help defend. They're already killing Diablo off. No cleanse, as usual. Deckard does not have a cleanse. Oh, Greymane's dead, actually. So they counter-engage super hard on Greymane with the Deckard D. That is what he's good at. It's pressing D, and then your team does stupid amounts of damage. Sleep is decent. They go on Wubby again, who again can just spell shield it off. Boss is still doing infinite damage here. And does that bunker just end it? That bunker just ends it. Alright. I mean, Miracle definitely could have snowballed that. They had that bad engage mid, where they overextended trying to find that engage and got countered by a good bunker. But it is rough, because as soon as it got later in the game, Miracle does get outscaled decently, because the Genji is just so much less useful. And even the Jaina has trouble when she's against so much counter engage with bunker and Sanct. Where if because she has to walk up to use her spells, and if she walks up to use her spells, and her spells hit a bunker or a Sanct, and then the enemy team destroys her from inside the bunker or inside the Sanct, then she just is dead. And that was Jaina's life this game in teamfights. And Genji's life in teamfights was non-existent, because he could X-strike a bunker at best. Okay, that was way too far forward. Again, Miracle banding out Sergeant Hammer. Okay, so we have Mayav Diablo ban. Here we have Medivh Abathur ban. Alright. First pick Genji, Tyrande Garrosh, so they have map hack advantage. Tahaka Anub, so they have actual dive to work with their Genji now in later team fights. A lot of it. They have the global advantage. That's an Ana ban. That's actually kind of weird. This is specifically against Blue Beetle, I guess, in this case, because before when Ana was banned, it was already a Li Ming pick, and it was on a different map. But I guess part of Dignitas's plan is they're not going to run any dive to actually threaten Ana and punish the Ana pick, so they just want to get rid of it. Maybe Nano Boost Genji is strong, I have no idea about that. And there's a Sergeant Hammer ban, that is what Dignitas probably would have wanted, because then Ana would be decent against it. I mean, it's not like Ana hard counters Hammer, but her sleep is decent, and the fact that Hammer can't punish her, and Ana can sustain through the Hammer poke, is pretty nice. So what is Dig's backup plan here? Because you can't just say, oh, they banned Hammer, we lose the draft. Still need an offlane, probably just Blaze again. Alright, they just get Hanzo Raynor, and then they're going to last pick Blaze. They do deny the top two ranged from Miracle, so Miracle is going to have to resort to a Li Ming or a Phoenix or a Greymane as their ranged DPS, and all of those are weaker overall than Raynor or Hanzo. And then Miracle's support pick is probably just going to be a Deckard again, unfortunately. It's a bit better here, where he can chain CC with his team. No, it's a Malf, and a Jaina. Okay. So the Jaina gives some one-shot potential, some kill potential on the Garrosh, but I don't think it's enough, to be honest. I think with the Tron behind him, being able to cleanse off most of their CC, I think Garrosh still can't die to Miracle. Especially when he doesn't even have to face check bushes. He has Tron to map hack. You have to know you're going to be into a Blaze again, because this is just the obvious last pick for offlane. So I feel like Jaina's going to have a lot of trouble again, just like she did last game, where she's going to try and walk up to cast spells, and she's going to be walking into a Garrosh that unstoppables and throws her into his team, or into a bunker that just kills her. And the rest of the time, Miracle's going to be pressured to engage because they have no range damage, and again, they get poked out. Early camps are pretty even. Jaina can do Knights slightly faster, but you don't need to do Knights faster than the enemy team. You just need to be able to do it at a similar time, because you want to cap the Knight camp out second. So that's not an advantage for Miracle. So they have the early global advantage. They have the early dive advantage with these heroes that Jaina may or may not be able to follow up on. And then Dignitas has to not die to that. Once it gets later on, Dig has the map packs, double map pack heroes. They have really good turn install. Or tribute stall. So we will see. So Raynor and Blaze going top. It looks like Dig is setting up for a 3-man push top. Which then, if Miracle has to react to it, which they probably do, because their structure damage, their siege damage is weaker, with only a Jaina who has low sustain damage, then that means that Miracle will be out of position to do the siege camp, whereas Dignitas will be in position for theirs. Miracle will still be able to do Knights, though. But if Miracle go to do Knights, then Dignitas will get a lot of push here. So there's the map hacks, Tron scouting the flank. A little bit unsafe there, unless she owled previously. So where'd the initial owl go? It went to bottom watchtower, saw nobody. And then, was there a second owl? Second owl went there when they walked up to the wall, so nobody. And then she sees a noob here. I feel like... Okay, she shows as a noob passes by. That's kind of risky there. If there's an Anub, plus a Malf didn't rotate this way, but rotated this way, he could actually just get chain CC to death. A Noob burrow into Q into Malfruit with all the Jaina spells would kill him. So they cheese the wall a bit. And this is what they want. When you have the early siege advantage, you make it hard for the enemy team to do merc camps without getting punished with structure damage, and you make it easy for yourself to do merc camps whenever you want to choose to do that. Genji's going to win mid over Garrosh. Dahaka's going to kind of push in the Hanzo, but he can't just sit there and face take a Hanzo's damage. But he'll walk into the wave, use his W, and then burrow for the duration of it, and then let his wave win. So yeah, Jaina and Malf leave. Tehran's going to throw an owl at some point to try and scout that. Sees Malf, does not see Jaina, and that means that Dig is still going to push up though, because they saw that Malf was not there. And as long as it's not Tehran being gone on, I don't think the other two heroes can die between Raynor and Blaze. But with the Genji rotate, which they just scouted, they do need to be careful. Because they don't know yet. Now they know Jaina's not here. Okay. So Genji's always going to clear ahead of Garrosh. He can just dash on the wave or auto-attack it, and Garrosh can't do anything about that. He doesn't want to eat free damage and get poked out, so he just has to clear the wave at his wall. So Jaina does the earlier siege camp because it wasn't scouted, because the first owl went to Knights. So Dig is capping their siege camp a bit later, but the siege camp cap is also a bit better because tribute is bottom. They might even hold it for the tribute, we'll see. Here's a gank-ish on Poik. Did Genji miss his dash there? Jumps over and E's? No, they hit everything. He just jumps over. Not enough burst damage to 100 to 0 with just that. If there was a Genji level 4 and then Jaina hits her Q, then it would kill, but no level 4 and Jaina didn't hit the Q because he jumped earlier than it. And with Jaina showing bottom, that means that Dig is able to start their night camp earlier to make sure that they have it capped in a good timing with Miracles. Also, Miracles messes up. Actually, this is bad by Miracle right here. What Miracle needs to do, or what they want to do, is have the entire night camp get hit by the entire blizzard, all 3 waves of it. But what they do is they aggro it from range, and that means that the 2 of these knights are not being hit by the blizzard. Hold on. So they aggro it from range, and 2 of the knights, maybe only 1 of the knight, but the entire night camp is not being hit by all of the blizzard damage, and that is the majority of their damage. And then Hanzo just goes up and auto attacks at Genji to death, I guess. Alright. And then a noob shows up and he jumps out. Yep, because it's back off cooldown. Alright. And I would be expecting Dig to hold their night camp. Oh, no? Okay. A noob actually lost a lot of soak mid. This is so bad for Miracle. This one Genji death means that a lot of the minions bottom had to be caught by a Nubrak because they were going to die to the siege camp, and that means that this is almost 2 waves of experience that Miracle lost. Plus Blaze is getting pushed against Dahaka with his siege camp top. So this is almost a full level lead off of that 1 kill. And if Miracle wants to kill this night camp, then they have to lose this tribute, because they should not be able to stall it. The only way they would have a chance to stall it is with a Dahaka dig, and if Dahaka digs, then they lose a lot top lane to the siege camp that hasn't even been cleared yet. Blaze is blocking Dahaka tongues to stop the siege camp from dying. Okay. So Miracle got a lot of damage on the night camp, and now Jane is going to finish it, and they did manage to stall a tribute. So that's good for them at least. They're still behind by a lot of experience though, off of that Genji death. Okay, Hanzo has his E to stall this still for free. Or there's a Tyrande, sure. Next stall is a Hanzo E. Yep. Next stall is probably a Tyrande from long range. Nope, there's a Hanzo W. Now Tyrande can go and E it. Her owl might even be at back off cooldown by now. Yep, her Tyrande is back off cooldown. Now Hanzo's E is back off cooldown, and another W. So very hard for Miracle to cap this. And while they're trying to cap this, a noob is eating a ton of free damage. And Jaina had to go catch mid-soak, so Miracle loses this. So a really good stall by Dig. They have really good stall heroes in general, with Tyrande and Hanzo. And they get the first tribute, and they're ahead on experience. So Miracle again with a stronger early game comp, not getting an advantage. No advantage out of their global, because their global was negated effectively by the siege camp pushing into his lane. And no advantage from the Genji. No advantage from Jaina being able to do merc camps. No advantage from a noob. Nothing. How does Blaze block Dahaka's tongue? He just stands on top of the camp. Because it's a skill shot. Dahaka has to Q in a line, and if Blaze is just on top of the siege camp, his hitbox is bigger, so he'll get hit by the tongue first. all the time. Part of the reason he could do that is because there was only one tower on the wall. If there's 2 towers, Blaze eats a ton of damage for that, and he can't do that forever, but with only 1 tower, he can face tank it really easily. Oh, he threw him into the owl. They really needed that owl vision, actually. Actually kind of important to know where the enemy team was going off of that siege camp. They still saw Jaina mid, and they see Genji bottom and Mouth bottom, so Miracle still gave them the information, but that was kind of awkward for a second there. And this is again a good tribute for Dignitas, where, again, Dahaka has to deal with the siege camp before he can use his global. And in this case, Dig is forcing into this with their Blaze. This is a much harder tribute to stall effectively, because this tribute, if you stall from here, there's a bush up here by the night camp that you can get dug on and flanked from. So you can't stall from here, you can't stall from here. The only place you can stall is from mid lane, and if you're only stalling from one spot, you can get the owls blocked from there. And also Hanzo can't double you from there. So instead they push up with their whole team. That Jaina Blizzard actually hit nothing. That's actually really bad. It's actually really bad Jaina Blizzard. And she's just gonna die. Hanzo comes out for the flank. The Haka Dig was not in a great position, because Dig pushed through instead of kiting back into the choke. And with Jaina already dead, the fight's done. And that should just be a boss too. That should be tribute plus boss. Miracle's going to do their own boss and prevent the double boss, which is good for them. But Dig is still way ahead on finishing the boss and pushing with it, so that entire fort is gone before the boss even gets to their wall. And now it's third tribute. Dig is not going to have a talent tier advantage, but Haka again cannot global until the boss is at least almost cleared. So Dig can again push up really aggressively. Top fort is going to die to the boss because Dig did not go to defend it. They are securing a night camp advantage mid with their Hanzo, and they're engaging on a noob. And is he actually just going to die to that? He's actually just going to die to that. Was there no cleanse? Where's the mouth cleanse? So a noob does the right thing, where he walks into the Garrosh, and he uses his Q as the Garrosh throws him. So there's no way for Garrosh, unless Garrosh unstoppables, to throw taunt the Anub. So he only gets the throw off, and he doesn't even get the Q off. But then Anub does not get burrow against his blaze charge, and Mouth does not cleanse it. So then he's stunned, and then by that point Garrosh is not stunned anymore, and he gets taunt off. And at the same time, Hanzo uses his ult right here, and it's not even needed. So again, it's just another fight that started as a 5v4 for Dig. And then they try and turn on the backline. Jaina gets a lot of damage down, but there's a bunker, and the fight's over. That's all of your Jaina spells. She has no Icy Veins. Really well executed by Dig, where the Hanzo, even though he's not there, his ult is still able to help with the chain CC when they go for the one shot. I have no idea where Mouth's cleanse was, because he should have had a Q on the Anub, so I don't know why he didn't cleanse the blaze charge and maybe give his Anub a chance to burrow out. And that's a curse. They're even delaying the curse. Alright, Raynor clears this wave out quickly. And they're running it down mid as 5. With a night camp still. Full night camp, because Hanzo got the night camp advantage while the tribute was happening. And Jaina has a lot of trouble clearing night camps out. There's the mouth cleanse. Well, that's a big waste of it. Miracle was just face checking bushes all game. I mean, that wasn't even a face check. Like, this here wasn't even a face check. The Anub saw the Garrosh, and he Q'd to make sure that the Garrosh couldn't throw taunt him. But Mouth didn't cleanse him from the blaze charge, so he couldn't burrow out. But, I mean, again, Miracle doesn't have map hacks. They don't have any map hack abilities, whereas Dignitas has 2. So, I mean, Miracle has to do things like burrow into this bush to try and get an engage with their Anubrak, rather than just pressing W on their keyboard or E on their keyboard to face check it, or to check it. It's not with their face. Again, chain CC. Again, Mouth's cleanse was wasted right here on the Jaina. So then what happens is your Dahaka gets thrown in, and then Blaze charged, and you can't cleanse him. So the chain CC is the easiest thing in the world for Dig, and you can't. There's no time for you to counter engage. Again, Han's ult doesn't even hit the target. They die too quickly. Yeah, Tron Owl and Hanzo E. Map hacks. You press a button and you see the map for free. And it's OP. And it means that your opponent has to face check bushes and take risks, and you take no risks. You just have perfect information the entire time. It means that you just can make perfect decisions every time. Alright, and boss respawns are happening soon. Dig is playing up on... No, they're not. They were just checking. They were just seeing if Miracle would face check into them. And like, look at Miracle. They can't check these bushes. The best they can do to check these bushes is a Genji Q. Because even if Genji face checks the bush, he still instantly dies. So look at this. They have to run around and huddle together as 4 with Genji queuing bushes to check it. Whereas, look at this. That's like 5 bushes checked right there. Just insane. So you can see how spread out on the map Dig is. Partly because Miracle's showing mid. But like, they just throw an owl, and then they can be spread out. Whereas Miracle has to literally hug each other as they check bushes. Look, a noob's gonna die. He's dead. Map hacks versus no map hacks. Malf W bush, it's not longer range than the Genji Q. Doesn't make a difference. It's literally just the difference between having map hacks and not. Again, that's a blind to dig in on the bush. By the Dahaka. Look at this, they even know Jane is in here. How do they know she's in here, actually? Oh no, look, Han's a vision arrow. And right as it runs out, Jaina runs into the bush, so they know. Because the vision lasts a little bit longer. So they saw the Jaina right here, and then she didn't run over here. So they didn't see the Jaina go here, so they knew that she was probably in there, at the very least. Map hacks. Another wasted arrow. If the hero's already one shot, then the hero's already one shot. Doesn't matter. It's literally just map hacks. And they matter more on some maps than others. Like on Tomb, map hacks are less important. But on a map like Cursed Hollow, where there's so many bushes, there's so much open space, not near structures, not near minion waves, to give you vision. I mean, you can see the difference very clearly. With how huddled together Miracle had to be. And then even even as soon as they weren't huddled together, they walked into a Garrosh and instantly lost the game. They were already behind, but the game's over. Map hacks. Lol. Alright. Let's go forward. Too far forward. Alright. So on D-Shire, we saw earlier Genji run. It was a comp that relied on having a winning 1v1 top, a winning 3v3 mid, and a winning 1v1 bottom, and then controlling the enemy team's 3v3 and not allowing them to roam and put pressure on the side lanes to... And then that's very reliant on not making any mistakes and constantly having that pressure, so the enemy team cannot make rotations and constantly have to react to minion waves, react to your 3v3, react to merc camps. So they can never get their 4-man or 3-man rotation together to actually have kill pressure in your lanes. And then that compensates for not having map hacks, because then, as long as the enemy team is forced to be showing on things like that, then you don't need map hacks. In this case, they actually have map hacks too. So Hammer actually gets banned here. Genji banned from first ban again. Diablo ban. But Garrosh against map hacks is bad. Or not as effective at the very least, because you can't just sit in the bush and one-shot somebody, because he'll just get map hacked and then he won't do anything. So they go Garrosh Jaina. Jaina's been very effective on this map, where she has the really, really strong wave clear and the really, really strong early game burst damage. So it's very hard to match her in the 4-man rotation, or in any kind of a 3v3, or in terms of just walking into crowd control, because you will get one shot a lot of the time. They do have the Tron for some of the cleanse, but against roots it does not work. And the Irel, she wins off lane against most heroes. I've already seen this draft, so I'm not going to predict things. I'm also a bit off camera. There we go. So Alarak ban. Alarak gave Genji. Alarak was used on in the 3-man for the kill potential in the early game, but he was used as one of the side lane heroes to win the 1v1s. I'm not sure if he wins against Arel, probably not, but in the bottom lane he'll win against whatever hero is put down there. And then Malthael, a noob. So Malthael is one of the few heroes that can win against Arel. He needs his level 4 spike for the single target Q damage, but then after he gets that, he does win it. And Nubrak as the other really good chain CC and pick-off one-shot tank. And then there's Malf. He's a Malf. You don't want Deckard, because he will just be useless, and you will just get chain CC to death every single time. So you need at least a soft cleanse that Malf has. And then a Tracer. So the Tracer is the assassin that can roam around the map and put pressure, but if she gets stuck in a lane, like how Liquid got stuck in their lanes, though Liquid had a weaker draft overall, I feel like, with a Li Ming pick, offlane Varian, you get out wave cleared too hard. Irel just clears her minion wave out and then sits on the cap, and then you either lose your all of the soak and lose your wall, or you don't get the cap still. Who else wins versus her? I don't think Leoric wins. I think Malthael's one of the... Malthael and maybe Sonya are the two heroes that win against her. And that's pretty much it. So Genji has the winning top lane. They have a Hanzo. And then their 3-man is also really strong. And they have the map hack advantage, so if Dignitas ends up having to face check bushes, they can get one shot. Garrosh is pretty one-shottable by Last Rites, if Malthael's there. Irel is probably the only hero that Dignitas has that doesn't get one shot from face checking the bush. So what Dig wants is they want early game advantage off their Jaina, doing Merc camps and clearing minion waves with the 4-man rotate, or 3-man rotate with Tracer being able to maybe rotate top and pressure the Malthael to not let him just win the 1v1 against Arel, force him to play safe. Genji has a lot of ways to scout Dignitas' rotations, and then they also do the same strategy where they 1-3-1 and force Dignitas into static lanes, into 1v1s and 3v3s, so that Dignitas can't put pressure on multiple lanes at once with their heroes. And this is, again, really well played by Genji, this game. Dig plays pretty well, too. But they run into big issues. So early on, both teams wave clear. Arel Malthael top. Dig does have the control rotating bottom, and Jane is clearing the wave by herself while they mess with this in the 3v3. Garrosh getting some stacks on his Q. And Hanzo's bottom catching soak. So here for now, Dig has the 4-man, kind of 4-man rotate. It's mostly Jaina rotating by herself to the bottom lane, but now that Hanzo's down there in advance, she can't just walk up to the wave by herself and clear it. So as you can see, Genji map hacks. As soon as Dig leaves the lane, they know if they're going on the camp, which they're not, or if they're pressuring Hanzo. So Hanzo plays safe. They know Dig hasn't started the camp yet. There's some vision there. They see 2 Dig heroes. Dig might have started the camp by now, and the next Rondell is going to go towards that camp. Snitch does block it though. So Genji doesn't have information for now, but they'll soon see that Jaina does cap the camp. And they see 3 mid. Okay, so now they know Jaina just finished this camp. They see 3v3 mid. They see Malthael 1v1 versus Arel top. And Jaina stuck 1v1 bottom versus Hanzo. And this is what Genji wants, is they want to prevent Jaina from actually rotating and clearing mid wave, and then going bottom and clearing that wave out. Because then they might be run into issues where the waves are pushing in too much. But if Jaina gets stuck bottom lane 1v1 against the Hanzo, she won't be able to clear both waves, and she loses that matchup to the Hanzo. Q build Hanzo? Oh yeah, it is Q level 1. That's interesting. I didn't even notice that when watching the match the first time. Why would he take that? I guess part of the reason And we can see here, so in this 3v3, Genji wins it. They're pretty equal on sustain, but the range DPS matchup is very in favor of Genji. Phoenix does a lot more damage and is also able to trade with Tracer overall a lot better. And then what happens now is they cleared the wave over Dig, when Dig is the team with the Jaina. And then they also saw the Dig heroes run down. And now they're just top. And Wubby is just dead. And maybe Dig didn't call that rotate, didn't respect the rotation of Genji, but that's a big issue for them. And meanwhile, Hanzo played safe bottom because they knew Dig and Toss was in the bottom half rather than the top half. I mean, we'll have to see how the Q build Hanzo works out. I mean, the reason you don't take it, partly it's a hard quest to finish because you have to normally, especially on a map like this where the enemy team has an offlaner that'll be on the opposite side of the map from you, it's hard to get the progress on the quest because you have to hit each individual hero. The reason why it could be good is because if he's sitting here down here by himself, the extra range to wave clear from safer and potentially the extra damage to wave clear faster helps him a lot compared to the W, which is more about a 3v3 or a 4v4 or team fight. And if Genji is putting him just in a pure 1v1, then this is more effective, or the W is not effective at all. So then with that RL kill, they go into a camp. Hanzo again, just playing defensive here. And Dig doesn't have map hack, so they have to actually check this. They see Malthael, but they're still not even sure that they're on the camp. Until the camp's done. They are still not even sure where Genji is with those 3 heroes. So now there's just a camp advantage for Genji. And maybe Hanzo's wall is taking a little bit of damage, especially before level 4, but now that he's got level 4, he has the splash. His wall should be fine. He should be able to clear the wave equal to Jaina. And again, Jaina just has not been able to have the effect that you pick her to have. So now there's just a Night Camp top for Malthael, who already wins that matchup. And as long as Genji sits here and forces this 3v3 from Dignitas, again, you can see, like, you can't punish the Phoenix. I mean, if it's just a 3v3, you can't punish the Phoenix. If there was a 4th hero here that ganked for Dignitas, then Phoenix could die here, maybe. But because you know, Irel's stuck in the 1v1, clearing the Night Camp. Jaina's stuck in the 1v1, dealing with Hanzo and the wave clear. And even if she does leave, Hanzo can map hack the entire rotation to see if she is actually going mid. So Phoenix is completely safe in this 3v3. Only because it's a 3v3. A noob does tank throw for him, which is good, but also kind of expected. And you can see Zalia's running out of mana. Tron is not, because Phoenix is doing significantly more damage than Tracer is. And again, Wubby's running into issues, where even if he doesn't die from this, he's still losing a lot of health. One other thing to note is every single time JPL walks up to look for a target, he eats a lot of damage. So look here, he's full HP, he walks in to try and throw Malthael. Look at his HP bar just disappear. Very, very quickly. Every single time the Garrosh walks up to look for something, he is always getting punished by the damage dealers. Whoever he's not specifically targeting, whoever did not get hit by the Q, everyone else is hitting the Garrosh very hard. Constantly. So you see, he just lost half his health when he tried to look for something. And every once in a while, Jaina even needs to go up to Malf to get healed, because she's losing the 1v1, and that entire top wall is gone. Pretty sure Anub has burrow here. Hanzo actually died. Alright, so here Hanzo makes a mistake. What happens here? Does he try and all-in Jaina? No, he just gets walked up to and rooted by Malf. So it's just a really good engage off of the root by Zalia that manages to kill Hanzo. And that's the kind of mistake. That's the kind of mistake that completely ruins this comp. Because if that happens, and you have to send a hero down here to soak, then suddenly your 3-man control over their 3-man falls apart, suddenly this wave is just at your wall for the rest of the game, suddenly your top lane has to play super safe, and suddenly there's DK pressure. And suddenly the entire map falls apart if those kinds of deaths happen. Just Tracer does no damage in these 3v3s. Tyrande easily heals all of the damage that isn't hitting shields in the first place. So you can see that Hanzo death cost them that entire wave and is costing them some DK pressure. Malthael should be able to pressure Irel off eventually. but even that will take a while. And they're stuck in this 3v4. Luckily, even Dig in the 3v4 is not insanely strong. Just the Tracer is so weak. If they don't find a burst combo on somebody, they're still getting out-traded by just Phoenix. They have to find some kind of a combo with a Malfruit into other stuff to kill the Phoenix when he walks up. But if Phoenix is holding back, or Phoenix just waits for the Malfruit to go down more aggressively, like here, maybe he could be Malfruited. Because it has to be comboed. It has to be a Malfruit, plus a Jaina Blizzard and everything else, plus a Tracer Bomb, with some Nigarash CC to make sure the Phoenix can't blink the Tracer Bomb. But if that doesn't happen, like if this happens here, and there's a Tracer, and there's a Blizzard on it, or a Bomb on it, then maybe Phoenix dies, but it's not coordinated. Oh yeah, there was something else. Hold on. Let me see if I can find it quickly. It was... So we're at 7:57, 56. There was something really quickly I wanted to show. Yeah, it's with this team fight. Not this team fight, but the next one. Right here. I want to show the difference between Miracle and Genji, where you can see here when this engage happens... Maybe it's not this engage. Maybe it's something completely different. Okay, never mind. My bad. I have the wrong thing. Alright. We're back. But it was, what I remember seeing is the other Korean teams would really tunnel on a target and tunnel on who their team is engaging on without regard for their own positioning and whether or not they're in danger. Whereas Genji is a lot better at that. They don't tunnel on one target and commit suicide. And I feel like Wubby gets exploited a bit in this match, actually. Where he expects them to tunnel and then they don't. That was actually really close there. The Malfruit almost interrupts the Anub'arak burrow. But again, Dig is being isolated in their lanes. And you can see here, did they map hack this Tracer rotate? So I mean, it's kind of obvious. The big thing too, when you're pressuring the 3v3 the entire time, it's pretty obvious when one of the heroes, especially the ranged DPS, is not there anymore. Because suddenly, there's a Garrosh and a Malf clearing a wave. And you're like, Tracer's not here clearing the wave. She must be missing. You don't even need map hacks to tell where Tracer is. They even throw a vision arrow, so they know Tracer's not mid. So then they tell their side lanes, hey, be safe, Malthael. You're by yourself. 4-man here, we're cool. Malthael will be safe top. Get off the top cap. Don't fight a rel right now. Yeah, Miracle's a good example of that, where they tunnel really, really hard to the point of committing suicide. And now the owl comes up, map hacks the Tracer. Now they know. I mean, Tracer could just sit there still. But on the rest of the map, it's not just that Tracer is seen, but it's also that Genji is pressuring where the Tracer is not. And Tracer cannot afford to just go AFK here, because the rest of the lanes are getting pushed in so hard. So Tracer has to go back to the rest of her team and leave the Aurel again to the 1v1. Try something. Don't find it. It's fine. There was no risk. Again, they had map hacks on Dig's position. It does make the rotation here a bit harder. Looks like they're just going to rotate around Safeway. Well, that's fine. Jane is back mid. Aurel's mid even too. But now there's DK pressure. And now how do you get rid of this DK pressure? Because if Aurel goes top by herself, she will not get the cap back from Malthael. Malthael will hold it because he beats her in the 1v1. If Jaina goes bottom by herself, Hanzo might even kill her, as long as Genji knows that there's 3 heroes mid, and it's just a 1v1. Depends if the Malthael's the offlaner in the 4-man. That's what it depends on. So, Dig does manage to hold mid with Garrosh by himself, but this is risky too. If Genji had an owl to spot, so there's that owl, and then it's barely on cooldown when Dig makes these rotations, but if Genji had an owl to spot that Garrosh is here by himself, he gets gone on. And maybe he doesn't die because he has his level 4 talent, but he loses a lot of his HP. So Hanzo sees there's 2 here. Genji rotates top. Bullies off the Aurel. So, because one mistake a team, maybe it would have been bad if they went to just fight the Garrosh. Because then Dig would get both caps in their 2v1s, and then it would just be a 3v1 mid that didn't even get a kill, and then they would be under DK pressure. Maybe that would be bad. But what Genji does instead is They scout where Dig has 2 people, and then they choose one lane to go to as 4. And then there's a 2v1 here for Dig that gets the cap, but then Genji 4v3-ish, or 4v2 even, because Garrosh is stuck mid to hold 1 cap. I think it just depends on specific hero picks. And again, I'm not sure where the owl is. Let's see if we can find it. She might have just thrown it. I'm not sure. They see Tracer, Garrosh mid. They saw Jaina Malth bottom, so Malthael holds top. So Dig can never get DK pressure, and Genji can get DK pressure if the lanes remain isolated for long enough. Earl gets the decap, but she has to leave now to get the soak still. They do manage to get the siege camp out. So now Dig is trying to transition into like a 1-2-2, because they just weren't winning the 3v3. But we'll see. Rich. Ooh, okay, so this was actually really good. Garrosh was never actually in range to throw the Phoenix, but Tyrande was not sure of that 100%. So she uses her ult, and then Garrosh cannot throw people that are in stealth, and his Q was already down. So he has no way to reveal the Phoenix quickly before he gets out of range, and also there was a minion there to tank the throw. But even if there was not a minion there, still no throw on Rich because of the stealth, which bails him out from being a little bit overextended in the lane. Because this right here is I mean, not quite an issue because Rich is somewhat safe here with the Tyrande stealth. But you know that the bottom lane's pushing in, and Jaina could just leave for free, and Hanzo has to clear. So you know that this could be a 4v3 situation because your Anub'arak isn't even quite in position, and he even scouted this a lot of this rotation. Anub'arak did. Oh, no, he didn't. Oh no, you see them as 4, but you're already this far up. So should have waited a little bit longer for the owl cooldown before he walked up, because that does end up costing them the shadow stock. But now they get a lot of damage back on Garrosh and the ult. Tracer recalls the ult. Goes a Twilight Dream. And you wonder, why does Zaylee have Twilight Dream? I mean, I'm not 100%, but it's probably because you're not expecting to get 5v5s on this map. It's going to be smaller skirmishes, and it's about one-shot potential and pickoffs. So Twilight Dream contributes to that, and Trank does not. And again, Garrosh gets extremely punished. He walks up to try and get a target, and then as soon as the target isn't found, he eats so much damage. He picked it in this fight. When does he pick it? Like here? I mean, he picks it here. He doesn't pick it knowing this exact situation is going to happen right here. Yeah, Phoenix is out pretty far. But if there's nothing to reliably interrupt his warp before Garrosh gets in range of him, then he can just warp out every time. Now Hanzo has bottom cap. And again, Dignitas, they were chunked out too. So now they're getting held in a 3v4. And they can't even win that because they're so chunked out. And there's no taunt for a noob, so he doesn't even get died to the chain CC. So you can see, does the noob pre-shield before the throw? No, but he gets the shield off afterwards. So that's every single cooldown. Bit unlucky that the bomb got eaten by a beetle. Unlucky spawn RNG there, but even then, a noob would not have died. He would just go back and tap right now. And now Hanzo's getting DK pressure. Malthael's holding one of Zarel. He knows there's no gank pressure. You see the entire enemy team. You know it's a 1v1, and that means that you can play aggressively. But being able to do this relies on your team being able to do this the entire time without anybody messing up, dying in the 1v1, dying in the 3v3, dying when the Jaina rotates up one time. You have to be constantly not making mistakes to just throw away this control, because as soon as it's gone, it's almost impossible to get it back. So now Malthael doesn't see a rel top anymore, probably calls it. Even if he doesn't, they have map hacks. Look at that. Probably called it. Hanzo checks it, map hacks it. Don't see a rel. Looks like she's probably going back top. And what does Dig do? Now they're under DK pressure. How does Dig escape the situation? Because Anub's sitting in this bush, and until Garrosh taunt is back up, you can't even one-shot the Anub. It is back up now, so you could try. If someone leaves, Genji's going to push on you really hard. And even if someone does leave, they can still follow the rotation, because Genji has the map hacks. Genji can constantly scout how many heroes are sitting here mid. Is it 4? No? Okay, they rotated. Maybe throw our other map hack ability to see where they rotated to. And now Rich is even sitting here in this rotate, blocking Snitch. And again, Malthael just 1v1ing the Rel, because there's nobody that can come to help her. Because they're all just being, they're just being constantly controlled in this stronger 3v3 / 4v4 situation. Because Dig's comp is way better at one-shots. Genji's comp, because they last picked Hanzo, because they already had the rest of the draft in place to be able to run this strategy. So they didn't need to be able to one-shot anymore, because they could run this 1-3-1 lane setup. So Genji can't one-shot Garrosh unless Malthael's there. Garrosh can just face check any bush he wants, but Garrosh, there's no point for Garrosh to face check bushes when Genji's sitting in the lanes the entire time and just pressuring DK caps. Malthael lose solo lane to anyone? Yeah, he loses to ranged heroes. Like, I think Phoenix is the #1 solo laner, theoretically. But you don't... if he can get a pure 1v1. But that also makes your comp a lot squishier, because he can't frontline. No, there's no way Zeratul does anything to Malthael or Phoenix. Zeratul has way too little damage. Look at this, he didn't even, like, really walk up. He walked up for a globe and he lost half his HP. Look at that, they're just engaging. Okay, so this time they finally find something. It looks like Irel actually leaves top lane, and Genji has the owl to check the top flank, and they don't see her there. So they think, alright, she's probably just playing defensively. So Irel actually sneaks all the way around, jumps over this wall, and sneaks all the way around for this flank, for this engage. And this catches Genji off guard. When they go for this engage, and suddenly Irel shows up, not from above, which they're safe from because there are noobs above, but comes from below, which is actually ridiculous. That Irel jumps in from below and knocks Rich's TP, and then he dies. That's actually so ridiculous, actually, this rotation. Look at how much time it took for him to make this rotation. So he's here on this wave, and then the wave gets cleared, and it's 8:51, and he starts rotating. Look at this. This is like a 15-second rotation that he took. It takes that long to get from this to this. And he did it just to get from top to the mid lane. And this catches Genji so off guard. Because their vision abilities went up here, because they're expecting the Irel from above. So suddenly, I mean, is Rich overextended? If this is just a 4v4, he's not overextended, he's fine. But it's a 5v4, where the hell does Irel come from? And even if it was a 5v4, if Irel's up here, he's completely fine. It's just this, like, completely disgusting rotation and flank. And even then, it's still a 1-for-1 so far. Okay, and Malthael's dead. Alright. Does a noob die too? Alright. So that's what Dig had to do to escape the situation, because they were stuck in the situation with Malthael constantly winning here, and nobody was even soaking the bottom lane. It was just a 4v4 with Dig getting poked out slowly. And the only way they escaped from it was 15-second Irel rotation all the way across the map over a wall. And it gets them a 3-for-1. And now what does Genji do? Because now this is, I mean, not quite a mistake. Maybe they could have used their vision abilities better to spot this Irel rotation. Because what happens? So where's the Trondowls and stuff? So there's Hanzo Vision Arrow to spot this bush. And then I think Trondowl's up. So yeah. So there's their vision abilities. They're expecting the Irel above. And then their vision abilities are on cooldown. They didn't spot the Irel. They don't spot her top. So maybe they could say, my Spidey sense is tingling. Why is Irel not here clearing the wave? Why is Irel not showing up above us here to fight? Where is this Irel? Is she soloing a night camp right now? Is that what she's doing? Like, maybe you could say this is kind of suspicious, but this is like such an insane rotation that you never see people actually do. And even with it, that barely wins them a fight, because they have to hit like an insane Twilight Dream, they still have to hit all their abilities, Irel has to get the interrupt on the Phoenix Blink, and then they still barely kill him. And then they get the chain CC on the Anub. Alright. So now Dig has a 4v2 on the map. So, how do they turn this into a DK? Do they turn this into DK? So Genji map hacked mid, and they saw some heroes. They see a Railgun on top. And the big thing is Dignitas wants to cover for their squishier heroes. that are a lot more vulnerable. So I'm not sure if Genji actually map hacked this rotation. Let's see. Where's the Trondal? So Trondal spots Tracer below, and immediately on seeing Tracer below, they make the call to go top. And Malf barely doesn't spot this rotate too. So Malf doesn't spot this rotate because he's a little bit too early. And then Tracer is trying to spot the rotate bottom and cover for Jaina. And then that actually allows Genji to jump over. They just jump over this wall. They actually just jump over this wall. Because they're that confident in their read of where Dignitas put their heroes. Because they only saw Tracer here for a little while in these bushes. She could have started rotating up here. They have no idea where Malf was. Malf could have been up here. But if Malf is up here, this 2v2 is fine. And they knew Jaina was bottom because your caps give vision. So they knew Aurel was top and they knew Jaina was bottom. And they knew Tracer was in these bushes. And just off of that, they make this call. And it's not a 100% call. It still has some risk that Tracer could have gotten all the way up here. When you started this rotate, she started this rotate. And then you die off of Hanzo jumping in with into a cap. But it is pretty likely that that did not happen. And now Phoenix doesn't get on bottom in time. Looks like Phoenix runs mid a bit off the respawn, and then runs top thinking about a fight, so he ends up getting bottom barely too late. I don't think he gets bottom in time anyway. No, it's not even really close. Maybe we could look at the camera thing. No, I don't think Phoenix gets there no matter what. So that is Dignitas getting a DK. So they do manage, even though Genji made the correct rotation, the correct choice based on their information, and Dignitas was not there to punish them. They stalled the DK, but they don't quite manage to get bottom in time. Maybe they could have called for Phoenix to go immediately this way down, and maybe he gets there in time then. But otherwise, I don't think there's any way that Genji can stop that DK. So now Dig can potentially set up the map that they don't get in this chokehold position again, where they get stuck in lanes that are losing matchups. Because what they want is to just force Genji to face check into a Garrosh, or force Genji to take risks when walking into the clear wave, and be able to 4-man around the map and just show their Jaina. Jaina shows every once in a while clearing a wave, nobody else shows. This is nice. So, Malthael is clearing this wave. He sees the entire enemy team bottom, they just map hack them. But immediately this rotation starts, a noob even sees it, and he starts leaving as soon as a noob sees it. But the ally throw to dismount, and then the Malfruit blocks, and then taunt, plus everything else. Does this not kill? I forget. He spell shields? Wait, this guy doesn't even die. Never mind. It's a good try, but they have no DPS with them, because one is in the DK, and their Tracer is a bit late on the rotate as well, because she was on the bottom left side of the lane and got dismounted. So they try to make this play, but Malthael props his spell shield right as the taunt goes off, which blocks a ton of the damage, and he also heals a lot off of 2 tanks. And then the Hanzo ult comes up to peel for him, and then Tracer ends up getting caught in this rotate, where it looks like what happens here. So she's running up, and then a noob cues her from the bush, and then she blinks up twice, starts auto-attacking the minion wave. Does she get cocooned? It looks like she gets cocooned. Yeah, she gets cocooned then burrowed on perfectly timed to get her out of the cocoon. And she tries to blink up to her team, but she gets lacerated. Damn. Tracer dies, and then at this point, now that, I mean, even like right here, as soon as Dig tried to make this play, I mean, right now Jaina could live. But then Jaina, the call is made that Jaina will sacrifice herself in the DK for this fort, because it's a full HP fort that she's still going on. Because she had to go through all of the buildings and everything. So, because Tracer's dead, Jaina sacrifices herself in the DK to get rid of this fort, to hopefully make it easier to push their lanes into Genji, and not let Hanzo sit here safely. But now, this still doesn't stop Genji from setting up the same situation. Yeah, she got cocoon. Maybe she could have dodged the cocoon with rewind, but that would still be rewinding into a very bad spot. So it's rough. Where a noob snuck into here, in between the Malf Garrosh rotate and the Tracer rotate here, and caught her off guard. Tempo Storm analysis, as in listening to silly music for the entire game. So, while the Jaina is dead, they set up a 4-man push bottom, and also get the bottom fort. Dig does have a night camp top, so Genji has to deal with that. Ooh, alright. So, again, Dig is going for really aggressive ally throw plays to set up for CC. and it doesn't, the initial route doesn't hit Rich, but he messes up his pathing a bit, where you see the Malf get thrown at you, and then he runs this way, and then he runs down a little bit, and then his E gets caught because he was too slow, and then he dies. And this is, again, a really bad spot for Genji, where they were even on experience before that kill, and now they're down a person. But that's also, like, a really aggressive play, where you have to really identify the enemy team's positions to even be willing to throw your Malf into the enemy team. Because you have to see, the enemy team is not in position to punish my Malf when he gets thrown in. And also Malthael's top, so it's a 5v4. But, because this could easily, I mean, it's a 4v5 still, but Genji could have just burrowed on Malf and one-shot him, because there's no way to save him anymore. But you can't really do that in a 4v5. So Dig is pulling, I mean, Genji played almost an insanely clean game to just choke Dignitas out of the game completely. And then Dig made an insane Arel rotation, and then found some other insane engages to even find pickoffs on Genji. Oh, this is where the game falls apart. So they try and steal this night camp, Arel gets cocooned, and look at Garrosh. Again, whenever Garrosh is walking in, like, bad players just are scared, and they just start running away. They're like, oh no, a Garrosh. See you later, team, you're all dead. Good players say, oh, the Garrosh is walking into my team. Alright, I mean, I'll stand outside of his Q range, but other than that, we're gonna hit him. Why not hit the Garrosh? It's free damage. So then, it's a 4v5. I mean, it's a 4v1, because the Garrosh is by himself. But, bad players, these two players, if they were bad, they just run away, and they don't do any damage. I mean, even the Malthael is bad, he doesn't do any damage. He just tries to run away. Maybe presses Q. But these are good players. They actually hit the Garrosh when it's free to hit the Garrosh. I think Garrosh queued earlier. Maybe that's why. So yeah, Garrosh queues down, so there's no threat on them. They sit there and they just hit him. And bad players might not do that. So then they kill the Garrosh, and they actually chase more. Malthael got his spell shield off, so he survives through all of that damage. That's why Malthael's spell shield's really strong. Because, as you can see, he activated right before he W's in. It's not up for the Twilight Dream, but it's up for every other damage. And he barely lives off of that 50 spell armor, and even goes back in again and dies. Well, that's not quite as good. Then he thought, oh, I'm actually really tanky, let me go back in again, but then his spell shield's down, and he dies. So, that wasn't as good. That was kind of bad, because if he doesn't do that, he still has a Tehran mark on him, or did it just run out? Oh, it just ran out too. That was kind of bad. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It was the correct response from Genji, where they say, alright, we're down a person, we were trying to do this night camp while they stole our siege camp. I'm assuming they had vision on this with something. They had a general idea. Yeah, Tehran stuns it, they see it get capped. They don't see any heroes, though. But then they start the night camp, they say, we should be able to finish this night camp in time, and they have the plan. Genji has a plan. If Dig shows up, we cocoon someone that jumps on the point. So they do that. And then they see Garrosh, and they see Garrosh is really isolated. Where's the rest of his team? They're not here. Alright, let's hit him. We can actually kill this Garrosh really quickly. So then they kill him before his team shows up. And then Wubby's finally out of the cocoon. Nobody can break it, because he's over the wall. And there's nothing you can do as an Arel. A noob pressed R on you, so you kind of just went AFK for 8 seconds. But then Malthael does die back. Alright, but now Dig doesn't have a tank, and that's actually pretty scary for them, because Genji has the map hacks, so they can make they have perfect information, whereas Dig does not, so they have to 4-man, because otherwise they get picked off by a Nubrak and die. Even a good stall on Zalia's back, and now they know Zalia's backing for sure, so they know that it's a 4v3 on the map in favor of Genji. Looks like Hanzo Vision sees that Dig left, so they call for Rich to back up instead of take this cap, because they don't know where Tracer and Jaina are. They still see Arel, and they know Malf backed. So Malf and Garrosh are in base, don't know where these two are, until an owl is thrown out, see Arel top. There's an owl, sees Jaina. They see someone else on the cap, that has to be Tracer. So now they know these two heroes are Arel left top. And now they have to set up their map packs again to figure out where Dig is. Whereas Dig does not have map packs. They don't get to just know for free where Genji is, unless Genji shows them things. And there goes Genji sneaking around. Looking for a dive on top. Do they find a rel? No. I mean, it's still a fort. We'll take the fort. What can Dig do in response? They can try and collapse, maybe. But they just got map hacked on. Kind of. They see the rel stepping up and being aggressive, so they start backing off. Here comes the flank. Again. Look at the Garrosh get pounded every time he walks up. There goes half his HP bar, even more. Every single you don't get... Against bad players, you walk up like this as Garrosh, you're like, oh well, he jumped over the wall. Oh well, I missed my Q, and you walk away and you're full HP. But no. No. You lose half your HP, and you lose your 45-second unstoppable cooldown, so now you're a target. Malthael does show in this bush, and gets zones by a Malfruit, but he gets a spell shield off again. And again, he barely lives until the Tracer Bomb, and still lives through it. And again, this is why Rich took that spell shield in the earlier game, because it makes you very tanky against a pure spell damage team. Very, very tanky, because it looks like he activates it probably right when Jaina goes on him, and then it comes up right for the Twilight Dream initiate. Cocoon goes on Garrosh, and he barely lives with that armor. This is still okay for Dignitas, though. They've had a siege camp bottom for a long time, getting decent value. And Gen G wants to avoid the situation where they get stuck mid, having to deal with DK pressure, and can't get back to their 1-3-1, so they have to sit here in 5v5. And again, here it comes. They're trying to punish Malthael, but Dig is just eating free damage. Their DPS are not really in range to follow up and pressure the Malthael. I'm not even sure. It looks like... Oh, Poik's just super low. Poik is just waiting for Malthaels to kick in, because otherwise he can just die to a random Hanzo W. But Tracer could probably be here pressuring, but even then... Now it all falls apart. Oh no. Owl air collision. Oh, and on the Irel. Oh yeah. That hitbox is weird, but okay. Greatest play? No, the greatest play in this series was the Wubby rotate. That was the greatest play in the series so far. That owl was an owl. It doesn't matter if the Irel gets out on 1% HP, they still run them over. Yeah, it was an owl that killed Irel. Alright, and now Gen G. It should be a keep off of this Dragon Knight. There was only 2 Dig heroes alive, and they were too low to even try to do anything. Phoenix wins 1v1 against a Tracer. Finally, they managed to get back to deal with that siege camp. So they push through mid fort, group up as 5 bottom, get their level 20, avoid face tanking towers and the Jaina Blizzard. So they're playing from range, only using the DKQ rather than face tanking with it. Waiting for the level 20 timing before they push forward super hard. Even there, the DK eats so much damage. Okay, what is this? Is this another ally throw play? Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that you could ally throw Irel and it wouldn't stop her channel. That's fancy. So they ally throw Irel, and then her jump is fully charged already, so she jumps in and tries to knock Rich with the charge, but he doesn't E, and then the DK kicks people out. So it kind of just fails. Oh look, a Garrosh out of Cocoon. Let's hit him with all of our range DPS. Instead of being pussies and running away. Yeah, I don't think the owl was intended for that. I think it was just to give vision on the team fight. So that's honestly how I feel about a lot of ranged DPS players, is they see a Garrosh and they just stop doing any damage. So where did things go wrong for Dig? There were a few different places. There was the invade on this night camp where Garrosh died. And then following up on that, there was another thing that went very wrong for them. Oh, there was this, where they had the DK. And then they went for this play, and then they lost their Jaina and their Tracer, so that threw away a lead for them. Or that lost a lead for them. And then again, they got this kill here. And then this invade lost that lead. And then again, there was this fight top, where they got outplayed. Just overall outplayed. And then that was the game. Chasing Malthael, yeah. It was... Malthael's very tanky. Very, very tanky hero. Against sustained damage, at least. He's pretty weak to burst. Alright, in this game... Oh boy, this game. This game was a game. Again, with the first ban Genji. There's a reasoning behind it. I'm not sure what. Both priority tanks gone. There is a Deckard pick. Is a lot better on this map. He's really good at stalling turn-ins. And he has decent wave clear for his support. And Hanzo priority over a Raynor, which is a bit surprising. Especially considering it's this map where you can get exploited for not having wave clear early. But Genji would pick another wave clear hero later on. So there's Raynor Blaze. Standard picks. One thing in the series, Dig runs into the issue where last game they first picked Arel, and this game they again early picked their offlane, and they keep running into losing offlane matchups, which costs them a lot, because Genji is able to really abuse that small to medium advantage in their offlane to create a snowball out of it. There's a Tracer ban. Sure. Dig might want to ban an offlaner, Arel or something. That's the obvious ban. Otherwise, some kind of a tank, a Joe maybe. I forget the draft in this. Why is Raynor standard? I mean, he's just standard as the #1 range DPS. But today, in the drafts today, in the semifinals and finals, the Korean teams have been picking Hanzo over him a little bit. He's just the best range DPS right now in general. Polyvalent. Sure. So there is a Leoric counterpick and a Tyrael. So Tyrael has decent wave clear as well. And he's good at stalling turn-ins. He doesn't have hard CC, but with the Tracer ban, they do not get punished for not having hard CC against these ranged assassins. Yeah, I guess kind of assassins. This game is painful. Yeah, it is kind of painful. Did get very outplayed in this game. Very, very outplayed. One issue in the draft. I remember this. Sergeant Hammer. Again, Genji left their draft open where they can last pick Chromie to counterpick Dignitas if they pick Sergeant Hammer. And if there's no Sergeant Hammer here, or Chromie, then they just pick Sergeant Hammer. In this case, Dig kind of go in between, where Gul'dan is a soft-ish counter to Sergeant Hammer. But Gul'dan is vulnerable to other things, such as an Alarak, which is what they actually pick. And this would have been the same pick if this was a Chromie. If this is a Chromie, this is an Alarak, and you just dumpster her. Pretty similar situation for Gul'dan, where he just cannot deal with getting pulled into the enemy team. But you have to make concessions in the draft. If you're going to early pick the Blaze like this, and not ban the Sergeant Hammer, Either you pick a normal pick, like a Junkrat or something, and then auto lose to Sergeant Hammer, or you pick something that can at least deal with her, kind of, and then lose to something else. And I don't know if it's that strict as just a lose-lose situation, but it is a disadvantage when the enemy team has last pick and has left their draft open for their ranged carry last. Gul'dan's vulnerable to Leoric too? Yeah, somewhat. If you're getting pulled out of position by Alarak, you definitely are. But it's not like Leoric can just E into you while you're in the backline and entomb you, and then you die, because then you're still okay. And you still have a bunker too, so it's not like it's disgusting. But yeah, Gul'dan can't really pressure Leoric. Gul'dan doesn't... Again, Gul'dan is very bad at single target damage at killing tanks. Because the tank just stands there by himself, prevents you from getting AoE damage on the rest of his team, and then you just sit there and do your piddly Qs every 1.5 seconds that do okay DPS, but not nearly as much as a Raynor or a Hanzo. And the entire time you're scared, because you have no mobility, you're not very tanky. And again, this E talent, again, I think this talent sucks. I've never seen somebody finish this quest quickly in a competitive game. Never. It's always been finished at like 12 minutes or later, at the earliest, and by then the game has almost always been decided. What hero do you want him to play? I don't know. I think they had to pick something to be able to deal with an early pick Sergeant Hammer. Whether that was better as a Gul'dan or a Chromie or a Junkrat or something, I don't know. But the result is still the same. Either you have one of those heroes and then they get destroyed by Alarak, or you don't and then you just die. You just lose the game to Sergeant Hammer, and there's no in between. There's a big Alarak or big Deckard combo right here. Enemy team is very stacked up and doesn't react in time to the Deckard cast animations here. He actually hides it pretty decently with the potion throw. So they get rooted. There's no combo follow-up yet, but then there's a Gul'dan, so combo him. This time they get peeled for... This is a really good peel by the Murden stun, so there's no good follow-up. This level 1 quest on his E. I never see it get finished in a competitive game. So I feel like it's a wasted talent. Would Junkrat have been better than Gul'dan? I don't know. Yeah, like Gul'dan is even scared to walk up because Deckard Cain might just use this level 1 talent and guaranteed massive slow into guaranteed root on him. And then you just die. Very easily. Give me 1 second. My cat's being annoying. Alright. But this game really comes down to just mechanical skill. Again, another good Deckard combo. Very good angle for the root, where it either forces the Raynor into a very bad spot into his team. Even though his team is chunked out, if Raynor walks in by himself, he dies. It also splits Tyrande away. She's trying to get heals up, but then he dies over the wall to a Q. And Alarak can snowball pretty decently off of getting kills. This is, what, 5% spell power that he gets off of that? Show Kitty? No, he's sitting on the box now. And now your Raynor's dead, so you're in a 3v4 in your rotation. Alright, he does want to get shown. Alright, fine, we'll show the cat. Come here, cat. Come here. Oh, why are you being silly? He's actually trying to play tag with me. Alright. Let me see the camera, how that looks. Alright, you can see the cat now. What's the deal with Sergeant Hammer? Before the recent nerfs to her, she was absolutely ridiculous, and she had no counters, and she was first pick and ban a lot of the time. After the changes, the nerfs, and the buffs to Chromie, she is now countered by Chromie very hard, so you cannot early pick the Sergeant Hammer, so she has to be left as a second last pick or last pick when the enemy team cannot counter pick with the Chromie. But she's still just as cancerous, just as ridiculous. So already Murden's stuck. Like even right here. You can see here, because Raynor died, Murden is stuck catching this wave. Because nobody was there to clear it. And now look, Gul'dan gets pushed in, the Alarak Q doesn't even hit. But what is this? You're just dead. And this is, and then he jumps away from the blaze charge. This is a well-angled blaze charge to curve around the wall, but he still just jumps over it. And this is another kill. And this is a lot of sadism already for Alarak that he does not normally get. That is a lot more burst damage. Yeah, also the Tyrael level 7 is very ridiculous with it. So suddenly, your Murden's been stuck top, catching the waves at his wall for the past while. You try to gank a Leoric who's beating up your Blaze, but he ease away. And the Alarak has a bunch of sadism, and you're not even able to execute on your wave clear advantage because you've just been a 3v4 where your Gul'dan can't even walk up to the wave to clear it. Because maybe in a 4v4, maybe then Gul'dan could clear the wave really fast, and Genji would be stuck in a 1-3-1 and get the waves pushed into them. But as long as they're getting these early kills constantly, they're the ones pushing the waves in. Dignitas is not able to do anything. On a Blaze versus Leo match, Leo just wins. Blaze does not do nearly enough damage, and Leoric can match his wave clear. And Genji is constantly dumping in gems. They even got Leoric's gems in. Dig is finally kind of cleaning up their lanes, where they've got lane pushing in top. That someone has to catch from Genji, and now the rotation is together. And it took almost 3 minutes to get the rotation together to be able to push for their wave clear advantage. And now they get this night camp out, and this could have been at 1 minute. If there were not these deaths, this night camp could have been done at 1 minute for Dignitas, and Genji would have a lot of trouble clearing this night camp at 1 minute. Now that they're higher level, they have a much easier time clearing it. Hanzo gets his splash Q. And overall, this night camp is a lot less effective than if it was 2 minutes before. And they're actually holding it. Why are they holding it? What is the reasoning for this hold? Because they only just saw Genji leave to go do their night camp, their own night camp. So if they cap it, there's no way Genji has their own night camp out in time to defend it. Genji does not do the night camp fast enough. Have I played Blaze since the last patch? His wave clear is not worse at all. He lost 18 damage per W. All of his wave clear is in his Q and it auto attacks. Hover Siege is minus 60%. It's 40% base move speed. They're expecting to turn in. I mean, maybe this night camp is timed. They cap it. This makes sense. So I think what they do here is they cap this night camp to time it with them getting exact turn-in gems. That's what they want, is they want this night camp pushing while they have enough gems to turn in for a full turn-in. So I think that's the reason why they hold it a little bit. And maybe then they wouldn't have done the 1 minute night camp in that case. Again, another owl thrown backwards. I have no idea what's going on with this. That is just a non-owl. And JPL knows this is pushing in, and Genji should still be on the night camp. They don't know for sure because the owl got wasted, but they should be trying to push in the turn-in. So there's Snitch by himself trying to watch this turn-in. Someone has to deal with this night camp from Genji, and then Dig should be able to secure turn-ins. So they're securing their offlaner's turn-in, which is the hardest one to get in. Rainer's having a bit of trouble stalling this. He gets help from an owl. And now they only need to get Rainer's gems in. And this is the situation Dig wanted, but they weren't able to get all of gems in. And now Genji is the team with the night advantage, and they're very close to turning themselves. No, the Trondy was on a Tyrael sword. There was a Tyrael sword down, and he was E'ing to pre-stun the Tyrael if the Tyrael took the Q in to stall the Blaze turn-in. That's why he E'd. But now it looks like Genji just gets the turn-in. And this is not the situation Dignitas wanted. They were the team that should be getting the turn-in first because they have the night camp control and the better wave clear. But those deaths put their night camp behind. Maybe the night camp timing wasn't important, but those deaths allowed Genji to get 30 gems in. If we go back a little bit to before the night camps at all, Dig has, Genji has 40 gems in. And that is not what Dignitas wants before they even finish their night camp. That is very, very bad for them. Because if Genji was not the same at 0 gems turned in when Dignitas was at 0 gems, then maybe Dig gets the full turn in, or even if they don't, they have most of their turn in, and Genji has 0, and Genji is very pressured to stall. But instead, Dig is a team that's very pressured to stall, and they don't even get their turn in. And now suddenly Genji again, they have the winning off lane, so Leoric can start pressuring here, and the Night Camp's pushing in. And it's already a half-level lead. Not sure if it's exactly a half-level lead, because Waves are pushing into Dignitas a little bit. So not really an experienced lead, but Genji is the comp that more wanted, like, late game, more wanted scaling. And they could take early pickoffs. This is nice by Raynor. So that Q stops the Alarak Q. And you can also do this Q after the W pulls you in to interrupt this Q. But either way, the Alarak combo fails because of that. But now Genji has the winning bot off lane. This is going to push super hard. We saw before in the match versus Miracle. On the first turn in, Blaze got dove, got entombed, died, lost a ton of gems, and this fort died. It might not be that bad in this case because there wasn't any initial damage and it's not level 10 yet, but it's still pretty bad situation. Though Leo isn't playing very aggro here, isn't pushing very hard. His wave isn't in great spot. Blah. No, it was, yeah. As Rich W went off, there was also a Raynor Q that delayed his own Q. Yeah, half of being able to react quickly onto something is knowing that it'll be coming in a certain situation. It's a lot easier to react to something when you're already spending some of your mental energy predicting it. So even if this entire fort doesn't go down, it's actually, wow. Was this just really unlucky Webweaver spawn here? Or did Leo misplay this? It looks like Blaze already cleared the minion wave from range. Yeah, so it already got... So this was just really bad timing for Leoric, where the minion wave got cleared at the wall right as the Webweaver spawned. So then there was minion wave, then Webweaver, and then it was just Webweaver. So then these small things died, and Leo couldn't even push up an auto attack and clear more. And then the summons died, then the Webweaver died, and then the second minion wave showed up. So this is actually pretty much the worst possible timing for the Webweaver spawn for Leoric. You can't really time it. I mean, I guess you could, but you don't want to, like, delay your own turn-in and mess that up and not get the turn-in at all. But pretty unfortunate for Leoric, because you'd expect to at least get this entire wall, and instead he only gets the gate. That's actually... I didn't notice that. That Blaze basically got to clear the entire thing for free in a very losing matchup. And mid got cleared pretty well. Or top, I mean. And now, oh, this is where misplay happens. Where we saw the last time when Miracle had the turn in here. Dignitas, they had the 2-man clearing top. They waited for the 2-man to start rotating, and then they stepped up to clear mid. In this case, they mess up. And Raynor walks up too early, gets comboed, and dies. I mean, you can't even expect that. I mean, it's so aggressive that Genji does this. But Genji's also has 5, and they have the Tyrell to get out. But they go so deep for this kill. Because you're like, alright, I should be fine here, right? No, their Hanzo literally ran past the fort to keep killing you. And this is, like, very calculated aggression where he knows. I think the Murden stun already went down, is part of it. So no, the Murden stun's off cooldown still, too. Or is it? Hold on. Oh, there's the Murder stun. So they know the Murder stun down. That's part of why they engage, maybe. Murder stun's down, so he knows even if Blaze shows up and tries to go on him, he can still jump out and be completely safe. There's no Murder stun as the reliable first stun to hit him. So he just goes up this far to kill Snitch. Alarak moving with insane move speed from Tyrael. I mean, Snitch could have pulled back. Snitch is mounted this entire time. If Snitch felt like Alarak being here and him being here was unsafe, he could have moved back a lot sooner. But Snitch thinks he's safe because his Tehran's almost here. And he's under a fort and his Murden's right there. But he's not. Because he gets full Alarak comboed into a big Deckard combo that he barely gets cleansed out of by Tehran. all of the Tyrael damage, all of the Alarak damage, and then the Hanzo damage. And before, Dig were able to defend this fort with their 4-man, but now they lose it. And before, they did also lose this, and it was a similar snowball for Miracle, where this fort instead died rather than this one, and someone else on Dignitas died bottom rather than the Rainer. But now Genji has an easy level 10 timing. They don't have turn-in, full turn-in, but they get all their gems in. They get a bottom siege camp out, and now they can set up to siege bottom potentially. Old Tempo Storm. What does that even mean? You mean Tempo Storm that didn't do those drafts at BlizzCon this year? Yeah, the live turnout was probably fine for HGC. One thing that was disappointing was, if you looked at the streams, StarCraft and World of Warcraft both had over 100k, and Heroes I don't think ever passed 40k. So yeah, here's the setup to push bottom. Tyrael's still split soaking. Midwave is pushed in super far. Dig can't push it out any earlier, or else they might get gone on. There's this Dragon Strike. I don't know. I feel like this might be trolling, because Genji's already snowballing. Because these teams have scrimmed each other a lot. So Genji has probably been in this situation before, maybe even with these exact same comps, where they've already been in the situation, they're up a level, they're getting this level 10 snowball, and they took the other ult, and they'd crushed super easily, so just decided to troll a bit with their thing. They're very close to turn-in, but so is Dignitas, and Dignitas has 10. So it's time for Dig to start trying to force turn-in, but now... I mean, now is when you really run into issues with your comp against Alarak, with your backline being so vulnerable. Because you can't even kill the hero. Because nobody can walk into him. None of your DPS can walk into him. Dragon Strike was picked to counter. Does it even hit bunker? Doesn't it only damage heroes? It only damaged heroes. Doesn't even damage bunker. Hits people leaving bunker? Yeah, but as soon as they leave the bunker, they're already outside of the center of the Dragon Strike. That's a meme. The only time you're forcing bunker is if you already commit heavy cooldowns like Entomb or Sanct, and if that's happening, you don't have a way to keep them in the Dragon Strike when they pop out of the bunker. Alright, kill the Alarak. Alright, wait, your Gul'dans are all the way back here, now what? I mean, this isn't hitting... How much damage does Dragon Strike do? It's on the bunker. This is on the bunker. First of all, Twitch chat, this is directly on the bunker. I shall quote you, Twitch chat, directly on the bunker. Directly on the bunker. That is directly on the bunker. And as you can see, the blaze pops out, not even in the center of it anymore, because it's directly on the bunker, and you can pop out of the bunker very far away from it. So he pops out, and he takes maybe 200 damage from this Dragon Strike. Alright? Directly on the bunker. Directly on the bunker. Come on. It doesn't matter here. This is an ultimate. This ultimate doesn't matter? Alright then, let me just go play Zagara, who doesn't have good ultimates. Let me just go play Sylvanas and go... It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Woo, it doesn't matter. So, but as you can see, Dig, they kind of find initial gauge on Rich, but he unstoppables it. And then they're still chasing, they're in a bunker. And then there's the counter engage with the Alarak pull. And then you're dead. Doesn't matter, might as well just go play Murky. Go March of the Murlocs on the bunker. March of the Murlocs on bunker is probably better. Zoning tool to split them? What? Did it split Dignitas at all? Did it actually? I mean, Blaze was dead instantly. I don't know. Illusion Master doesn't matter. Yeah. As long as you don't directly use Whirling Blades, whatever, on the bunker, directly on the bunker, then you're fine, right? Because it doesn't matter. But even if you do, it doesn't matter. It zoned Raynor out a bit. Raynor was zoned out by the fact that his Blaze was already dead. And the enemy team didn't even use Sanct. And now there's a turn-in while somebody was dead on Dig. And the bottom lane is screwed. Top lane fort is dying by itself. There's a tornado blocking Wubby a bit, but doesn't quite work. Also, Alarak misses the pull here. Come on, Rich. You suck at this hero. It's the 4th Alarak combo I've seen you miss today. Looked like a bad Horrify. It was just a peel. Yeah, just because you won didn't mean everything you did was perfect and optimal. It doesn't make your talent picks the best possible. It doesn't make your rotations, your macro the best possible. It doesn't mean that you played better in the team fights even. So, 2-level lead. Every single fort is down. Genji looking to force a boss, it looks like, while all the waves are still pushing in very hard. So there's a boss. It does get map hacked on, and they pull off of it. Alright. There's some engage on Leo. And that's it. There's a combo on Blaze, and there goes all of his HP. There's an Entomb on Poik, who was trying to hit the Leoric, and then is screwed. There's a bunker. He hops in the bunker. Look at that Dragon Strike value. Oh yeah, Dragon Strike value. He really made that Gul'dan that's already at 25% HP, or whatever his HP is. Doesn't matter what his HP is, honestly. He really forced that Gul'dan to stay in the bunker, because he definitely was going to come out of the bunker if there wasn't a Dragon Strike there. Alright, Twitch chat, you got me. You got me now. Oh yeah, that's a good fear though by Poik, but then he doesn't focus. So here's the issue. Poik fears here, and then the rest of his team actually goes on Alarak, but all of Poik's cooldowns go on the Hanzo, who doesn't he doesn't even hit a full E on. He doesn't even hit 2 ticks of the E on him. Or he does, because Hanzo walks into it. Never mind. Hanzo could have avoided 2 ticks of the E here, but he walks into it. Maybe he couldn't have. But if this damage went on Alarak, he still has Counter-Strike. But then he still dies. Maybe. Yeah, he still dies. If any of that damage went on Alarak instead of on the Hanzo, the Alarak dies, and that's actually a 1-for-1. And that's actually insane, considering how badly this team fight went. Yeah, that Dragon Strike did a lot. Definitely would not have preferred to have, you know, a Dragon's Arrow to just shoot here and just kill this backline instantly. You know, this definitely would have done nothing. This definitely would not have been a 2-man stun for 1.25 to 2 seconds into an Alarak combo on both of them, into them both dying instantly. There's no way. Dragon Strike's better. It's also on cooldown still, whereas the other ult would not have been, because this thing has a 100-second cooldown or something stupid like that. So yeah, you really got me there. Look at that 100-second cooldown. Look at that value. Oh my goodness, it doesn't even clear minion waves. It doesn't even clear... That minion wave didn't take any damage. Wow. You got me, Twitch chat. The scientists at Twitch chat. They couldn't leave the bunker where they're doing higher DPS than they do outside. Like, it's actually funny. Heroes in bunker are like Gul'dans, but way better, because they have a lower cooldown on their Q. That's actually hilarious if you think about it that way. Bunker is a better hero than Gul'dan. But, I mean, the big thing, the reason why Alarak works is if the enemy team is ranged, cannot walk into you to actually threaten you, what happens is their ranged are back here, and their tanks are here. So then you can just hit their tanks, because their ranged aren't doing any damage. And then if their tanks get low enough, you just combo the tanks and kill them. Or you just combo the tanks up front and take away half their HP. And then the range try and walk up, and you walk away. And then the Alarak combo comes back up, the range have to go hide again. And then you win the game. Part of it is because he's so stacked. He's got 5 extra sadism stacks, plus whatever this talent gives. I have no idea what this talent is. I don't think it's Rite of Rakshir, so I don't think it gave any extra sadism so far. But whatever. 2-level lead. Dragon Strike with all the plays. Yeah, if they didn't take Dragon Strike this game, Dignitas would have actually just instantly, their core would have exploded. friendly death giving sadism. Does that even do anything? Are they gonna have any deaths on their team? I forget. I think they might have a couple. But is that actually the best 13 talent, or is that another troll talent? So, it's very hard to secure a turn-in when your ranged heroes can't be here or here. They have to be, like, back here, because the Alarak will kill them otherwise. So, you kind of just don't have ranged DPS, so then your tanks just kind of get hit in the face repeatedly. Requires 0 work on, like, rate of fracture. Alright. Alright. Alright, so there's a mid lane push. There's some damage. There's Tyrael slowing some people with his Q spam. Whatever. Genji's just waiting for their next turn-in and waiting for level 16. Dignitas has not gotten a turn-in, and they might not get another turn-in for the rest of the game, unless Genji throws, because they can't turn in gems, because Alarak will just kill them. Kill their ranged or stall their tanks. I mean, in this game, it makes sense that they're disjointed, because otherwise Alarak combos them, because he just presses 2 buttons, and they get pulled in and silenced, and then they get slowed by Deckard and Tyrael, and then they die. It's kind of nothing you can do as a Gul'dan, or even as a Raynor at this point, when he's so far ahead. So there's another turn-in. Timed pretty decently with the 16 timing. They even get to clear the Knights out before, or as it spawns. There they are top. Top is the lane you want to push, partly because it spawned earlier, so why not push with there first. And then also it's the boss lane. So if you do have a choice, you would like to prefer to push top rather than a different lane. Because this is where most of the time you end the game with a boss. Alright, they got some siege damage. They go mid. Leoric's dumpstering Blaze, as expected. And it's time for Alarak to zone the backline. Look at Gul'dan. Oh, combo got used. Gul'dan, walk up. What's that? You're still very scared for your life because you're a Gul'dan? Oh. And here's where Wubby. Not even sure what he's trying to do here, to be honest. But he commits suicide. No, he doesn't. He's fine. He's not fine, though. That's not a fine hero. Oh, wait, he messed up the combo. Actually, is this a bug? Oh, no, he's slightly to the side. There's actually a bug with Alarak where if you W, basically, if you're... I'll actually go and try mode to show this, because this is interesting. This is something worth showing. But there's an interesting interaction, I guess I'll call it. But I'm just going to show it in try mode rather than try and describe it. Let me move this stuff out of the way. I mean, with Kerrigan at least it makes sense because your E pulls them back a certain amount. Yeah, in this case, here, his W was not through himself, so the W did not also push the Alarak. As you can see, it was to the side of him. But here's the thing you can do if we get rid of Mouth and Arthas and all the minions. So if you stand in melee of a thing, and then you try and do a combo where I'm gonna W and pull this way, and then Q. Sometimes it does that. Other times it does not do that, where it can, if you're like on top of it, it can do something weird. Or at least it's pulled inside of me. Alright. Seems like it's actually not that buggy, where it actually pulls properly. There is a weird thing. What is it? If you like... Oh, they actually fixed that too? Hold on. There used to be a thing where if you did a W on yourself and then Q'd, you would spin around in a circle and then still Q in the same direction, but it looked weird. But it seems like all of that is gone, and it's just actually reliable. Never mind. They fixed it. No, it has nothing about the level 7 talent. No, I used to be able to do that on the thing, where it would sometimes the target dummy would just get pushed through me, and the Q would miss. But yeah, alright, Murden does actually die. Alright then. Sure. Yeah. I mean, what's the rest of Dig doing? They're clearing bottom. Rainer's trying to auto-attack, but he's also very scared. You should be very scared, Rainer. You should be very scared. I mean, what do you do as Gul'dan? You don't get to play the game. Look at him, he's running at you with 145% move speed, and then he comboed you. He point and clicked. and then you're tornadoed and entombed. Like, you don't get to play the game as Gul'dan. The reason we're seeing him is because he counters Gul'dan. And Rich is really good at him. And then Genji trolls a bit, but the end of the game is the end of game of soon. Dig tries to force this boss, but they get scouted very easily. And then they get engaged on. And again, Gul'dan is having a lot of fun this game. He really gets to play the game. Oh, there's 10 spell power. Wow, look at this Dragon Strike. Look at that. Look at Snitch running straight line with the Dragon Strike. You got him, Snitch. It doesn't matter. The game's done. Eventually. I think it might be that Alarak counters the heroes that counter Sergeant Hammer. So they prepared it so that if a team does pick a hero like Gul'dan, that would be a soft counter to Sergeant Hammer, then they can punish it with Alarak instead of still picking the hammer into it. So it's just like if you try to pre-counter the hammer with a Gul'dan or a Chromie or a Junkrat, you just get Alarak picked into you, and then you can't play the game with your heroes. Alright, in this game, I want to go back into these drafts again, just to see where Medivh was. So Medivh was not touched here. It is Tomb. Not an amazing map for him, but still a pretty decent map for him. And here, he is also not touched on D-Shire, which is a bit surprising. But in this last game, there's a Medivh. I mean, we can actually look at the draft process, because why not? So again, Genji first pick ban. First ban. Thanks, Gruul. Actually trolling? Yeah, I think they were actually trolling. Or, like, not guaranteed, but there is a definite likelihood that they were trolling with that. Because that's just what Genji does when they're too far ahead. They play less seriously, they take less serious talents, and they do things. Because earlier today, when they were playing against Liquid, they had a 3-level lead. And then they took a troll talent on their Junkrat, and then they actually threw the entire game. They had a 3-level lead, level 17 to level 14 on Volskaya, and they actually threw the game. They actually lost because they trolled too hard. So, perfect example of that. So yes, they do troll. Even in the semifinals, even potentially the grand finals of BlizzCon. Though I do feel like it was more obvious in the Liquid series than here, but it is still very possible that they were trolling. Yeah, I mean, Liquid got 4-1'd by Genji. The Ignitas, I mean, this should have been a 1-2. But dig through. So, I don't know if this is a different draft plan than what these teams have scrimmed with, where Genji, when they pick this Tyrael, they expect enemy team shouldn't be able to pick Kerrigan into it because, you know, we have a Sanct, and she doesn't have a Sanct, so she should jump into us, or we should jump into her, drop a Sanct, and she dies because she's squishy. But instead, Dig is like, oh yeah, Kerrigan, yeah sure, and then Genji doesn't even ban Medivh. They banned a Nubrak. Hammer gets banned again, because Hammer's cancerous, especially against Kerrigan. Kerrigan can't do anything to her. And then there's a Medivh, and then there's also a Stitches on the side, which is whatever. That's not the... I mean, he has really good hooks this game, for sure. I don't know if Stitches is the best possible pick here, over something like a Joanna, or... What else would you pick here? Arthas? Yeah, even... Or you mean this Arthas? This being Arthas? I don't think Arthas does well into Kerrigan. She has too much AoE damage to farm the ghouls. So, in the end, when Genji sees this, they say, first of all, it is very possible that it is Gorge with portals to just kill anybody, to abduct them. Irel and Tyrael can both survive that decently, but you want as few targets for that as possible. In addition to that, there's a Kerrigan, and instead of a Sanct, she has a Medivh to protect her and portal her. So that's an issue. She's gonna do whatever the hell she wants. So you want people that can not die to her combos and get one shot, because there's still a combo into a Tron stun into Hanzo damage and some Medivh damage. So you still can't have that either. I think Genji first of all, Genji are caught off guard by just this Kerrigan pick. In the first place, I think they were not expecting Dignitas to be able to pick Kerrigan into Tyrael. And then, in addition to that, I think they're also caught off guard by the Medivh pick, because in addition to the Medivh protecting the Kerrigan, he also has Leyline to counter the Sanctification. hard counters it, just negates it completely. So TAS gives them still some decent shrine control, still gives them some decent wave clear, gives them weak map hacks, weaker than Medivh, weaker than Tyrande, and it gives them extra tankiness to allow their front line to play more aggressively, because if they don't have a TAS here, and this is just a Phoenix, their front line can get one-shot by a Kerrigan combo into the rest of the stuff. Their front line can get one-shot off of a Stitches hook into the Kerrigan combo and Tyrande stuff. So yeah, TAS still gives shrine control, still gives some decent damage, gives extra survivability to the tanks, and also does not die to the hooks and the chain CC by himself. Yeah, that also makes sense. J-House saying that they expect Snitch to be the only one on this team that can play Kerrigan, and then they can't pick Medivh at the same time because the hero pools don't work. But offlane Kerrigan is very viable. I mean, it works. It is very functional. I think viable would also work, but as you can see, Wobby's on the Kerrigan, and here's the thing with a Kerrigan, instead of being able to pick Kerrigan and put it between two different players, where it's a hero that's needs a lot of practice on it to be effective. When you do this, your practice time in scrims is divided between the two players, so they get less practice time than if only one of them was practicing the hero. And what that means, especially when this is more of a pocket pick and more of a very hidden strat that Dig probably never showed to Gen G, who are they scrimming most of the time, what that means is that Wubby potentially did not get as much practice on Kerrigan as he would have wanted, because as we're going to see in this game, he misses quite a few combos, at least 3 or 4. And it's not like they're literally... Some of them are just off of chain CC, where he misses them falling up on a hook or a Tron stun. Some of them are just blank initiations with Kerrigan combo that he misses. And it's not like it's literally Wubby lost the game because he missed Kerrigan combos, but it is a thing where you don't want to be missing those. They got most of their wins against Koreans. Yeah, I don't know, maybe Dig actually just never showed Medivh to Gen G ever. Because I don't know, Medivh's a super strong hero. Insanely strong. So we begin the game. Did TAS use his vision earlier? No. Okay. His Kerrigan is still better than anyone else who played at the tournament. His Kerrigan is worse than Snitch's. Not even the best Kerrigan on his own team. What are you talking about, El Azul? Come on, man. Come on, Twitch chat. So there's an Owl. There's the map hacks. There's the TAS map hack. So they actually see the Stitches. And then... I don't know if Rich is expecting the minion, or the Arel to block the hook here. Or the minion wave to just not have gotten body blocked so hard and to block the hook for him, because this is pretty borderline. Let's actually slow it down. See if the skin is OP. No, that's a pretty clear hook hit right there. So... I mean, both of them have map hacks on each other. This hook was seen from the Stitch's positioning to when he cast it, and it was not dodged. So that is a mistake on Rich. McIntyre Kerrigan? Yeah, McIntyre's Kerrigan was good too. Koreans were horrible. I don't remember specifically any of the Koreans' Kerrigans, but that could be true. But yeah, hook on Rich, into the Tron stun, into the Kerrigan combo that misses. Again. You have this stun into this stun, and then you throw the W underneath the Rainer instead of closer towards you. Let's see if we can slow it down to actually get it visible, because there's so much garbage on the screen. Hello? So you can see here, pull, and the W was here. So hard to see, but you can barely see some spikes. And that is a lot of damage that is missed. They still kill him, because it's a Rainer. But if that was a tank, they need that W to hit for them to kill. I mean, does it really hurt you when you see the Stitches here to just step up a bit further to be just out of hook range? Because that is max range hook. He could just take a half second and run up, and then never get hooked. Never take that risk. But instead he leaves like a 10% chance that he gets hooked there. I think he was even inside of a minion. Oh no, he body blocked the minion. See, he even pushed this minion right here, the second melee minion. You can see its health bar right here, this one. he pushes it up above him. And you can see it as soon as he gets hooked. It's just kind of disrespectful, not respecting the Stitch's hook. Maybe he expected Arel to tank it, but I don't think anyone on Genji wants to tank the hooks. They want to just have the hook miss and then be fine. And here, Medivh is balanced. They see Arel by herself. They immediately portal on her with the whole team. Again, the Kerrigan combo misses. Again, the W is too far forward, not close enough to the Kerrigan. Luckily, he gets hooked back over the wall. This is a guaranteed hook. As soon as you see the Arel jump and the angle she's jumping, you know that she has to land on pathable terrain. She can't land in the wall, and you see the angle. So you know she's going to land here, and you can just throw your hook here, and it's guaranteed to hit. But yeah, that's the first 2 Kerrigan combos. 2 out of 2 missed, and that is not a good sign. And that is also 2 kills against Genji, so their lanes are pretty screwed. Where they're already weak on wave clear, with only their TAS being their heavy wave clear hero, and he's stuck top. And the rest of their lanes kind of suck, and now Dig is starting to camp for free. Counter on screen? No. The second combo was a an initial combo rather than a follow-up. But still, he comboed the Minuev. Good job, Bobby. Another really good hook. TAS has E though. Let me see this hook. So what is the anatomy of a hook? It's from Fog this time. This fucking hitbox, man. Like, come on. Can you really not have good animations on your hooks, Blizzard? Can you really not? Can we really not have better hook animations than this? Like this hook hit, for sure, you can see pretty clearly. I mean, pretty clearly the hook hit. I mean, you be the judge. Did the hook hit or not? The game says it does. Tassadar might call, this is max range hook. It did not touch my circle. That's bullshit. And I would agree with that too. So why the fuck is this not banned in competitive? I don't know. Should be. Look at that. Nice skin abuse right there, JPL. Good thing he's retiring, so we won't abuse Stitch's skins anymore to land hooks. Only this skin? It's every Stitch's skin. I did ask. I sent them an email and I tweeted out. I mean, I'll actually, let me clip this right now. I actually want to clip this right now. Let's make a clip, Twitch chat. I might need to go further forward to be able to make this clip. Hold on, I need to go a bit further forward. Actually, no, we were fine. Okay, yep. Let's just clip this. They've been pretty liberal. I would say the opposite. Be nice and controversial. All right. Let's go on Twitter. Tweet it out. Alright. Because, I mean, JPL's good at stitches. But that's just stupid. Less bullshit than the other one that I clipped. But still. I stir up shit about valid issues, though. I'm not starting drama that, like, JPL is going to go be the next Johnny Sins or something. Like, come on. Come on. Come on, Blizzard. Either fix it or ban it. And you aren't willing to fix, like, Marauder and Muradin, so ban it. Because really? Oh, did I actually have the clip start right as... Oh, no. I just paused it right as it hit. Alright. Like, that would be stirring up shit. Headset is... Sennheiser something. I don't know. So, in the end of it, off the first 2 kills, they get this camp out, and Genji still stuck clearing out waves, and this camp, and then Dig gets this camp out, so they're just very ahead on tempo, or rotating around the map and getting camps. Medivh does have to catch mid-soak right now, which means that Dig at least have to play a bit passively. They can still protect their camp a little bit. Alright, and then this tempo lead transitions into a tempo lead on starting the night camp. I think I talked about this last year when I was doing GCWC analysis, where teams would just do this camp, and the enemy team wouldn't do their own camp. And then while the enemy team's clearing this camp mid, you do this camp. While the enemy team's clearing this camp out, you get knights out, and then you're just overall ahead with your rotations. It would be better if this shrine was spawning somewhere else, so that having the night camp out sooner would be more favorable. But this is still pretty good for Dig. Medivh is a bit behind on his rotation. But Kerrigan's on the point. There's Hook and Tron stun down, which means that Genji can play very aggressively. That's 2 big cooldowns down. Kerrigan's still very good at stealing skulls, though. There's a portal on Tass. Is his E down? Hold on. Is Tass's E down? We need to go back pretty far. Oh, where does E get used? That's very, very bad. Because that's a 30-second cooldown, and that is exploitable. This is such a massive window for Dig to exploit, and they exploit it very quickly, too. Where Medivh just says, hey, Kerrigan, Tass has no E. Alright, you got it? Kerrigan's like, yep. Alright, there's a portal. Go kill him. And then Kerrigan goes and kills him. Hit the combo. Got him. And then he's dead. I don't know what happens to Azalea here. He walks up too far for the stun and gets Deckard comboed, and almost dies, but then you know Medivh. Medivh. No, Medivh. Ha ha ha. Everybody had fun. This is honestly a pretty late protect, too, to be honest. He really waited till the last second for that to protect. Forced to use E because broken hooks? No, he was just out of position. Tass randomly flanked here and walked up here. He even has doubts about it. He's like, do I really want to walk through this choke? This is kind of risky. This is kind of spooky stuff. Maybe I should go back? Nah. I've got balls. And then he wastes his E. And then he dies. I mean, you can just walk this way, Tassadar. You could drop the storm and then walk this way. But no, you walk this way and then you stand there and auto attack just to make sure that Hanzo sees you and targets you. You baited his Q and his W. Good job, Tass. You got his Q and his W, and then you died. So that's a kill. That's already a shrine lead. That's a combo missed again. It is very long range, but it is another missed combo. So there's Dig. They're all full HP. Snitch kind of... This is actually really bad by Snitch. He's feeling really aggressive. He drops to Q somebody, and then self-protects. And I mean, okay. in the micro, if this was Hero League, he'd never get punished for this. But this isn't Hero League. I mean, he's expecting Genji to be like, this is a 4v5, we're gonna leave. But Genji's like, this Medivh just dropped on our face. Also, we're still not leaving even though it's 4v5, and even before the Medivh dropped on our face. So that's kind of weird. Maybe he's expecting Genji already rotated out, but also Tass is already back up, and he's rotating, so... He drops on their head, and self-protects. Okay, and then he kites back, and then he gets jumped on by a Rel, and he gets knocked back, and stunned, and then he portals out, and he's out, but then Kerrigan, who was trying to peel for him, I don't know why this portal's so late either. Was it on cooldown? Might have barely been on cooldown. If his portal's on cooldown when he drops, wow, it is. So he doesn't even have a portal cooldown when he drops on to do this. He just has protect. So then he gets jumped on, his protect is down, and then he has the portal as soon as it comes back up. And then Kerrigan gets barely Deckard rooted and dies. And then they just got 4v5'd. They just got 4v5'd. And that's just like, okay, you just got 4v5'd. What are you gonna do with yourself now? I guess we lost. Because they just got 4v5'd. And I mean, this is an issue with Stitches, is he kind of doesn't do anything in the situation. Like, what does he do? He slams, and then he auto-attacks. And that's the extent of his impact as a tank, which is not really what you want. Because Stitches has to be, like, back here in advance of him knowing that his team's going to be in trouble. But nobody expects that. He's like, this is a 5v4. This is a 5v4. This is a 5v4. We win it, right? We win those, right? Not if your Medivh drops on their head with no portal cooldown and gets absolutely destroyed. And I mean, it is very aggressive of Genji to even be like this, because Raynor is in hook range. Raynor could be hooked at any point here. They're already map hacked by the Hanzo E. There could have been a Stitches just sitting here waiting to hook Raynor, and then that would have probably killed him. But Genji takes a pretty risky fight, and it pays off. Yeah, the Tassar has enough time to get back, for sure. But this should not happen. This should just be like 30 skulls to 10, and then Hanzo just last hits the rest of them from long range. But instead digs in this really awkward position where suddenly their comp that should just dumpster on the shrines with a Kerrigan with a Medivh and a Hanzo is instead not really doing that. Played the entire match really poorly? No. The last game on Tomb was very well played. You could say they made some mistakes on D-Shire. And this game, I mean, Tass messed up with Z. And that fight was definitely very, very aggressive. And even still trying to contest the shrine. Like, I don't know what it is with Korean teams. I don't know, like, even Genji falls to this, but you don't have to 5-man on the first shrine. Especially when it's Frozen Punisher. That's the weakest one. You can just go and split push mid lane or bottom lane. Just go and do that. And then come back to defend the Punisher. And then you lose this wall, and you get one of these walls. And then that's an even trade. You don't have to just 5-man smash your face in the enemy team on the first shrine every time. Because, I mean, even here, their shrine control is so bad. Their shrine control is Irel jumping. That's the best shrine control they have. And that's awful. So they don't have... Genji does not need to do this. It's not like they'd lose the game if they lose this Punisher. It's not like whoever wins this Punisher, the enemy team's core explodes. That's not how the game works. So first of all, they took the risky 4v5. Then they took the risk of staying on the shrine to try and last hit skulls. And then none of that works, and now they're going to get snowballed on very hard. Was that hook bullshit? We're checking all these hooks, because they're all fucking dirty. Alright, that one's fine. Frozen is the weakest? No. Frozen doesn't do any damage to buildings, and that's the important part. Mortar does damage to buildings, which is good. Arcane... So what basically here's... Let's go paint quickly. Just so I can type this out. Let's be visual. So, Mortar does damage to buildings. Okay. Next. Frozen. Zones / CC's heroes. Okay. Arcane does damage to buildings and zones heroes. So Arcane's the best. That's very clear. The only thing Frozen does is it zones heroes. It does no extra damage, siege damage to buildings. So the only damage it does is auto-attacking. Mortar is better than Frozen, especially the first one because it's so weak. If it was a later game Punisher, where the Frozen Punisher would be alive for a lot longer and would put down more freezing fields, then it could be more effective. But for the first Punisher, this is the worst one, by far. Yeah, I'm just typing into Paint what I would normally say. Just because I want to make the point that Arcane is basically better than Frozen and Mortar combined. Yeah, late game maybe Frozen is better, if you can use the CC off of it. If you can't use the CC off of it, then it's useless still. But the first Punisher, when it's really squishy, all you want is as much damage on the enemy buildings as possible, and Frozen is the weakest at that. Yeah. Because this is a 5v3. Dig wants to push super hard. And this thing doesn't do anything. Like, wow. Nice freezing field, Punisher. Look at all the damage you're doing to the fort. Luckily, Dig just literally just portals on people and kills them. Roots has a good Q here, but there's way too much CC to be able to dodge it all between Hook, Tron Stun, and Kerrigan combo. So that happens, and then Genji does some chain feeding. Like, we can, I mean, you know, where's Tassadar's E? Does he just not E? He shields the building. And he doesn't E. Where's his E? What the hell? What is that? You E for that? Punisher jump? The wall's still up. Tassadar, why are you inting? So again, Tassadar's E is down. So, for some reason the Tassadar's E is down and he pulls the Punisher, and then Kerrigan just solo kills him. So I mean, that's pretty much inting. Yeah, see you later, Jesse Jones. You can always watch the VODs. That is fine with me. So Tass ints. He also he could have also just, you know, he knows that his E is on cooldown. He could just not shield the building, because then he would live, maybe. But Tass has the genius plan to shield the building and pull the Punisher, and then get out alive. But then he'd get solo killed by Kerrigan. And then there's some portal abuse by Dignitas. More portal abuse. Hook out of the Kerrigan combo, but who cares? There's Frozen Punisher doing no damage again. Because as you can see, the fort didn't even die. so that's 9 kills though. That is 9 kills. Maybe make it 10. Yeah, let's say 10 kills. That's a pretty good number. So we got 10 kills. We got a 2-level lead. We've got all of the mercenary camps. Most of the mercenary camps. We got a level 10 lead still, so let's push where the shrine lane is to get the advantage. Oh hey, free kills. I like free kills. Did Tyrael waste his Q? Or are you actually just portaling on him because you can portal on him? Because why not? Oh no, you'll just portal on him. You'll just hook him into a Kerrigan combo. That missed. That Kerrigan combo missed there. Again, impossible to see. Or his W was down maybe. His W might have been down. Where was it down for? Did he W this wave here? It'd be up by now. He's battle momentum. Does he W anywhere? Or does he just not even properly combo and he only hits E instead of WE? Yeah, his W's up. Now he just doesn't cast it. Okay. Finals are often not well executed. Yeah, because both teams have already played a match before this today as well. So there's more pressure, there's more tiredness as a factor. I mean, unless the players are sitting at home in the comfort of their own home, playing in their pajamas or naked or however they play at home, with their comfortable chair, their comfortable room, their comfortable everything, they're not going to be at 100% comfortable, even like food they're used to. Where like Koreans eating Korean food, they fly out to the United States and then they get McDonald's and stuff like that. I mean, at BlizzCon you get way better food than McDonald's, but not 100% of the food is going to be super great. So it's just... But I feel like that is just a factor of LAN, and that is... I wouldn't quite call it like a skill, but it's at least something you can mitigate effectively when you get used to it. It was a best of 5 prior, Floppy Tiger, and the Gen G match went to full 5 games. But it's like, I think that's just a fact of LAN, and you have to accept that. It's like sports players travel around, they fly around a ton, like once a week or something for their matches. So I think it's fine that you have an expectation where an in-person tournament is going to have better viewership, and that's the only way you can even get zero ping for everyone that's attending it. So that's just how it has to be. But yeah, you're not going to get absolute 100% perfect play from every team. There are going to be mistakes. Some mistakes are worse than others, such as Tassadar inting twice. But there are going to be mistakes for sure. Both teams doing night camp out. Hanzo was backing, sure. Nice try on the hook. Does miss. Alright, so Dig is up 2 levels. So that's a pretty good thing. Good thing to be. Up 2 levels. It's not quite up a talent tier. There's combo down. So Genji can try and punish this a bit. You can see here. Look where Rich is right now. Or hold on. Go back a little bit further. Look where Rich is right now. He's on his mount. As soon as the combo misses, he goes ham, doing a ton of damage because the combo's down. There's no punish on him. And that's a big deal that you missed your combo. Kinda hard to hit a combo on a rel that has insta-mount, because she does just move at 60% bonus move speed, but still. Holding the combo is better than missing it. And then they get engaged on, they get Deckard comboed with heal reduction. I mean, Wubby wants to get into the portal. If he doesn't get into the portal, he dies. Because if he goes over here, he's dead to Raynor. So, I think the first issue is missing the combo. The second issue is that I feel like Snitch is a bit greedy with the portal when the combo missed, and he waits a long time on it. And then the placement of the portal is also bad, where the portal gets placed here, and that's too far away from Wubby, especially with the tornado blocking him. The portal should have been here, and then Wubby can get into it even with the tornado. And also the portal's very short. I think he might have actually insta-cast this portal rather than portal masteried it. Yeah, so he insta-cast the portal, so I think Snitch just made a mistake with his portal, where he clicked on the wrong spot to put it down, and then Wubby just could not escape. There's no way he lives here, and he leyline's late too. So everything goes absolutely horrible for Dignitas here, where they miss the combo, they're too greedy with the portal, so it goes down too late, then the portal's in a bad spot, and the leyline is too late. And I mean, that is the way... That is the way Medivh works. A massive part of your job on Medivh is to bail out your teammates from their mistakes, from their overextensions, and they're going to overextend because they're expecting to be bailed out. And I mean, you're not properly using Medivh if you play the same way as if you don't have a Medivh. So, and that's his job. His job is, oh, enemy team's focusing me, I need to protect. Oh, enemy team's going on my super hard and there's no protect, I need help, I'm out of position, here's a portal. And that's your job, and he messed that up in this fight. He moved from the tornado and didn't anticipate that move in his portal placement? No, I mean, you put the portal where your mouse is, and you want to put it where your Kerrigan is, and instead it's over here. So that's kind of just... I mean, maybe if Wubby like popped his ult right away here, instead of queuing into the tornado, maybe he could have lived with the leyline help, but as it is, things went absolutely horribly there. Leyline got used not to counter the Sanctification, which is what you want it for. And suddenly Genji is getting an Arcane Punisher. Yeah, where you put the portal just doesn't make sense. And this is an Arcane Punisher, and this one is OP. So there's Protect and Portal down. But the Arcane Punisher's getting low, so Genji doesn't want to all in. Dig is looking for something. They find the Shrink Ray Owl on a rel. They can look for Hook on her. They catch her. Hanzo ult as well. She gets her ult off. but you can't escape from Medivh. Even if she got away a little bit further, there's a portal still. And I mean, this is just Medivh. Also, Tehran Shrink Grey Owl, making the easy setup. I don't know, is his jump on cooldown? I feel like he could have jumped way sooner. And he just gets greedy. He doesn't respect that he could get hooked here. Because he jumps, his jump gets interrupted. Because it's so late. And even if he does jump here, even then he still gets chased down. Because there's still a portal that goes here to here. But then maybe he has a better chance of surviving. I think the big issue here is that when Gen G retreated here, they did not retreat grouped up. Irel wanted to rotate top to soak top, and she split from the team. And that gave Dignitas a very easy target that they hit all their skill shots on. Yeah, it was a panic portal for sure. It was a panic portal and a panic ley line. And now they get to chase down even more. And that's the thing. If you're behind in the fight, you got chunked out, you took a bad trade, you can always portal away with a Medivh. And if you're ahead in the fight, you can chase down the enemy team forever with portals. Very cheaty face hero. So that brings back Dignitas' snowball. It has not disappeared yet. They're getting out a bunch of camps. They can try and push a little bit with their camps. Again, they're super safe with Medivh. Even if Gen G shows up, gets a good initial engage, they can always just portal away. There's nothing Gen G can do about it. Even if their Medivh doesn't protect their Hanzo when he walks up for a trade. It's all fine. Can't be punished for it. There's map hacks. If there were no map hacks from Medivh and from Tehran, Kerrigan would not be soaking here. But they have perfect map hacks. They have Medivh on the main group of the enemy team, and then he does have to be grouped up, otherwise they risk being hooked or Medivh portaled on, and then they map hack on the Irel, who's the only one that can split. Medivh finished quest yet? I'm not sure. So this is a 16 tier advantage for Dignitas. They have the night camp out that Gen G does not have out. Gen G tried to push, and they did not get very much. Portal is down. They could try and punish that, maybe. Because without Portal, Medivh has no mobility. Looks like they're trying to. But they're having a lot of trouble engaging through the bile. And then Rich gets hooked. Looks like there's no vision on Stitches here. Actually, there is vision. He's in a Psy Storm, so there's vision on Stitches here. And again, Rich does not respect the hook. Does not attempt to sidestep it, instead ends up mounting up, it looks like. Let's see if it was a bullshit hook. Because Stitches is in vision because of the Psy Storm damage. No, that perfectly hits Rich. I mean, you can even see here, when it hits directly, there's still a gap between the hook and the animation and the hero circle, and that's dumb. This is not a bullshit hook though, but the animation is still so stupid here. But Rich again, Stitches throwing a hook from in vision, and he is channeling his mount rather than trying to sidestep it. I don't know if his screen was somewhere else or something, but he was auto attacking. I don't know. Looks like he gets bailed out still by the Tash shields, and that ley line isn't great. There's a good stun on Tist out of it, but now there's no ley line for the Sanct again. Oh, another hook on Rich? Okay. Come on, Rich, you gotta dodge these hooks. You even have the bonus move speed at level 13. So, don't stand near walls, because that cuts off your juking options for hooks. And I think Wubby missed combo here. Yep, that's another combo missed. Which does cost them this kill on Rich. Gen G should play for 16 here. Yeah, they could. It is only a Mortar Punisher instead of Arcane, and there is a Night Camp getting a ton of value top, so they could very well. I don't know. It's just Koreans, Korean instinct, I guess, to just 5v5 on Infernal Shrines. That's just what they do, even when they're behind, even when they're disadvantaged in the early game. I don't know. Maybe it's Gen G being overconfident. feel like, because they won a 4v5 here, and they've been outplaying Dignitas in all of the previous games, that they can still just outplay them, even though they're not down and they're outdrafted. But there goes Dig, getting a lot of push with their map hack, so they know Genji's not there to defend. Alright. And then Genji does have a Night Camp pushing top, which is pretty decent. So this keep is dead for sure. There's a hook on Tass. Kerrigan combo would have hit that time, but it doesn't really count. There's another hook on Rich. I think the Kerrigan combo there hit. There's Sanct. Gets leylined immediately. Perfect. That's exactly what you want. Going on Kyocha. He couldn't jump out. He got dismounted instantly. And he's dead. Punisher's still somewhat alive. There's a portal. Alright. And I'm not going to go into in-depth analyzing this, but basic thing here is there's a certain breakpoint where you are, like right now, you say, let's pressure core. You do not call we're all in core. You say, if the enemy team walks into us and suicides, we're going to still turn and use our cooldowns on them and kill them. So, right now they're not all in on the core. But there's a turning point where if the enemy team sits there and lets you do damage to the core for long enough, then you have the option to all in on the core. And if you just press all your buttons on the core, it will die, and the enemy team will not be able to do anything about it. The question is, when do you make the first call? We're going to pressure the core. When you make the second call, we're going to all in on the core and ignore the enemy heroes at that point. And the big thing is the calls need to be clear, and everyone needs to be coordinated with them. So, when you make the call to pressure core, people are not using their big cooldowns like a Kerrigan combo on the core. But when you make the call to all in the core and ignore heroes, then you need to use everything on the core and not use anything on heroes. And that's the big deal here. Where that does not it's not coordinated. So right now they're saying let's pressure the core. If someone walks into us like Tyrael, we'll go on him. Okay. And then they're getting slow damage on the core with their small cooldowns with auto attacks. And then it gets to a point where they say we are all in the core. But then the issue is there's a Kerrigan W, didn't hit the core. The issue is, here's a Tyrande, doesn't hit the core. And all that damage adds up, especially when it is a very tight core call like this one. Either of those spells would have killed core here, I think. Maybe both of them. But it's a big thing like that, where when you make the call to all in core, like when you portal like this, you say, we're all in core. Every single damage ability, every single point of damage needs to go on the core. Everything. Can't have this Kerrigan W happen. You can't have this Tron stun happen. It's hard to see if there's any auto attacks that go on heroes, but I mean, those are things that they're not always going to cost you the game, but they have the potential to cost you the game. And in this case, they do. If both of those spells had gone on the core, it would have been dead. Maybe even one of them would have killed the core by itself. The stun delays. Medivh missed a Q reset. I mean, maybe. No, he's just queuing on the core. He's not even trying to get resets. He's just throwing his Q on cooldown on the core. Maybe he can try and throw a Q through a hero that still hits the core. Fine, but he runs out of mana with this portal, so he has no more Qs. There was an auto attack on Deckard by Medivh. I mean, you could go in slow motion and analyze every single hero, but the Kerrigan W did not hit the core. The Tyrande did not hit the core. And at some point, for sure, Dignitas had called, we are all in the core. Ignore the heroes, hit only the core. And there were mistakes, and that cost them the game. Ooh, confetti. Alright. So, it's only 3 AM, but I am getting a little bit of a headache, and I'm feeling a little bit tired, so I think I'm going to call it for the stream, unless people have questions about the games. So we'll do the BlizzCon announcements, analysis stuff, tomorrow, probably. The core call itself was completely fine. It was a very tight call, and maybe a bit too risky considering they were so far ahead, but it was definitely not a bad call. The core call was fine, it was the execution that went wrong. Maybe a miscommunication, maybe someone tunneled, maybe someone didn't realize they were all in the core and they were still fighting heroes. Why did Gilly keep saying Gen G's the only world championship? I don't know. Yeah, if everything hit the core, the big two things that stood out to me was the Kerrigan W and the Tron stun. Those are the two big damage abilities that did not hit it. Maybe there were some auto attacks. Maybe someone could have positioned a bit better. Maybe Medivh could have saved mana and not portaled. But the very obvious things that stood out were those two. I don't know, maybe you just don't count 2016 World Championships. Only HGC champion. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, HGC is 2017 and onwards. A point pissing... Because my point was that when you have a flex pick that you can run in the draft, where you pick this Kerrigan, and the enemy team expects, oh, their flex player is going to play this. They don't expect their offlaner to play it. But if you practice it, and your offlaner is able to play it, then you can put it either as your offlaner playing it, or your flex player playing it. But then the issue is, then your practice time on this hero in scrims is divided in half between the offlane player and the flex player. And if that happens, then one of them might not be as prepared, as practiced as they would want to be. And in this case, it was pretty obvious that Wubby was not very comfortable with landing the Kerrigan combos. And that is why, I mean, I wasn't counting them directly, I was just pointing them out when they missed, but Twitch chat was counting them. And it was like 50% of them missed. Which is very poor. Especially because a lot of them were just chain CC follow-ups when the person was already CC'd. When am I planning on streaming the announcements to us tomorrow? Probably afternoon/evening. 8 p.m. EST-ish. You can follow me on Twitch, follow me on Twitter. I'll link Twitter. Actually, just follow me on Twitch. I'm not going to tweet when I start streaming tomorrow, probably. Best possible last pick. After seeing Stitches and Medivh, I have no idea, honestly. I mean, I think Gen G, even we go back to, like, here in the draft. Further back. So we go to, like... Where is my draft? We go to here in the draft, and I think Gen G has already realized we fucked up in preparation. We were not expecting them Dignitas to be able or willing to pick Kerrigan here. And that, or their expectation is, if Dignitas does pick Kerrigan here, it will be not effective. But then we go further on, and then Medivh pick comes out, and then Gen G realizes, oh, we're actually screwed. The Kerrigan has the second support to keep her alive. And in addition to that, they get the counter to the Tyrael Sanct. So then they're like, okay, we're fucked in this draft. What's the best possible bailout? Tassadar was pretty good to give them a decent chance, but they're pretty screwed. They're very screwed. And I think that is just an issue with their preparation, where they were not expecting either Wubby to be able to play the Kerrigan, and then Snitch to be able to pick the Medivh still, and expecting that Dignitas would not be able to play Kerrigan and Medivh in the same comp, or they were just not expecting Dignitas to be able to pick Kerrigan here in general, against the Tyrael. Yeah, the Tassadar inted pretty hard. But I do feel like it was either here as soon as they saw the Kerrigan pick, maybe, and definitely as soon as they saw the Medivh pick, they knew that they were pretty screwed in the draft. They had lost the draft at that point. So, alright, thanks for watching, everybody. I do have the VODs from analysis from yesterday, from analysis from last week, from the group stage, if you want to watch that. But that's it for the analysis today. Yeah, there's no last pick that says, alright, we're at least even, or favored in the draft. There's nothing that... They have Kerrigan Medivh with a Tyrande, with other good damage dealers and stuff. Like, you're kind of just... You're just pretty screwed. Your Tyrael is hard countered. Your Raynor is weaker than the Hanzo for Shrine Control. Stitches is whatever. JPL played it really well, but it does have weaknesses. But, yeah, you're just like, alright, we can't do anything with our comp anymore. It just does not function. If they ban Medivh, yeah, Medivh ban would have pretty much fixed almost all of the issues in the draft. If they ban Medivh, Dignitas might have to pick Tassadar to be able to support their Kerrigan. But I have no idea. Maybe they pick Zeratul to VP the Sanct, but I have no idea what they pick in that situation. Yeah, Rich also got ate a majority of the hooks, and a lot of them were Stitches was standing in perfect vision of Gen G, threw the hook from perfect vision. It was not from Fog, and Rich still did not dodge it, and it was max range, so he should have been able to dodge those pretty reliably. yeah, at that point you pick something that doesn't die to Hook Gorge, because you still aren't even sure what Stitches is going to pick as their ultimate, and just pray that they make something goes catastrophically wrong for the enemy team, which it did in a lot of ways, in a lot of parts in the game. So yeah, that's it for the stream today. See you guys tomorrow. I'll do BlizzCon analysis. I want to actually go pretty in depth with the experience changes and the announcements that they made around that. I want to actually analyze what I expect, at least the initial metagame for how maps play out will change. I mean, it'll be hard to tell because it is a very large change, but I want to at least theory craft a bit. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Follow me on Twitch if you want to know when I start the stream. Ta-ta.